aflatoxins and pathogens. These are the ones that are mostly found in food, but there are so many of them that are found in food, and as we go on, we keep discovering even more. And we have several studies of the exposure, how these affect us. So in East Africa and Africa, most of our exposure research are on aflatoxins and fumonisins, though as I say, there are over 300 of them. And today we find also two others, aflatoxins, and done research in North Africa and Southern Africa. Otherwise, within East Africa, most of our focus and regulations and surveillance are based on the two of them, aflatoxins and fumonisins. So I will concentrate more on the East African bloc. And why is it so? Because most of the deaths that have resulted from exposure to these toxins have been from the East African bloc. I will show you later records on aflatoxicosis, that is deaths that are resulted from exposure, and you will see that most of them have been from the East African region and mostly from Kenya. So why are these toxins affect? Now, this is because they are mostly found in our staple food, foods that we eat every day, like grains, our grains that consume a large percentage of our consumption. So that means that we are exposed a lot within Africa because our food base is mostly stable, it's mostly the cereals. And of course, the cash crops because they affect our economy. And another reason why it's a problem is that we can find the toxins along the food chain, right from the farm to storage. The toxins can be formed because the fungus are naturally found on the crops. So what do we base on? So the alarm on exposure is based on records of poisoning. You know, in Africa, many times we react when deaths have occurred. We know it even in the Shakahola case, we had deaths had to occur first before we start acting. So most of our alarm, we base them on incidences of deaths that have occurred, and also postmortem records on the organs that are tested from people who have died, and contamination of food records also give us information on exposure, and also direct measurements from human biological samples, such as the breast milk, blood milk. So from these four places, we get our records of incidences of exposure. So when we say that we are exposed to this much, it's because of the data that we collect from these corners, from acute poisoning records, death, from postmortem organs, how much of the toxins are in the organs, from the food that are contaminated, and also from the biological samples. They show that someone has been exposed. So I will take you through a few slides just to show the kind of pattern of exposure that we have in East Africa. Now, within these African countries that are listed here, 6 of them, you can see the consumption of maize in a day. Don't worry about the busy table, just look at the ones that are rounded red. In Kenya, it's 233 grams per person per day. Tanzania eats even more, 260. Uganda 160, Rwanda 157 of maize grams per day. And mycotoxins are rich in maize. So you can imagine how much of exposure that one will get with such a rate of consumption. Then this slide shows contamination of food, the results that people have got in literature of the content of aflatoxins in maize and other foodstuffs. Now the accepted limit is 10. Now you can see some of these records in Rwanda, maize is 3,290, and yet the limit that is accepted is 10. So you can see how far we go beyond the accepted limits. In Kenya, we have had records of even 58,000 micrograms per kilogram in maize and 6,999 in milk. In milk, it should even be 0. And you can see we got very high levels. In Sudan, we have records of 3,100 and so on. So some of our producers are way beyond the accepted limits. This is in feed. Also, the records are high, up to 19,800, and in feed, they eventually go into the milk that we drink from the cows, or from the flesh, or from the eggs. There is normally what we call the carryover to products of animals. Then, as I said, some of the data of exposure comes from the biomarkers. That is the blood. So this one shows aflatoxin in blood. In Kenya, these records look old, but that is what we have. And this is one of the impediments that we have in management of aflatoxin, that we don't have enough data. We don't have current data. We don't do our site surveillance frequently as required. So most of the data that we have are scattered and old. So these are biomarkers that show results that you have, and you can see from blood, toxins should be 0, not even 10. And you can see from here, you have records something like 12,000, 3,200, and so on. Even in children who are breastfeeding, they get it from the mother's milk. And you see here from my slide, records of aflatoxin from the children. So this slide shows exposure in other parts of street cultivation in Uganda. You can also see records that are high. And in some countries such as Southern Sudan, we don't even have data on biomarker studies. So these are some of the impediments to management strategies. So this slide shows biomarkers from urine, and urine also should be 0. And studies in Kenya shows records of 1,100, 2,000 from urine. So urine and blood shows exposure even up to over a month, but urine shows that you were exposed yesterday, a week. Within a week, it will show within your urine. So long-term exposure studies can be shown through blood, and short-term exposure is shown from urine. Now, this is one of the studies that we did. We funds from the Finnish government, compared Makweli, where we've been having frequent aflatoxicosis outbreaks, and Nandi, which is the main basket of Kenya. So we wanted to answer the question, why is the outbreaks not in the place where maize is grown in Kenya, and yet it's in another place? So from here, we could see that exposure levels from urine is high in Makweli than in Nandi. So in both places, they are exposed, but the concentration of toxins in urine for Makweli is for children is higher than in Nandi, which means that the consumption is higher in Makueni than in Nandi. And yet the production of maize is mostly in Nandi than in Makueni. So this slide shows biomarkers from human breast milk. Also, our study included that. And again, in breast milk, we should have 0. And you can see there are traces of aflatoxin M1 in the milk of mothers, and the concentration is higher in Makueni than in Nandi. In Sudan, is even higher, 2,561. Now, this is to compare mother's milk and cow milk and goat milk, which they drink. Again, in Makueni, the levels are higher than in Nandi, where we have a basket of production of maize in Kenya. So later we are going to see why Makueni is the problem. So 10% of the breast milk was higher than the expected 25 parts per trillion that is expected from infant formula. So infant formula accepted limits are 25 parts per trillion, but in the breast milk, 10% was above the 25 parts per trillion. Now, this slide shows aflatoxicosis outbreaks, that is, deaths that have been reported from 1960 to 2016. The last reports were in 2016. So the column I want you to concentrate on is the country. So these are the records that we have, and you can see from the first one here to the last one, the records are from Kenya. So I don't know whether it's because other countries don't report, but at least when there's massive death, then we know that something happened. So most of the records have been from Kenya, and most of them, as you can see, are around Machakos and Meru area and the Thika area. So these are the troublesome areas in Kenya. Again, we continue between that period of time. It's Kenya, we have one in Uganda and one recent one in Tanzania in 2016. So we also have recent surveillance that we did, funded by the CGIA. We recently collected 6 rounds of maize from 10 metropolitan areas in Kenya, just to see how much we are exposed. So in 2021, collected grams of maize flour from these plots, representative plots of Kenya. That is Eldoret, Kajiado, Kisumu, Machakos, Meru, Asa, representative areas in Kenya. And we did a surveillance of the national plants and the regional plants, and also from portion mills and from homegrown maize. So we wanted data to know how much have we exposed to consumption of maize with aflatoxins. Now, one thing that we discovered during our sampling is that most of these producers, millers in Kenya, they have other brands that they produce in a region. So you see a brand maybe called Kasuku or something, but within smaller towns, they have other brands with less quality. of less quality distributed within the region. So when the taxman or when there's cabs coming, they focus on one brand, not knowing that this factory actually has 3 other brands with other names. And this has been one of the problems that Kenya has in tracking food safety of maize in the country. Because one factory has many other names of flour. So you try to track and you don't know who is producing this one. And yet it is just the same company, but as you follow one brand, they are already packaged their flour under different names. So we have those that we branded the regional brands and then the national brands. So from our analysis of 1,255 samples, 97 showed detectable aflatoxin levels, and 16% had levels above regulatory amount. So that again is an alarm on the kind of exposure that we have. Now this also informed that 1 out of 4 kosher meal samples are above maximum limits. So actually, most people who mill their maize are more exposed than the ones that are packaged. The national brands are cleaner than the regional brands, and was still at the kosher meal brands. And this is probably because of the storage. You don't know how the maize is stored in the kosher. Yes. So you can see the packet, the national brands, only less than 10% were above regulatory levels. The regional brands are more contaminated than the national ones, and yet some of the factories producing the national ones are the ones producing the regional ones. So probably they take less graded maize now to give the people in the regional, the sub-counties and the counties to feed on those, because they know that big towns maybe it is easier to add. Then the portion meals are the worst. The homegrown grains are a little better, but they are, most of them are above the accepted limits. Then we did throughout the year. So again, this shows the times that the toxin levels are higher throughout the year. So June is a bad time. June and February, April, June are worst times. And you can now connect this maybe to the climate, the rainy season, the dampness that farm people also like. So when we do management strategies, then we should ensure that we take cognizance of the timing of the year. Then by location, again, the main area, Machakos area, Kisumu, Mombasa areas, and Nairobi were the worst hit. This eastern western area where we have been having the deaths, again, still a culprit with a lot of percentage above the accepted limits. So that shows the regional distribution within Kenya. So again, just recently in February, we've been doing some work with FAO. FAO gave some funds to us because they wanted to have data that can help them to determine whether to reduce the accepted limits for Africa or not, or retain them into that 10% that there is today. So we are still doing the work. but I just showed to you what the results we got in February. So we will continue with this surveillance analysis up to the end of the year. But again, you can see the area is a problem with a lot of samples above the 10 ppb. So why do we have these challenges? Now that is a maize value chain in East Africa. You can see how much your maize travels. Don't worry to treat it, just look at how the map goes. So your maize is handled from one corner to east and west and south and north before you finally eat it. And along that place also, the fungus is having a nice time and producing the toxins. And as you go before you finally eat it. So the maize value chain is one thing that should be corrected in this fight against mycotoxin management. You can see what happens in the market. I'm sure Frankie will like that. That also shows what happens during the harvesting. When we are shedding. Are we together? When we are drying. When we are storing. When we are storing also in some structures. When we have bumper harvest, all full of toxins in our storage structures, full of toxins. And of course, when we do the breeding, also we breed to get a lot of maize, but we forget that our product of what we are breeding, how is it? Most of the lines, the new lines that we get of maize in Kenya, they grow very big maize until they tear what do you call the cover of the maize? You find that the tip of the maize is open and the maize stands upright. So that means when it rains, the water can soak into the maize. If you remember a long time, the kind of variety that we had, the maize would mature when they're too big. So it means that even if it rains, the water just seeps down the maize. And that helped in keeping moisture out of the crops. So today we find varieties that are ready when they are upright like this and the silk does not tie in well. So that encourages the encroachment of the fungus. And as the maize also absorbs the water, the moisture keeps in the pots and fungi love the moisture. And that encourages toxin production. So this slide shows again one of our experiments that we did, funded by Mitox South with University, and we found that the hybrids accumulate more toxins than the other land races, both aflatoxins and fumonigens. Then in another study also that we did, why we have aflatoxicosis in Western Kenya, not in Eastern, and this is because of the kind of strains of the fungal strains that we find in the Western Kenya. The kind of strain that we have in Western Kenya is more virulent than the ones that we find in other parts of Kenya. And similar isolates are only found in Nigeria, have been imported in Nigeria. So that also causes us to have aflatoxicosis outbreaks in Western Kenya, though most of the maize is produced in a refinery. So distribution of strains of the fungus contributes to incidences of deaths in Western Kenya. So I'll just take you through some of the interventions that are going on right now. Breeding for resistance, a biological control using the aflaset, that has been introduced in many countries now in Africa, though we should also look at how far that has been successful. I think we have just been using it and we don't know how successful we have been, especially in Kenya. I don't know how far farmers have actually gone out of their homes to go and buy Aflac. Then trapping agents, post-harvest packaging, storage structures. We also have several research that we are continuing to do at the University of Nairobi on using detoxifiers to help solve the carryover mycotoxins in feed of poultry and cattle. And the East African community is also trying by setting East African community standard limits to help in the trade. So apart from the exposure, mycotoxins also influence trade, and East African community has now formed a structure to try and solve the problem to not to affect trade within the East African community. And now they have come up with several limits of already 42 foods. They started with 2, and now they have limits controlling 42 foodstuffs. And of course, communication strategy, which they developed within the East African community to manage trade within the East African community. So from my presentation, you can see we need concerted effort to do this, and we hope that our country, those who are in charge of policies and management in the country, can take up this to manage aflatoxins, because these fungi are naturally found in our produce as we harvest. They are natural habitants of our cereals, and so it is the management that will tell whether we produce the toxins or not. Thank you very much for your questions. A long presentation, but I hope I did for you.
Thank you so much. Just retreat to your channels. Shortly we will be having a couple of presentations, and then we will have a session for question and answers. So keep your questions. That was lovely, and thank you so much once again. That's having given us now the good start. We are on to the next presentation by Madam Rosemary Nanga, who will actually take us through a bit of laboratory systems and food safety. Rosemary Nanga has a deep background in analytical chemistry and instrumentation. She's a professional in many areas, particularly sanitary laboratory systems. She's an expert on food safety systems, and of course a consultant with QMS, quality management systems in labs, and particularly she's also an assessor for the ISO 17025, which is equally very important in matters of food safety. Rosemary, when you're ready, you can get to the podium.
Morning, everyone. As Professor has introduced me, my name is Kenyatta. My presentation is the role of laboratories in food safety systems. This is just a summary of what you may already know, but I want to ignite a conversation. Because you'll find that we work in silos. As Professor was presenting, she talked of gaps in data. Yet, if you move around labs in this country, there are so many labs carrying out tests, but they just keep it for their own purpose without sharing. So I hope this presentation will ignite a conversation as to how labs can partner, be it labs in the academia, regulatory bodies, research, so that we can put that data together and it will work for our own good. So I'll talk about food control systems, then laboratories in these systems, the food chain approach, and examples of laboratories. So when we are talking about food safety, what are we talking about? There are trade issues. We need to access trade. We need to trade to alleviate poverty, much as we are growing for our own consumption. We are also talking about public health, where we need to consume safe food. We are also talking about food security. As the professor was presenting, I remember we were involved in activities when there was a very serious aflatoxinosis scenario in Makueni. And I remember the government spent a lot of money exchanging the contaminated maize with clean maize. So you can imagine these are people who are already food deficient. They are being told to destroy their food because it's contaminated. So you can see the impact on this. So we are talking about food safety systems or food regulatory systems. What is a food regulatory system? These are mandatory regulatory activities by national or local authorities geared towards providing the consumer with protection and ensure that all foods during production, handling, storage, processing, and distribution are safe. They are wholesome, fit for human consumption, and they conform to safety and quality requirements. And we also talk about labeling. I was listening to the presentation about labeling the same manufacturer, but having different labels. Has somebody taken those products, the laboratory, and tried to find out what's the difference? Why have different labels? So laboratories also play a part in all those areas. So when we are talking about food safety, these are things we already know. We are talking about natural toxins. I believe aflatoxins are natural toxins. There are others. We are talking about chemical residues, biological contaminants. We are also talking about food additives. I know middle class in Kenya that age bracket consume lots of processed foods. So what are the food additives? Do they meet the regulatory limits? We also have processing aids, which are considered as food additives. We have flavoring agents, packaging material, where we can also have migration of toxins from the packaging material to our foods. And are we doing research on this, all this? So if you look at your diet from breakfast to supper, and you look at all these possible contaminants, what are you consuming? So the food chain approach, when we are looking at food safety, we have to look at the food chain. What are the raw materials we are using? We have pest control products, fertilizers, veterinary drugs, animal feeds. who is doing the monitoring? I remember some times back, we had issues with interceptions of pineapples from Kenya in the European Union because of the presence of cadmium, a heavy metal. We were able to trace that cadmium back to a fertilizer which was imported to a country of relation meeting. So you can see the role of laboratories even in monitoring the raw materials before you even move to production. So that is primary production. We also have food processing. You have additives that you also talked about. We have packaging and at the processing level, and also at retail. In our local shops, you find traders will buy in bulk, then package at that point of sale, contamination, and also at point, then also at the consumer level, the way we handle our food in our homes, and also lead to contamination. So when we talk about official control systems by governments, now this is where you see the interconnection between laboratories and other activities. We have food registration, whereby we register like tolerance levels. Professor talked about the EAC index. How do we get to that? We need laboratories to support either setting of those limits and also supporting registration to punish defaulters. We also have food inspection. Inspectors will also need laboratories, whether food laboratories, plant laboratories, or animal laboratories, to confirm the quality of what they are inspecting. And the laboratories will also provide data for certification after inspection. Then, when you are carrying out, you also need to carry out information, education, and communication. So, what are you communicating? Most of the times, if you are not communicating data, people will not try to understand what you are communicating. So, you can see the role of laboratories in that system. Then we also have what we call the quality infrastructure. It's a bit complicated because here you have the producer and the seller. The producer or seller will need certification. How do you get this certification? You need that to show that certify what you are selling and to prove that it meets the market requirements. During standardization, again, when coming up with a standard, you also need testing laboratories, especially during risk analysis. So we have testing laboratories, and they are also supported by calibration laboratories. Then we also have accreditation bodies, which will accredit these laboratories and also accredit certification bodies. So you can also see the place of laboratories in the overall quality infrastructure. So we have many kinds of laboratories. These are just few of them. In food safety, mostly will deal with meteorology laboratories, which carry out calibration, chemical testing laboratories, microbiology testing laboratories, phytosanitary laboratories, that is plant health laboratories. When there's professor was talking about microtoxins, she talked about fungi, and then the toxin, which is the toxin. So here you need the plant health laboratory to test for the fungi, then the chemistry lab to test for the toxin. We also have animal health labs, the food safety system, because of the zoonotic diseases. So the role of laboratories in the food chain is just a summary, quantitatively and qualitatively identify hazards. Testing raw materials for contaminants, testing effectiveness of disease control in both animals and crops. Then researching in existing and emerging food safety concerns, testing for internal controls in the establishments, market surveillance, this is where we have monitoring programs. And testing the presence or absence of genetically modified raw materials, generally plant products. I don't know whether GMOs are a food safety issue, that's always been a debate. Then laboratories also contribute to foreign food safety incidents and threats. Identification of susceptible populations, identifying and tracing of causes of foodborne illnesses, developing air warning systems, recalls after identification of hazards and distribution, and again, the trade facilitation. So, laboratories are part of what we call conformity assessment process. And their work is to ensure that food placed in the market is safe, verify legal variations, to ensure respect for trade partner requirements, and also to base standard setting on high-quality, transparent, and independent scientific advice, following risk assessment, risk management, and risk communication. And you can see risk assessment here, where we have the hazard identification. Obviously, you need laboratories to identify the hazard. What can lead to hazard characterization, then the exposure assessment, the previous presenter on the link of exposure. So you need laboratories to produce this data. Then at the end of it all, you are able to advise risk managers with the different options managing these risks. The inspectors, again, you come up inspectors. They will need laboratories to establish compliance. That data from inspectors and also contribute to data for risk assessments. And import-export certification is also required. So we have all different types of laboratories, and their role will depend on the position in the system. But at the end of it all, there is need for them to collaborate. We have regulatory bodies like the Bureaus of Standards. We also have most regulatory, of course, obviously, the regulatory laboratories are government. We also have research labs, it can be both international or national. We have commercial labs. There's business, you take your sample there and file the analysis for you. Then we also have laboratories in the academia. Then we also have in-house laboratories, either in government or industry. So this information we are generating, what is it for? It can be used to design surveillance and monitoring programs targeting priority hazards and commodities, investigation after declaration, receiving information on consumer complaints. So we have business, some food business operators and in-house laboratories closely aligned with food production. Sometimes they also outsource. Then we have commercial labs, privately owned. They offer independent analytical services. They are also proving and good in more efficient. They be contracted to carry information from the laboratories. They can also analyze samples from the industry. Then we have the laboratories from the academia. They can develop innovative analytics. They can also generate surveillance data, probably do projects and events. They may or may not be accredited. We have realized that most laboratories in the academia are now accredited because they are used to this notion that data from universities the quality happens to it's good they are good for education, but sure the quality of the data and data they are. Competent authorities may appoint any of these labs to carry out official work. But these laboratories have implemented quality management systems. Yeah, as I've said here, they need to implement quality management systems. That is ISO 17025. Ensure reliability of all aspects of laboratory operations. Produce accurate data and ensure timely if the data has to be used. So how can labs maximize the impact in food safety? Again, this is debatable. In the region, in the country, in most African countries and even in regions, we have databases. You'll be surprised how many laboratories we have, but very few people are aware of it. So we need these databases at federal and national level. Then we need organizational structures. If you Google like the EU, they have a very elaborate laboratory organization structure. So why can't we bring us? Then these labs need to data. As I said earlier, there's a lot of data, but everybody is keeping their own data to themselves. So if this data can be shared, there's a lot that we can do with it. Then we can also have partnerships. So this is just a summary of what laboratories can do. So as a summary, laboratories are the big decisions for control. They analyze all the results. Sometimes used to grow these solutions. It's need to ensure that analysis is performed in an effective way. And the linkage between control laboratories and public systems is essential. So as I said earlier, it's just be light a bit. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Rosemary, for that very precise presentation. We clap for her again. We are doing very well now. We have two presentations. One is ensuring food safety and facilitating fair practices in the food trade, and to be facilitated by Marianne Kidiki from KEBS, and another one on antibiotics contamination in foods in Kenya, to be facilitated by Ms. Bonita, which also from KU and from KEBS. And Marianne is away officially duty, but is heavily represented here by Ms. Bonita, which and therefore she will give her presentation first, which is on the antibiotic contamination in foods in Kenya, and then thereafter back to back give the other one, which is ensuring food safety and facilitating fair practices. Bonita is a senior standards officer at Kenya Bureau of Standards in the Department of Standards Development Division in Codex. And she is also our student in the Department of Biochemistry, Microbiology, and Biotechnology with the interest on food safety. She's the National Codex Committee Technical Committee Secretary for the Codex Committee on Food Imports and Exports, Inspection and Certification Systems in Kenya. She's also the Secretary for the Codex Committee on Methods, Food Methods, Analytics and Sampling, and also the Codex Committee Secretary on the residues of the vet drugs in foods, and finally the National Codex Committee Technical Committee Secretary for the Codex Committee on Spices and Culinary Herbs. Bonita, when you're ready.
Good morning. My name is Kenyatta, as I've been introduced. And before I start my presentation, I want to read a small story for you guys. So there's a gentleman in 1928 at a hospital in London called St. Mary's Hospital. He's a microbiologist. While he was doing his things, he was culturing bacteria, staphylococcus, and went on vacation, but he forgot to cover one of it. So when he came back, we discovered that one of his plates had been contaminated, and there's a zone that had the bacteria was not growing, like there was a zone of inhibition, right? So he was very interested in what was going on and went ahead to study the mold. So later on, he discovered that the mold that had grown on his uncovered petri dish is penicillin. That was the birth of antibiotics. So I'll start with my presentation on antibiotics in Kenya. And basically, I'm just going to give a brief overview of what the situation is, how we develop antibiotic resistance, and how we can do laboratory analysis of qualitative and quantitative analysis of antibiotics. So this is the problem. The global population is rising and there's a growing demand for food. To sustain that demand, farmers have intensified the use of antibiotics. Antibiotics are not just used to treat diseases like we imagine. They're also used to grow, like to make animals fat. They're also used as local farmers call it insurance. So you hear when there's an infection going around, farmers will run and buy antibiotics and say, so they start giving their animals antibiotics before the animals die. You people are farmers, you know what you do, right? That enhanced or misuse or overuse of antibiotics has brought a lot of problems. And part of the problems that have been brought about is we end up consuming the animals that have been the animal food from animal sources that have been contaminated by antibiotics. How does that happen? Number one, farmers are not observing the withdrawal period of the drug withdrawal period. So that means they will treat the animals with antibiotics before the observed withdrawal period. They will slaughter the animals for food. So when we consume that bacteria, that antibiotic residues in the food, we develop something called bioaccumulation of antibiotics. So there's an organization that I will talk about in my next presentation that has set limits for antibiotics in food and feed. I was very excited when Prof gave her presentation and I heard that she sits in tech committee. And I was like, wow, there's someone who, if you ask me questions, I'll just point at her, she'll help us answer the questions. So how the other way we can also get contamination of antibiotic residues is through water. We don't treat water properly, the residues, you consume the water and slowly we develop the resistance. So these are the effects of antimicrobial resistance. Death. As of 2019, there's a study that was done by WHO in conjunction with the Ministry of Health, and it purported, the studies showed that globally, 4.59 people died from direct causes of antimicrobial resistance. And in sub-Saharan Africa, 1.2 million direct deaths. You know what that is? Like you go to hospital and you're told, you're given these antibiotics, it doesn't work, they power down with a strong antibiotic, it doesn't work, and then you develop complications. So these are direct deaths. So this is really very scary. So it also leads to imbalance in the human microbiome. You know, we have good bacteria in our gut. So when you develop that resistance, we also tend to kill the good bacteria in our system, and we know what the good bacteria does for our system. So it creates that imbalance. We have prolonged hospital stays and many other complications. There's also threats to achievement in medicine. you'll discover all these complications, the health complications that you have, name it, cancers, surgeries, you need antibiotics during the therapy. So when you develop that resistance, that drug is not going to work, and then you die. So that's another cause of death that is not direct but attributed to. So there's also disruption in global trade. As I've mentioned earlier, the limits that are set by colleagues and alimentarians. When you bring your products of animal origin into the market, and the levels of antibiotic residues in your food or feed is above the recommended levels, that leads to direct trade rejections. So we are not able to trade with our partners or other countries or other regional blocks because our food is unsafe. And also it has many other impacts on agricultural practices. So I've told you the story of the Scottish microbiologist. And in his discovery on how antibiotic works, there are 4 known methods in which they work. Either they inhibit cell wall synthesis, they inhibit protein synthesis, they inhibit nucleic acid synthesis, or they just inhibit they affect the bacteria itself by inhibiting its metabolic pathways, hence leading to death of the bacteria or something called bacteriostatic, like it's not dead, but it's not active. The common bacteria, I keep interchanging bacteria and antibiotics, but because I know I'm talking when you know when I'm interchanging the two, right? So there are different classes of antibiotics, and in Kenya, there are 3 classes that are commonly used. These are beta-lactams, tetracyclines, and sulfonamides. About the situation in Kenya, the Ministry of Health, as I said, has partnered with a program called Global Antibiotic Resistance Partnership, and they did studies between 2011 and 2016. The findings of that study showed that we lack a robust nationwide surveillance system, and we don't have strong laboratory capacity to gather necessary data that can help in the evaluation of antibiotic usage. That was in 2011. So now there's another study that is being done through a Ministry of Health. There's a laboratory called National Public Health Laboratories, NPHLS, and they piloted another surveillance in Machakos, Mayudik, Italy, and America. So this was very comprehensive, better than the first one, and the data that they collected from the study has shown the prevalence. It has basically shown the patterns of antibiotic resistance in the country. It's still work in progress, it's still data being collected, but through that, we've developed something called the Kenya National Action Plan on antimicrobial resistance. So it's an ongoing program that keeps on checking what are the trends, how are we dealing with antimicrobial resistance. So I'll jump quickly on how we do detection using liquid chromatography mass spec. And yesterday, as Dr. Douglas was doing this presentation, I had a section that I will not present on because I feel like whatever he taught us, it was just rapid detection of antibiotics. So whatever you learned yesterday, just remove GMO and put antibiotics. The principle is the same, rapid detection. You get your sample, you dip your stick, you can use a reader, or you can just tell whether it's there or not there, right? So I'll talk about liquid chromatography, mass spec. This is one of the most robust ways you can actually quantitate antibiotics in your sample. It depends on the type of sample. The matrix could be different. It can be milk, it can be meat, whatever product of animal origin. So unlike rapid test kit, and I'm not trying to get Dr. Douglas out of the market, but unlike rapid test kits, this one is very specific and very sensitive. Sensitive, I mean, when I have, let's say 100,000 liter tank of water, and I drop, say, 1 drop of blood into the 100,000 liter tank, that equipment can detect that blood. You see how powerful that is? Like 1 drop of blood can be detected in 100,000 liters. So what you're saying, it's a very powerful equipment, and we will not have chances of saying maybe it's a false negative or a false. This one is as is. So it has a liquid chromatography part and a mass spec part. Liquid chromatography just separates the mixture. Like you have, say, milk, and you have different compounds. It's a mixture of beta-lactams, acrylamides, and tetracyclines. These compounds have different masses, different affinities, different solubility in organic solvents. So the first bit of qualitative analysis comes in the liquid chromatography part. This will separate you have the liquid part and you have the stationary bit, which is our column. So depending on the size and the affinity to the mobile phase or the stationary phase, that will detect the time elution takes place from the mixture of compounds. I'm speaking to someone, right? Okay, so the ones that have a high affinity to the stationary phase will be eluted later. The ones that have a high affinity to the mobile phase will be eluted faster. So the first way or the first screening that happens in liquid chromatography is using the retention time. How do you know the retention time? You have a standard. Say we are talking about sulfamerazine as a compound. Sulfamerazine elutes at 4 minutes. Any other thing that will be eluted before or after 4 minutes is sulfamerazine, right? Then after elution, we come to, okay, this is just a general, what you need to know. You need to identify your compound, you need to prepare your compound, you need to set up the equipment, and you need to develop your method. In method development, you need to set your collision energy, you need to know what are the mass to charge ratios of your compounds, all that. And then you need to acquire the data, target analysis, and do the confirmation. So now we go back from we've eluted our compound with a specific retention time. So we go to the mass spec. That thing is called a triple quad. If you hear triple quad, there's quad which means 4 and trichard which means 3. So technically the equipment has 4 rods with different charges, and then it has 3 compartments called M1, the middle one, and the last quadrant. I know it's technical, but I'll show you a photo. It's very easy. So once we've eluted our compound, we've identified its sulfamerazine. But what about it? What are the quantities? How much of it in parts per billion is present in the mixture? We go to the MS part. The MS part has an entry point where our solution, I want you to think with me, don't think critically. I want you to think with me, right? So let's say I have my mouth is full of water and I want it to come out as a spray. So I want you to you get what I mean? So that one creates ions. Like it's charged. When you spray like this, you create ions. So the ions move from that point, the small hole that you channeled it to the first quadrant. The first quadrant basically filters. It's a mass filter. We have sulfamerazine, we have chlorhexidine, we have name. So it will, and remember I've mentioned that you have to set up your method. How you set up the method will depend also on the charge of the compound that goes into the MS. So if it's negatively charged, all the positive charged ions all the negatively, if it's negatively charged, all the negative ions will pass through repulsion, right? All the positive ones will be attracted. So our compound of interest, which is negatively charged, will pass. Then we have the first quadrant. The generated ions are separated based on their charge to mass ratio. Then it goes to the middle one, which we call IQ2 technically. What happens? Our ion of interest that is negatively charged is bombarded by a technique called collision-induced dissociation. So we already have targeted what we want, but we want to further break it down. Say, for instance, we have isomeric compounds. They have the same molecular weight, but they have different configurations. How do we know this is A or this is B? Or say we have something like vitamins B1 and B2. How do I know this is B1 and this is B2? That is the power of this. So we further break down our parent ions to precursor ions, and then it goes to the third and the last quadrant. The fragmented ions are further separated based on their mass to charge ratio. Then we go to quantification. What we've already picked from the third quadrant goes now to a detector and then the gauge detector. When you try it out, it's quite easy. So let me try and explain it. We have our LC bits. The arrows that go like this are the ones that splash the compounds that have been eluted. They go through Q1, which is a mass filter. Then from Q1, we pick our specific compound. It goes into Q2 with a small q. It's a collision cell. Then it goes straight into Q3, which is a mass filter, but very specific. Then it goes into our detector. What goes to the detector is what we are interested in. It will have different mass to charge ratio, and it's very particular. So there's no chancing, like if it is what you're looking for, because remember you run your standard that is pure with low concentration. So you just compare what you run versus what you have. Thank you. Was that a lot?
Thank you so much, Bonita, for that first presentation. I request you to kindly sorry and wait in some of the seats here as I make a short announcement. I know, of course, is actually having a team downstairs. They are heading out to the field and they have waited. So I have decided to just request her to sit down so that we can ask very quick questions to Sheila before she leaves, and then she can come back to give us the other presentation. Any question? And could I ask, let me use my friend exactly down there. There is an item that can be roaming. Just find out the very points. Just try and switch on. Yeah, but go ahead.
But I think my voice kind of lagged. Yeah, obviously, I see that it should be nice. We must be wrong. You're going to do something here. So it's not to listen to what. Not anyway, listens to what. Yeah. So I was just wondering, because you say I'm connected to my toxins, children are also affected by this.
So that you respond.
Okay. So the question is, if mycotoxins are ingested by humans, there is no mechanisms in which they can be metabolized, so that they cannot be found in river. Then the second question is, you collected samples, I think, from flour processing plants. I was wondering what the degree of exposure of toxin, for example, in companies that make composite flour, not just maize. So they mix solid flour, maize flour, maybe sunflower flour. Is there a different degree level of exposure?
I am presenting and you mentioned where I come from was really divided and being a farmer and talking about the not. And the first question is about washing. You mentioned that there are conditions of that in a basic and when it was be updating the 3 days in the questions that have been completed with the and how are these fully informed in order to contaminate every wrap. The next big thing that came to my mind was open bags, where we had the use by students tonight staff who need to be also implementation things like the schools and our administration is important to ensure organization another thing is that the mirrors. The second question was about where two died, and I believe the contamination from the toxins, the things that they made. Now the question is, are the administrations in these schools informed? Were they informed on how they can control, how they can store their food to avoid such contamination? Another thing is about the leaders and the farmers. We find that the farmers will sell the best and give the other need to feed the livestock and birds. And of course, we need money when you harvest, you need to sell and get money for other things. So we find that they will keep the rest and maybe they are not informed on how they can store their things. Does the government have trainers who can train our mothers there and grandmothers who don't know what is our grandmothers? That's why we're getting that with the waste-based method, the waste-based farm companies. Thank you.
From my last mention that your presentation was quite intriguing, and I just have a quick one. So you mentioned that the cases aflatoxin outbreaks were more in Makweli compared to non-invasive study activity. So why is this?
Morning, Paul. Mine most probably more and the first one is that I'm curious what was significance of the mycotoxins that are produced by expanding. They differentiate this mycotoxin find that some advantage the environment as far as the nutrition is concerned. The second question is in the species of mycotoxin produced functionally, we find that there are some that we want that produce mycotoxins. For example, we have Spatulus volvulus. We find that the species of Spatulus species that do not produce mycotoxins. Now, is it possible, most probably, to isolate that this non-mycotoxin fungi, and then most probably use for example, spray on the crops that are developing so that we can compete the kind of toxin and producing fine.
Now, my presentation was very long, so having so many questions, I'm happy it means that I didn't bore you.
Yeah.
Yeah, now I will start with the last question, because some of them I was not able to hear well, so the microphone. The last speaker is asking about the strains of fungi, and I quite didn't hear the first one, but I had the second one. If the strains that don't produce toxins can be sprayed on the toxicated ones. To compete with them, yeah. Now, I think that is the basis for aflatoxins. Aflatoxin is packed with the intoxicated strains, that's the strains that don't produce toxins, that are sprayed, are applied just when the maize is startling, so that they can outcompete the ones that produce the toxins. But we also now have the environmentalists of the other side asking that, aren't we disturbing the stability of the environment? So we have the group that is producing the aflatoxins, and they want to sell them. They want their science to push ahead. But there's also the other group of the ecologists who are asking, are we interfering with our environment? So that is one thing. It's just the same thing with the GMOs. We have the group that is saying we are producing for you a lot of food. There's the other group that is saying that how safe are these food? Is it food just rotting in the Rift Valley and the problem is distribution? So the same politics we find it with the use of the aflatoxin to outcompete the other toxins. And then the second thing also about this is the way fungi reproduce. Fungi reproduce both sexually and asexually. So that means that during their asexual reproduction, there is a possibility of passing the DNA from the toxin producer to the non-toxic producer. Then you end up again with toxicity, because they produce both sexually and asexually. So when you throw those to the environment and it acts with the other, there is that possibility. But those who promote aflatoxin also say that the possibility is remote. And so do you want food to control the toxin so that we live with a remoteness, or what do we do? So yeah, those are the arguments also that we have in the biocontrol world. So yes, you can do that, but the environmentalists also have this other one to talk about. And then my friend who is worried about Makueni, why the deaths in Makueni, like I said, the strain that is found in Makueni area is more virulent. In fact, when you culture them in the petri dish with the one in the eastern part of Kenya, it's like they just pour the toxin into the plate. They produce a lot of toxins compared to the ones in the other parts of the country. So God just placed them there in your home village. So that is why we have deaths around your area, because of the presence of that stream in that region. So one of the management strategies has been to encourage people in that area to move away from eating maize. But again, traditionally, you find that that's why we should also not lose some of our traditional practices. You find that the process of making the oil actually was cleaning up the toxins. That process removes the tester and the region where the toxins accumulate. So though they didn't know that that's what they were doing, but in the process they were actually reducing the toxins when they were preparing the oil. Then the other question is on why portion will have a lot of toxins than the other one. You see, portion meal is all grain, so which is good for us because of the fiber. But again, the process of removing the tester when they are milling somehow reduces the toxins. So of course you end up with flour with less fiber, but now with also less toxins. And there is a slide I showed you about the flow of the maize, the handling. You know, during that handling, fungus is naturally in the maize. When you harvest it, whatever you do, it's always in the maize. So how you store it is what will cause it to produce toxins. And what normally stimulates them are the changes, abrupt changes in temperatures cause them to produce toxins, metabolites. And those metabolites are thought to be a way of protecting themselves. You know, they can't walk like you when it rains. You come to the house, for them, they're just there, they don't have legs. So they produce those toxins like to protect themselves. So these changes in the climate normally trigger them to produce the toxins, also as a means of protection. So how you manage in the portion means looks like a lot of movement and poor storage stimulates the reduction of the toxins. As researchers, we try and do sensitization, and in Western Kenya, they even have a name for aflatoxins because of our procedure of sensitization. They call it MOCA. So we have tried our side, but I think the responsibility rests also with the government, and KEBS is here. Yeah, as you do your other things that you do, this is also part of your responsibility. Yeah, mixing. Yeah, in most European countries, they do the mixing to reduce the toxins, the ones that now are given to animals. But you can imagine if it happens in Africa. You can imagine if that is introduced, that now people can mix the good flour with the bad one to reduce the toxin. We cannot imagine what will happen. In fact, many times when flour is tested and it's found that it has toxins and it should be destroyed, many times you will find it somewhere mixed. Find it in thicker, you will find it somewhere. They grow legs and they're still sold. So if that we introduce the mixing, God help us. But it is a way that is done in other countries that have structure. Answered most of your questions. I think most of the sensitization, like I've seen, has happened mostly in the Western Kenya. From my experience, they seem to be more aware of the toxins because of the deaths that have occurred in that area than in the other place. So, like I said, people are here who have the government who should do the sensitization as they did the other businesses. And then somebody asked about metabolites of fungi. When you eat them, can they be metabolized by an human? You see, you're my own student. Yes. You've gone big. Yes, so I think I'm doing well because I have my students here. Yes, like aflatoxin M1 that is found in milk is actually a breakdown of aflatoxin B1. So when we eat it in maize, it is B1, but it comes through the breast milk as M1, and also in the packaged milk as M1, which is still also carcinogenic. So yes, they are broken down, but sometimes they are broken down even to still carcinogenic products. And these are things that now we are calling emerging mycotoxins. So now as scientists, apart from the major mycotoxins that we are concentrating on, the aflatoxin and fumonisins, we are now also getting interested in the emerging mycotoxins, which are also byproducts of these major mycotoxins, some of which have been found to actually also be carcinogenic. So yes, they are the metabolites that are broken down, but some of them are still carcinogenic.
Thank you for.
No, I have a question. I have a comment for the presenter.
The good presentation. Those are questions that I have. I was wondering, you concentrated on city. Probably give a comment. The other things, incidences. Then another issue is that you find a actually gets base guidance. I was wondering whether because of the data that you get Uganda and Tanzania, you know, incidents, states are Kenya and the this. So I was wondering whether it's or storage or what would be contributed as it's right as what's in the
Before you go respond, there is I think an online hand raised. Can you hear us? What's your question? Your question?
A comment. Thank you very much, Professor Duol. I have a comment for the presenter. Hope can you hear me?
Yes, Wilson. I can hear you.
One major source of aflatoxin contamination in maize is early harvesting of maize before it has dried up, with the aim of catching up on the high prices early in the season. The national and the county governments are very much well aware of this, and they do nothing about it. Therefore, we have to learn to live with aflatoxin contamination. End of comment.
Thank you so much, Dr. Fagana. There was another hand. Was that the
Yes. Yeah, good morning.
Morning.
You're getting me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, I'm asking about AflaSafe. So what is the level of adoption of AflaSafe by farmers? That's the first question. The level of adoption of AflaSafe by farmers. Number two, if you apply this AflaSafe into the soil or into the environment, is there a possibility of mutation now because you are introducing this attoxigenic to new environment, and then they are interacting with those the toxigenic ones? Could there be a possibility of mutation so that those attoxigenic produce toxins? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is that the last?
Yeah, I have two questions. Possibility of mutation and then the adoption of Aflasafe by farmers.
Okay, thank you. Thank you both. I've been having a lot of interest from the adoptions because of the negative economic value they bring to maize being one of the now again something like about negation whereby if farmers in an area they have found that their maize maybe one time of their maize so they have and we do something like about negation whereby instead of burning down the plant and for the maize with this people have used resources fertilizers and everything. There's this project we call we have a project that is running whereby we need to produce food for chicken like animal feeds. So the project is whereby we have it's called a black soldier fly. That fly, the larva is able to eat the fly that has a toxin, and then it's the regulation. It's able to remove the aflatoxin, then so the end product and we use soap. It's like we are giving the larva the aflatoxin plant, and then itself when it eats, it removes the aflatoxin. So the end product, the larva will grow up, but when you test it, it doesn't have the aflatoxin. So we can feed the larva with the chicken and other things. So I mean, we do something like that. We also take programs that can be done to reduce wastage. Thank you.
Right, just summarize response.
I will start with the last one. Now, unfortunately, maybe it is possible, but the problem with biodegradation is that the toxicity for response of aflatoxin to human beings is the same as to animals. So it is also carcinogenic to animals, including the lion. Yeah, so the way the human being body responds is the way the animals also respond. So you find that the liver has become cancerous because we do experiments with mice and we see that the response is the same. One of my students just graduated with she was doing an experiment with chicken, reducing it, adding lysine aflatoxins to feed of chicken, and you get residues in the eggs and the muscles, and the liver also becomes develops tumor. So that would be a challenge. The biodegradation would be a challenge. But the process of that is being promoted now is using binders, adding binders, and recently there has been some experiments to be done with binders, but now there is also the ethical issues of adding binders to human food. But of course, animals, you know, binders are normally added in the animal feed, so that the aflatoxin now binds to the binder and it's not released and absorbed to the animal body. And for adoption of Aflasafe, that one I don't have an answer to. But what I see is most of the farmers who use Aflasafe are the ones who have been given the Aflasafe. But I don't have any records. I don't know if farmers leave their homes to travel to Machakos. Carlo is producing Aflasafe. I don't know whether farmers go there to buy it. That one I think is now politics. I don't know if the farmers go on their own issue to buy Aflasafe. So I think I've now answered all of your questions. Thank you very much.
General Court, for responding to our questions and for taking your time to at least wait for this session. A better round of updates. As you prepare to probably exit, we will capture whatever question that is available and of course share your contacts in case there is someone who wants to put questions. Like I said earlier, I think we have really taken a bit of time there, but I know there is a gap in the second session, which is going to normalize that it is a little bit. But in the meantime, allow me to then welcome again Madam Auditor to give us the second presentation.
So good morning once more. Now, I'm not going to talk about antibiotics. I'm going to talk about Codex Alimentarius Commission and a brief introduction of what it is, its mandate, core values, structure, elaboration of the standards, and the functions of the Codex contact points. So, why am I talking about Codex Alimentarius? This commission was formed in 1963, a joint program of FAO and WHO, and it's just for development of food standards, and it operates under the agreements of SPS and TBT, Technical Barriers to Trade. Currently, CAC, I henceforth refer to it as CAC, has 189 members. Membership is through countries, and 188 of them are member countries like Kenya, Uganda, like that, but one member organization, the EU. And out of the 188 members, 49 are from Africa. So Codex Alimentarius is just it's just a collection of food standards and texts and guidelines and codes of practice, all that. So their mandate to ensure this food safety and to facilitate trade. Core values, collaboration, inclusiveness, transparency, and consensus building. So just to explain what one of the core values, consensus building, we have different committees, Codex committees, and the last committee second last committee that happened was called Codex Committee on Food Additives. And when it comes to consensus building, there was a specific food additive called trisodium citrate. This food additive is used to desediment milk. So what happens, there's usually a meeting and the chair of that committee, say Codex Committee on Food Additives, is chaired by a member country. That one is chaired by China. So you realize there's a lot of science and also there's a lot of politics and business when it comes to the business of food. And there's a compound that other regions of Codex really wanted to push to be added into the list of food additives, fermented food additives, but unfortunately, Africa did not want. So what I'm trying to say on consensus building, you support the advancement of the standard. However, you put a reservation. That is what is called for, because you can't go and say, no, our farmers in Kenya, we have decided there is no way we are going to allow that compound in our milk. No, we just say, so if you people want to proceed with the standard, please go ahead, but we are placing our reservation. So that is one of the core values of Codex. So I don't know if you're able to see, but I'll just do a quick run of what the table is talking about. At the top, we have the Codex Alimentarius Commission. It's divided into two, the Secretariat and the Executive Committee. And at the Secretariat and the Secretariat revolves around Rome and Geneva. So if we have the executive meeting, we say in Geneva, the next time it will be in Rome. So it has different committees like general subject committees, commodity committees, and committees whose work has ceased or have been suspended. They're called CDI committees. Then you have regional coordinating committees. Kenya was a coordinating committee for Africa, and then we handed over to Uganda, who's the current coordinating, the coordinating chair of Codex activities in Africa. So they are independent scientific advisors. Prof has left, but I was so glad to hear she sits in one of those expert committees. So there's a conversation that goes around Africa not having data. That's a very serious conversation that researchers and people in academia need to have. I know there's a coordination committee that has been set up by the government to coordinate the activities of the different competent authorities. But then again, we have a challenge. We are talking about necrotoxin, and in particular aflatoxin. So you may be aware or not, Kenya's maximum limit for aflatoxin is 10, Prof has mentioned. But when we went, there was a meeting, a Codex meeting for food contaminants. They passed 15 parts per billion to be the accepted maximum residue limits for aflatoxin. What does that mean to Kenyans or to Africans? We drink uji in the morning, eat ugali and something at lunch, and dinner we eat ugali and mboga and something else. So the bioaccumulation of this aflatoxin is very dangerous. But now when you go to the commission, you are asked, you want to push 10 parts per billion for aflatoxin. So why not 15? Then you say, we eat 3 times a day ugali, but you don't waste the data to support the 3 times per day ugali that you eat. We don't have the data. So what they decided, we're going to take 15, go back, when you have the data, come and convince us after 3 years. So you can imagine, and sometimes there's even, if you read the documents that were taken for CCCM, Codex Committee of Contaminants in Food, they were even saying that if you accept donation, regardless of aflatoxin level, you're going to take it as is. So they can bring donation for up to 20 parts per billion. So it's up to us, as it's like a clarion call for us to find ways we can talk about data and how we can generate data that can be accepted by these scientific advisors. So this, we have different committees for different expert committees for different categories of committees. And then elaboration of codex standards, it's based on risk assessment. We also have a codex procedure manual that guides us on how all this, the happenings and the workings of codex should be done. There's also Codex Alimentarius website. It's a very powerful website. If you take your time and go through it, even as students and people in academia, all these things you're talking about, MRLs, limits, all this, they're in the website. So there are processes in which these food standards are developed. It starts with a discussion paper. Currently, Kenya is the chair of a new work item. We are trying to develop guidelines for regulating traditional food markets. You realize you don't have, it's not regulated. It's kind of illegal to run traditional food markets. But that's where it's at. That's where we eat our burgers. That's where we eat smoky pasua. We're not just going to randomly walk to Vinarosa to eat because it's safe. It's in the traditional food markets, the mama burgers, those people who sell their things about town in Kitchen, where that is where it's at, and that is where we consume. So trying to clean it up and put things in supermarkets, why don't we clean up the traditional markets? Because that is what we know how to do best, right? So we have a new work item. Currently, it's at step 1, draft 0. It's a discussion paper presented to the commission. It's been approved. We've circulated the paper for comments on to all the member countries. Then from there, it moves to a project document. From a project document, the commission looks at it. If all the comments have been considered and the commission feels like this is a viable document, it gets into step 3, which is a draft standard. It gets circulated, the story goes on until it gets to step 5 or step 5A of adoption, when it becomes an international standard. Adoption of codex standard is not mandatory. However, like in Kenya, once it passes through case and we say we are going to adopt this standard to check the food, to check compliance, it becomes mandatory. So it's not mandatory, but it's mandatory if you get what I mean, right? Because Kenya sits in the committees that develops these standards. So you find that most of our Kenya standards are actually adopted from codex standards, the guidelines and the codes of practice. So this is an example of how a session happens in codex. As you can see, the word is gathered there. Kenya was ably represented. And this is where, if you have any reservation, if you have any comments, if you have anything you need to say in the standard development process, you say. When you keep quiet, that one is water, it's gone. And that's how, when we don't have data, we just see you with their flags, West with their flags, and then you are told, oh, you're going to eat 20 of aflatoxin. There's nothing we can do about it. So I think it's very important that we have representation in codex. Now, why am I talking about codex in a working case? I'm talking about codex because every member country in the codex has a codex contact point. For some, it's the FDA, for some, it's the Ministry of Health, but for Kenya, it's Kenya Bureau of Standards. So Kenya Bureau of Standards is the focal point between the Secretariat and the members. We are coordinating. We are in charge of every codex activity that happens in the country, and this starts from formulating the National Codex Committee. I know some of you are here because I've seen in the National Codex Committee, and our work is basically coordination to disseminate information, publishing national positions. National positions are comments. There are documents that go around across circular letters, so we are asked for comments as a country. So we gather the National Codex Committee, and then we develop our national positions and defend our national positions in the standard setting process. The rest is just a channel of exchange of information, whatever. The codex system, that's basically how it is. It's made up, the codex contact point in camps. We have the secretariat in Rome. No one can communicate to the codex secretariat unless they pass through the codex contact point. I know it sounds like the Bible, like you can't go through the Father until you pass through the. We are not Jesus, but I'm just saying, like it's in the center. We're in the center of the whole ecosystem. So if you want to go for a meeting, say in China, and then you've spoken to a friend of yours, you've gotten the invitation, you've applied for a visa, and then you've gotten to the meeting. When they look in the list and your name is not there, but you're already in China, and the meeting is 5 days, I think you just go shopping for 5 days and then you come back. You won't be allowed. And that is not because you don't want people to just attend the meetings. You are encouraging active participation, because if you go there as a head of delegation, you have to understand the national positions that have been built by the committee for say 1 year. You have to defend. So you just can't wake up and go and say, I'm going for the meeting because maybe your organization can't pay for it. Then we have 44 members in the Codex, National Codex Committee. Unfortunately, Kenyatta University is not part of the membership of National Codex Committee. Embarrassing for me that I sit in the secretariat in Kenya and my own university is not there. However, MOH is there, PCPB is there, KENAS, KEFIS, KPB, PBS, all these are there in universities. We have Egerton, we have Cairo, we have JQAT, we have your N. We don't have KU anyway. So membership is not, you don't nominate yourself. You are nominated by your organization. So say in KU, Let me just use Dr. Wenga because he's my supervisor, he made remarks. They say Dr. Wenga knows ABCD about antibiotics and mycotoxins. So he is nominated to go and sit in the National Codex Committee. Then we write a letter of nomination. We review membership annually. If you don't participate, unfortunately, you can't sit in the committee because it needs a lot of commitment. Then participation, I've mentioned that. The Codex website, I've mentioned it. Just say Codex website, it will take you to that website. It's a very powerful tool. Maybe next time we can have a training of the Codex website. So the value of Codex work. Codex Alimentarius has become a global reference point for consumers, producers, processors, national food control agencies, and international food trade. Codex texts at the reference point for WTO. So let's say Kenya is trading with Mexico, and we have a trade dispute. Whom do we go to? We don't go to Supreme Court. We don't go to. There's a global tribunal for trade issues, and when you go there, you don't use your standards and say, you know, us, our aflatoxin is 10, yours is 15. Then just ask, what does Codex? And if you're all members of Codex and you did not place a reservation for that 15, there is no case there. Are we together? So what is the role of Codex Alimentarius in food safety? We have Codex text. This Codex text could be codes of practice, could be guidelines, could be standards themselves, and could be a database for MRLs for pesticides and antibiotics. There's also a Codex text called the General Principle for Food Hygiene. It explicitly talks about Codex, the HACCP system, the critical control points. It talks about the steps in which you need to check the critical control points, be it processing, chilling, testing, and all that. There's also maximum residue limits. Kenya adopts maximum residue limits developed by Codex. Unless we have data to push our own limits, we are bound by what Codex has suggested. So if you want to know where to get the MRLs for pesticides and antibiotics, that's the link. You go to the website, you go to Codex text, there's an online database. Then we have guidelines on contaminants in food. We've spoken about the toxins. We have chemical contaminants, microbial, physical, and allergenic agents. We also have a guideline, a Codex guideline. It's called a general standard for contaminants and toxins in food and feed. When you read about that, you'll see the maximum, the limits that are allowed, what you need to do in regard to that particular food item, how do you dispose the contaminated food, what labeling, anything about food contaminants. We have labeling. Labeling has been spoken about yesterday at length. Today it has also been spoken of, and I'm not going to talk about it, but we also give guidelines for labeling food. And when it comes to GM foods, there's a compilation of Codex texts that are relevant to labeling of foods derived from modern biotechnology. Go to the website, it's called GL76 of Treaty 11. It has all the guidelines for labeling of GM foods. And since Kenya is a member of Codex, certainly, in BS spoke about it yesterday, we will certainly adopt the labeling done by Codex for that particular food item. We have guidelines on food additives, same story, guidelines on food agricultural practices, same story. And then we have guidelines for food import and export inspection. We want to make sure that the food that we import from wherever and comes to Kenya we don't have to go there to inspect the food to find if the food is safe for our own people. So there's something that Codex has developed, it's called equivalence. We want to make sure that the national food control system in different countries are equivalent. So if we say we are exporting, say, meat, we have our limits, what the country is importing, and they are using Codex standards, we don't have to verify. I hope that's clear, right? We also have a guidelines on risk analysis. This is just identifying the risk, doing the assessment, managing it, and communicating the risk. Of course, these are potential hazards in this. How do we facilitate trade? International standards setting. I mean, if you're Christians and you're reading the same Bible, we're not going to ask why you still born. Maybe in another book or another religion he was born as well, but Christians know where he was born. So basically, this is just a Bible of agreeing, all agreeing this is it. So we are not going to bring the divergent opinions. We have an equivalence of sanitary measures, which I've also spoken about in imports and exports. We have capacity building and technical assistance, how Codex does that. Like now we are doing assessment of the national food, we are doing assessment of the national food control systems with NPA, KEFIs, and all that. Government doesn't have money for so that's how we facilitate trade, because we just want to make sure there's equivalence. What are the bases of decision making? They all have to be scientific, and that's why I spoke about the expert committees. We have GEMRA, those ones for microbial risk assessment. We have CHECPA for food additives. What that does, it just reduces the likelihood of unjustified trade barriers and promotes confidence among trade partners. So that's it.
Thank you so much, Madam Kenyatta, for prosecuting that presentation. Another round of we had interrupted earlier on to take questions for Sheila, and now we open for 3-5 minutes to ask questions to Rosemary and Bonita, if any, before we head out for a quick health break and tea session. Oh yes. Begin. There is a question from journalists.
My question is,
and also identify to whom you are directing the question. Right.
Yeah, it's now working, I think. Okay, now this is working. I'm Douglas Toto from Roma Labs, and my question is directed to Bonita. As the Kenya Bureau of Standards, are you also evaluating test kits that are in the market that are targeted towards monitoring antibiotics in the market? I know you may be using LC-MS, which is the gold standard, and companies come with claims. So we'll come in the market, we'll say, our test kit can do 1, 2, 3, 4, these are the detection levels. Are you, maybe it's not your responsibility, but maybe it is. Are you monitoring those kits that are in the market to actually see, are they doing what they are doing? And is this feedback available to the market so that they actually know that when somebody comes to market a test kit to them, it has been assessed and it falls within the criteria that is expected, or it falls outside of that criteria?
Okay. Yeah, it's just a one from checkbox. On the issue of analytical instance or recipes, and or something, or animal meat. I was just wondering to respond why why the selection manner in our transgenic plants, plant cell animal cells, basis, political temperatures. While the presence of antibiotics in the fruits, plants, doesn't.
So, okay, so to answer that is first. What happens in chemistry when there's a new technique, let's say like rapid testing for GMO and antibiotics trials, and they didn't even make those in existence. So what happens, like you, the supplier or the people making the kits who come to KEBS and express your interest in selling the kits to KEBS. There's going, before you're onboarded, there's usually like awareness or training to the staff in how the things work, and verification also during the training. And also confirmation, because we have PCR kits. So when you come with your rapid test kits, you come do your presentation, you give us a yes or no answer, and then there's usually like a verification step that is done, and other independents, like you're not the only one who will come and market that the kits to us. So there's usually comparative studies that are done before we onboard any new supplier for any equipment or reagent. And also, I think there's usually like the labs people. They usually, because of the trainings they undertake, usually they have a bias towards specific line of brands or equipment, and they'll say if it's even HPLC water, then they could work for company X or yeah, like that. So we actually do the verification. Yeah. Now the question: why are we interested in antibiotics? Please come again. I didn't get it.
The question is.
Currently, why is it that antibiotic leads to get way out of examination result of antibiotics?
Oh yeah, there's I know we had a similar concern, and what people were thinking that the bacteria that is used for transformation brings about resistance, like it brings about how do I put it? It promotes antimicrobial resistance. The transgenic bacteria that is used. Is that what you're saying? No. You seem like you have the answer. Because I'm struggling to understand where the analysis of these transgenic bacteria and
That's a good idea.
yes.
For you to identify themselves of interest, you subject having space
Antibiotics.
That's his position. But now the vision is to be very, very important. Actually, this kind of and we will see how anti this antibiotics. They say out there, the same way we see whether that antibiotic is sensitive in GMO. So where is it from? That is it's a different question. Yeah,
I'm thinking because the answer, but No, just the same way there are many other biotechnological techniques that are out there, but everyone is making noise about GMO. And yesterday, I think NPA answered the question of we've been eating daily the whole time. Why is it now that we take proteins, we express the proteins in beans and put them in maize? Now it's a big problem. I think it's just a matter of doing more awareness and making people understand that the things that we think are a big deal are probably not even a big deal. We have bigger problems that we are dealing with than worrying about the resistance brought about by GPs, as opposed to the other causes or whatever of resistance that are there. Yeah. Also, the hard questions you direct them to professors, okay? Speak to detection and quantification.
There's someone that mentioned that antimicrobial resistance fast. I was wondering so I was wondering what you mean by capacity information on antimicrobial resistance.
What?
Okay.
Okay.
Then another issue is that I was wondering how is steps contributing to the antimicrobial resistance? Although we know the farmers have business, they actually connected by the government, the ministry, one time
So just to answer the first question, when I say lack of capacity,
Maybe I'm also seeing food that switch everyone measure. I know it's very it's still very there's a compound which like a living one maybe various it's still quite significant products, even they are using the same additives. Is fits growth of things like
right. Let me answer this one before I forget. Lack of capacity. So what I meant by lack of capacity is the Ministry of Health is responsible for giving us data on the status of antimicrobial resistance in Kenya. And the best way to do this is through medical records, like saying how many deaths have occurred by direct, what I meant, like direct deaths that have occurred from antimicrobial resistance. For you to do these things, you need money to conduct that study, right? So when I say lack of capacity, this is what I mean. Surveillance, inspection, there is no enough funding unless we get external donors to do that for us. And from the study I shared with you, this one carried out in 2009 to 2011 through the Ministry of Health. It was a donor funded project. Now we have the one that is currently running by the World Health Organization. Unless we get direct funding, it is very difficult to come up with the data, because say a hospital in Shakahola we have its data, a hospital in Bungoma we have its data. But how are we going to bring that data together, have people analyze the data and say, in Western Kenya, 1,000 people died in 2023 from direct causes of antimicrobial resistance. So the data may be there, but we lack capacity in coordination, surveillance, and inspection, or consolidating the data to give like this is the report for direct deaths caused by antimicrobial resistance. That's number one. Number two, whether there are food additives that are still in the market, and you wonder what KEBS is doing about it. So it's a big problem. KEBS can only do so much in matters market surveillance and inspection and confiscating of goods that are substandard. But now the other challenge is we are guided by what most people don't know, we are guided by the Standards Act and we have our mandates in place. But what most Kenyans don't know, ours is to facilitate trade, right? Like you bring your product and you know it has these food additives. So when we are renewing your permit, like say after after every 2 years, we come, we do the test and you're like, it's in the shelves. There are other unscrupulous dealers who will actually just bring things in the shelf, and unless we do our market surveillance and inspection, we might not get that thing. So it could be a lapse, it could be a gap that needs to be addressed. But what we know as KEBS, there's nothing you get in the shelves with a KEBS sticker that is below the required limit and it's still out there. Unless you have like an example, a particular example, and don't say sodium metabisulfite, unless you have a particular example of food additive and you're not being able to say this one was still in the shelves and it was. Yes. 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 It's not supposed to stay for that long. Yeah. So, well, that can be followed up. Let's just say that can be followed up. Yeah. There's another question that I've been asked.
Yes, so Rick Goodman from University of Nebraska, and I just wanted to come back very briefly to the point that was made a little while ago. Why would we be so concerned or not be addressing the public a bit about NPT2 as an antibiotic, which is marker in many of the GM products. And by the way, NPT2 is the only one that's really allowed. That's only for Kanamycin and neomycin. But and people are not using antibiotics on the transgenic crops, so that there is a selection, and there's no evidence of all of the DNA being transferred from the transgenic crop into microbes or into the body. So there's sort of a disconnect, and I think it may be worth pointing out that the number of antibiotics and the levels that are present in foods are representing, as you said, and others have said, real potential risks for human health, as opposed to an ARM and a GM product really has no proven risk. So sorry for taking the extra time to mention that.
It's about the resource that you get. I think about the one to be that would be why it would be more than sorry to say by the time and I will not invite it. The reason is the words that we are not to do. After the test, I was saying that I was big. I remember it was not soon. So we have discrimination of what you will test, and maybe then you will be exposed to one chemicals that are genetic, like according to the economic experiments. There are things that you use when you're testing and approving that are used in the market.
Let's just say there are things that are political and there are things that are scientific. And there was a lot of conversation that was going around about mercury in sugar, which I think in my capacity I may not be able to well here or to elaborate much. But the thing is, there's a lot of science and a lot of sensationalization when it comes to matters of safety, especially in this country. For instance, someone said there are very high levels of mercury in sugar, about 49% of mercury in sugar. As a scientist, if you have 49% of something in something, Is that's something really like fortunate? So meaning you have mercury, you have sugar, have, you get what I mean? If you say I have 70%, it was so high, it was so bad, that thing was even 80%, we are dying, and then they were putting caps logo with skulls and bones. So if you have sugar and you say it has 80% lead, 80% mercury, is that sugar? I think that's some lead with some sugar in it, right? So there's some contamination that happens during processing, like heavy metal contamination that happen during the processing, and those ones we cannot avoid. We can't avoid them, and that's why codex has set a limit. Say it's 3 parts per billion allowable in sugar. If we have something like 2 parts per billion, and there's an inquiry, take all that sugar and test for all the heavy metals that could be in sugar. Then we come up with a report and say it's not the mercury purported to be. However, the sugar had 1 part per billion of lead. You care to ask what are the limits for lead, or you just analyze and say it even has lead on top of that mercury, it even has lead and even copper. So there are things that I think we need to do more awareness and teaching to the general public. Or when we say it has copper, it has lead, it has mercury, what amount of lead or mercury is in that sugar, right? Because some of this sugar is even grown where there's lead, where there's, so you can't avoid it, but you have to check the limits, like how much of it is contained in this sugar. So don't label sugar, don't brand Cabras has nothing to do with it. There was a lot of politicization of the whole issue. But I think as a standard setting body, it's in our interest to protect the consumers and to facilitate trade. If there are other things that happen and there's also overlap of responsibilities, like say, for instance, you find something that is counterfeit, the first thing that comes to your mind is scales are not doing their job. But that's not our mandate. We have anti-counterfeit authority. So most of the time we need to do a lot of education. Visit the Codex website. Just get to know what does CAPS do and what does it not do. What does CAP 486 allow us to do and does not allow us to do. We can take your goods, but we can't arrest you, right? And what Prof said, I have a factory, I'm producing kasuku, but on the side I'm producing kimbo. That kimbo is contaminated, but me I take kasuku, when you pin in the SM mark, the standardization mark for kasuku, the company comes up and all the good things. So I think you're right, we need to do a lot of awareness and education, but we also reach out to the public. Know what CAPS does and what it's not supposed to do. Then I think, I hope we can have some time. The rest of the questions will be
Thank you so much, Bonita. Actually closing this session and allow me to thank the team that presented, Professor Shayok, Madam Rosemary, Nana, and of course, Bonita. Could we then give them a single clap for all of them? 1, 2, 3. Thank you. It is time to get more glucose and a bit of sugar, which is sold as lead. Considering the fact that if it is 80% lead, then we should say we are selling lead and that will attract more money and sugar. We are going to a break. It will take only 20 minutes. So because by my here it is 24 past 11. If we can do 15 minutes only, I would be 100% to get us back here. So by 11:40, I'll be taking it here. We've taken a little more time, but it's because I have more information about the next session. So we've gotten into it a little bit. At least in the next session, we will not have one presentation. So we'll give you normalize, don't panic yet. Thank you so much. And once again, good morning. The tea is downstairs. You can put me downstairs. It's part of that short time. I mean,
But I was a research. Email said that, but I was reading my email.
I was just going to say, don't forget to give me back my charger when.
Oh, yes, I still have my.
Very good intention.
That is after lunch. There's the context. When I negotiate with us. So I need
No, I don't really. So he's going to find you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. I think we can start the next section. So we are going to have two presenters. The first one is Professor Kenyatta Adams. He's going to present on mycotoxins production by fungi and how relationships. Professor Holland is actually a mycologist and microbiologist from the University of Nebraska, and also specializes in molecular biology and toxicology. You're welcome. You have around 30 minutes. You're welcome.
Thank you. Okay, well, thank you very much for having me here. It's really been a pleasure to be here. So, you already read the title. I'll be talking about mycotoxin production fungi. Give a little bit of background, though I realize we have several people in the audience who already are very familiar with mycotoxins, and talk somewhat about populations, biosynthesis, and what that means for us. So Aspergillus, if anyone in this room knows a fungus, I expect this is the fungus you know. Aspergillus mold is everywhere. If I put a tea tree plate at the beginning of this day in this room and closed it up at the end, there would be Aspergillus growing on it. And that can be said almost anywhere in the world with the possible exception of Antarctica. Aspergillus is known for favoring higher temperatures than maybe penicillium or some other molds. Some species can grow as high as 50 degrees C or above. Some species can grow at a relatively low water activity, 0.7, and fairly wide range of pH. The foodborne aspergilli and the ones that are mycotoxin producers that we're worried about are frequently black, yellow, or green. So the black aspergilli, section nigri, Aspergillus niger, Aspergillus carbonarius, the yellow-green Aspergillus flavus, parasiticus that we all know. In food, Aspergillus is a storage mold. It's not a plant pathogen or not a very good one. It can get into damaged crops. If you have borers, if you have worms in the maize, it can get in. No, that is not me. My battery is not running low. But Aspergillus is outcompeted in the field. It's not a viable plant pathogen. That's going to be more a storage mold. So if the crop is harvested, as it's drying down, if it is not dried down quickly and kept at less than 16% moisture, then we can have issues where Aspergillus can grow. Very common in grains and especially in maize, common in groundnuts, cottonseed meal, cassava, many important crops we find it in. And it can also raise temperatures by its metabolic activity as it's growing and even cause spontaneous combustion of the crops, which we call invert. We've seen grain elevator fires in the US due to the activity of Aspergillus. What we care most about is aflatoxin, the single most potent mycotoxin known worldwide. And in Kenya, we're looking at that especially in maize, groundnuts, milk, cassava. We had Professor Sheila giving that really good introduction to all of the different commodities that it's found in and the different levels. The species we're going to see are mostly Aspergillus flavus, Aspergillus mini-sclerotogenes, especially in the western part of Kenya, low levels of Aspergillus parasiticus. And the reason aflatoxin is concerned, it is the most potent liver carcinogen known, causing liver cancer, works in synergy with hepatitis B. So if you have the hepatitis and you have aflatoxin exposure, you're going to get worse disease than you would expect from just the sum of the two. Poultry and pets are highly susceptible. Cattle to some extent. Humans, as we've seen ample evidence, can be very badly affected and can die. And as we've also seen, it is metabolized and transmitted through milk, whether human milk or animal milk. Human poisoning is usually chronic. And in that case, we have immune modulation, which disrupts the functioning of the immune system. And this can go in either direction. It can make the immune system hyperactive, causing autoimmune issues. It can also lower immune activity, and in humans, we often see that with lowered efficacy of childhood vaccines, for instance, the aflatoxin reducing the immune response. Stomach growth, liver damage, these are what we see in the chronic poisoning. And again, the acute poisoning, we heard this morning, definitely well-established cases and outbreaks in both Kenya and Tanzania, where we have very high levels of aflatoxin being consumed. There's a paper I'm going to be referring to throughout this talk from Rwanda, but a lot of the data is relatively applicable here too. In a study in 2015 of 139 women tested, 112 of them had detected aflatoxin in their plasma at anywhere from 10 to 100 times the permissible minimum tolerable daily intake. So if we look at aflatoxin, and this is going to be a recurring theme in this talk, it applies to all mycotoxins. They're not always produced. The fact that you have Aspergillus flavus or Aspergillus many sclerotigenes doesn't necessarily mean that you have aflatoxin. It needs certain conditions to produce it. And in this case, we've looked very extensively at aflatoxin over 50 years, looking at what influences production. So the carbon and nitrogen sources, glucose and sucrose, will increase aflatoxin production. Some other sugars may reduce it or repress it. In nitrogen sources, casamino acids, this is looking at synthetic media, will increase, nitrate will reduce. Light levels influence aflatoxin and almost all other mycotoxin production we've looked at. And that varies by the mycotoxin. In aflatoxin, low light stimulates aflatoxin production, high light represses it. pH, aflatoxin is produced optimally in lower pHs. At moderate temperatures, these fungi can grow at much higher temperatures than 24 to 30. But 24 to 30 is where you really have aflatoxin production induced. Different developmental stages, sporulation, conidiation induces aflatoxin production. Oxidative stress induces aflatoxin production and other mycotoxin production. And just kind of the take home point here again is that these toxins are not always produced. There are conditions that stimulate them. If we look at how aflatoxin is produced, it's a polyketide. There are, as of 2019, 30 genes identified in the aflatoxin gene cluster, which is basically identical between Aspergillus flavus and Aspergillus parasiticus. 90 to 99% homology, that's a ridiculous level of similarity. And at least 27 enzymatic reactions are characterized. In addition, Aspergillus nigilans, which does not make aflatoxin, makes another lesser mycotoxin, stereometacystin, and that shares 50 to 75% homology with the aflatoxin gene cluster. And there's not going to be a quiz, don't memorize this, but if you look here, everything in yellow is involved in stereometacystin biosynthesis. It's in everything that makes stereometacystin and everything that makes aflatoxin. Regulatory genes, AFLR and AFLS, are very important for turning on Aspergillus or aflatoxin biosynthesis and keeping it going. And then green genes are specific to aflatoxin itself. And then the G-type aflatoxins, which we only have in Aspergillus parasiticus, have these additional gray genes. Looking at it in a different way, where we look at it stepwise, so here's the gene cluster again, and here's the actual order of steps in aflatoxin biosynthesis. So it starts with a fatty acid synthase, polyketide synthase, reductases, hydroxylation steps, alcohol dehydrogenase, so on. And at each step, you get a different intermediate in the pathway. And you go down here, you get stereometacystin. This is the end of the pathway for Aspergillus nigilans. Toxigenic Aspergillus flavus continues on to the aflatoxin production. And just to note here, these steps in the pathway are not in the same order as genes on the chromosome, but this pathway is important in looking at what happens next. So a mutation to any pathway gene impacts production. If you have a loss of function mutation here at AFLN, you're going to stop at this step. You're not going to make it stereometacystin, you're not going to make it aflatoxin. If you have a mutation here at AFLF, you're going to stop very early in the pathway. So all of these could be targets for genetic engineering. All of these, there are naturally occurring mutations. And that's where we get the biocontrol strains. So we were talking about Aflagard or Aflasape in the morning. US has Aflagard, many different biocontrol strains used worldwide. In the US, again, it's Aflagard. that's a single strain, atoxigenic, and in this case, the fungus lacks the entire aflatoxin biosynthetic gene cluster. And these mutations can occur fairly easily. They can occur randomly, and because mycotoxins are secondary metabolites, they're not necessary for growth or reproduction. It doesn't necessarily have a fitness cost to the fungus to lose that toxin biosynthesis. So what we found with all of these Aspergillus biocontrols is that the strains that don't make toxin grow perfectly well, and some of them can outcompete the toxin producing strains in the field, which is the whole way these things work. In Aflasafe, the original Aflasafe was formulated in Nigeria, and that was a mixture for naturally occurring atoxigenic strains. Kenya has its own variant, Aflasafe KE01. That's a mixture for naturally occurring strains isolated from Kenya. And current development is really looking at these multi-strain combinations. So US has a multi-4 strain variant that was just recently licensed for use as well, with the idea that the more genetic variability you have in these strains, the better protection you have. And one thing I'll mention about genetics that will become important in the next couple of slides, all of these formulations with multiple strains are using different vegetative compatibility groups, and the groups that they've chosen the fungi from are ones that do not have toxin-producing members in the wild that we know of in the country of origin. So your Kenya Aflasafe cannot genetically be combined with wild Aspergillus such that the biocontrol strain would pick up toxin production. That is based on anything we know about Aspergillus reproduction. The other thing I'll note, the fermentation organism Aspergillus oryzae, which has been used for thousands of years in China, in Japan, in much of Asia for soy sauce fermentation, is genetically Aspergillus flavus, but it's also naturally occurring atoxigenic strain. And there have been multiple independent natural mutations. So different soy sauces in different parts of the world have different Aspergillus oryzae. One of them has the same type of mutation as one of the Nigeria Aflasafe strains. So just a fun fact there. So if we look at the genetics in Aspergillus, they're commonly grouped Aspergillus flavus into L and S strains. And the L strains form large sclerotia resting structures. Many of them have no aflatoxin or reduced aflatoxin. Biocontrol strains tend to come from the L strains. And reproduction is mainly clonal. They can outcross, they can sexually reproduce, but that's not common. The Aspergillus S strains, which have small sclerotia, it's much less common for a strain to not make toxin. So a lot more toxin production, sexual recombination more common. And as I mentioned, the Aflasafe formulations aren't going to outcross with wild strains. There is some data suggesting that if you have both the toxin producer and the non-producer in the environment, that we see the toxin non-producers starting to dominate. So again, what exactly is aflatoxin doing for the fungus? We don't have a clear idea of that. It doesn't benefit the fungus to give humans liver cancer, as far as we know. And you've got a 30 gene biosynthetic cluster. This takes energy to maintain, to use. That's part of the reason they're not constitutively expressed. They're only turned on in certain situations. It's probably for interactions with other microbes. But again, we see that non-toxic strains do tend to be pretty decent competitors. And we're seeing evidence of population expansions in more clonal, less toxigenic L lineages in the US over the past 10, 20 years. So that's kind of promising. If we look at the other major Aspergillus mycotoxin, ochratoxin, which we didn't really talk about yet this morning. This is produced by a yellow-brown species, Aspergillus apraeus, and by several Aspergilli in section nigri, Aspergillus terminarius in Niger. This is also found in many commodities, and in Kenya, maize, groundnuts, and coffee are the ones that we're most concerned about. And especially coffee. This is really the mycotoxin of coffee. So that important concern. Ochratoxin affects kidneys, some impact on the liver. It has been implicated in a disease called Vulcan endemic nephropathy in Vulcan regions that also has a genetic component. Recent research within the past couple of years suggests that part or all of that may actually be a poisonous plant that's part of their diet as well. But we do have evidence of ochratoxin causing kidney disease in pigs. We do have animal studies showing it is capable of causing kidney disease. So we like to keep it out of human food. And in the 2015 Rwanda study, 99 of 139 women tested had detectable ochratoxin in the urine. So it's definitely present in the environment in East Africa. If we look at ochratoxin production, this is induced and stimulated by oxidative stress, osmotic stress, lower water activity will turn it on, limitation of sugar, not so much specific carbon sources, and lower pH. And it's reduced or repressed by white light exposure. And there's, in many of these Ascomycete molds, there's a group of genes called the velvet complex that respond to light and coordinate a lot of reactions within the fungus. And again, pretty much any mycotoxin producer, those genes are involved, light is involved in regulating the mycotoxin to some extent. And again, some more light will turn it down, some more light will turn it up. Ochratoxin, much simpler biosynthetic pathway than aflatoxin, only a handful of genes. Ochratoxin is also produced by a penicillium species, Penicillium nordicum, as well as Aspergillus. Penicillium is more important in temperate regions. So in Europe, northern US, in cereals, tropical areas tend to feature the Aspergilli. And this biosynthetic pathway has been known really only in the past 10 years or so. It's still not nearly as well characterized as aflatoxin. But kind of the same principle holds. You knock out one step of the pathway, you've lost toxin production. Of interest to us, Aspergillus niger is used industrially. It's a source of citric acid used in industry, used in clothing processing. Stonewashed jeans use citric acid, used in soft drinks. Coca-Cola uses citric acid. There's not enough citrus fruits produced worldwide for the citric acid we use, so it's usually produced by fermentation of sucrose by Aspergillus niger. And many of the industrial strains have fairly recently been found to produce toxins. So ochratoxin, fumonisin, which we'll be talking about in a little bit, or both are produced by, in some cases, a majority of Aspergillus niger strains. And 33% of the industrial strains produce ochratoxin, 83% produce fumonisin, 26% produce both. This is of potential concern. We don't have any records of ochratoxin production or ochratoxin poisoning from drinking Coca-Cola. And again, as I said, toxin is not constitutively expressed. It may not make its way into the end product. We have found that commonly used citric acid production strains, some of them do produce both toxins under citric acid production conditions, so under fermentation conditions, but the toxin remains in the biomass, not in the citric acid, which is taken out. This means we do have to be careful if we're going to try and reuse biomass utilized for animal feed. There are, like aflatoxin, there are non-toxigenic strains in nature. These can be substituted in industrial production for toxigenic strains. And laboratory tests have shown potential for biocontrol. So we might be able to utilize some of these toxin non-producers, like we use aflatoxin to treat vulnerable commodities and prevent the growth of toxigenic strains. Not as important a mycotoxin, not as well studied a mycotoxin. So the technology isn't all the way there yet, but this is something people are looking at. And finally, we have Fusarium. And this is, unlike Aspergillus, it is a plant pathogenic fungus. It's capable of infecting healthy plants that are polluted. Again, worldwide distribution, absolutely ubiquitous in soils and agriculture. If I left the Petri plate open in this room, I probably wouldn't get a Fusarium, but if I left it open outdoors, especially near the ground, I have a very high chance of picking up some. Easy to spot in culture, very often pink, red, and purple, with these distinctive banana-shaped multicellular macroconidia. Some have single cell microconidia as well. As a plant disease agent, this is important as a risk to food security because it infects plants, makes them unusable. We have crop damage and losses in the field. We have economic losses at point of sale if mycotoxins are produced and the product is downgraded. Name a plant, there's probably a Fusarium out there somewhere that affected. We know of important Fusarium diseases in cereals, in banana, potato, pumpkin, tomato, just about anything. And the fungus may survive and produce toxins after harvest as well. Like Aspergillus, if you're talking about grain, if you dry it down sufficiently, you're not going to have toxin production while the grain is dry. In some things like potato, you can still have a lot of damage because that's high moisture food. However, usually if your potato looks like the one in this picture, you're not going to be eating it. So if it's toxic, you'll never know. Rarely produces visible food mold, but toxins are common in grain products. And we also have issues in beer brewing, so it can cause gushing due to Fusarium toxins in barley. Now, if we look at the toxins, we have several major Fusarium toxins, and fumonisin were mentioned briefly this morning before my talk was followed. I just mentioned Aspergillus niger strains. These are common in maize. Fusarium verticillioides is the main species you're going to have producing them here. Proliferatum is their species as well. These disrupt sphingolipid metabolism. Raise your hand if you know what sphingolipid is. One person. We don't think about sphingolipids every day, but they're cell membrane components. They're important in a lot of different things, and we have at least 4 really distinct poisoning syndromes for fumonisin. We have equine leukoencephalomalacia or blind stagers, if I don't want to use ridiculously long words, where the horse eats fumonisin and then it affects the central nervous system, and the horse stumbles and staggers around but can't see. We have water on the lungs in pigs, makes it difficult for them to breathe. And then in humans, it's not 100% proven that we have disease, but there's very high circumstantial evidence connecting fumonisin with esophageal cancer in South Africa and neural defects in the developing spinal cord brain in fetuses along the Texas-Mexican border. So very serious outcomes to fumonisin poisoning. In the Rwanda study, 42 women, about a little less than 1/3 of the population tested that detectable fumonisin. Also in Fusarium, we have the trichothecenes, and these are common. You can have them in maize, also in wheat, sometimes sorghum, other grain products. These are protein synthesis inhibitors. They can be absorbed through the skin. There's at least 50 naturally occurring trichothecenes, mostly in Fusarium and a few other fungi. Deoxynivalenol is a major one. T2 toxin is another one of importance. Deoxynivalenol and nivalenol, which is just the same but with one more oxygen, are what's called vomitoxins. So it causes vomiting or emesis associated with grains and especially maize. In this part of the world, wheat in Nebraska, Fusarium graminearum is one of the major producers. There's a species complex of about 15 to 20 species that make these. In pigs, this causes not only vomiting, but feed refusal. So if there's any deoxynivalenol in a pig's diet, it will just stop eating altogether. In Japan, it's been associated with the human disease Akakabibayo or red mold disease, where they could see the red mold forming on rice. And this has caused nausea, vomiting, bleeding, so bleeding of the gums, internal hemorrhage, headaches, a lot of fairly serious consequences. In the Rwanda study, 170 or 107 of 139 women had DON or related mycotoxins in the urine, and 30 were at least 2 times the maximum tolerable daily intake, 13 were 10 times. Third, we have zearalenone. This occurs in maize and millet. Fusarium graminearum, Fusarium annucidi. This is an estrogenic compound, so it mimics the female hormone estrogen. It can cause infertility. It can cause abortion. We haven't seen that in humans. We have in pigs and in livestock. It can cause feminization of male animals. It can cause premature onset of female puberty in both animal and human. Again, in Rwanda in 2015, over half had detectable zearalenone. So if we look at the Fusarium mycotoxins, these are all pretty well characterized. We know the biosynthetic pathway. The light oxidative stress, osmotic stress, and pH all influence, just as we've seen for Aspergillus. In addition, we have plant host factors. So these fungi are plant pathogens. And normally, top mycotoxin production is occurring during some part of the plant infection process. In the case of deoxynivalenol, that's the one mycotoxin we know of that we actually have some idea of why the fungus might be making it. It is a virulence factor in wheat. So Fusarium deoxynivalenol is better able to infect wheat. Fungus that does not make it cannot get past the initial infection point and can't spread in the plant. But that, again, that's the one case where we know what this might be doing in nature. We generally understand the genetics. We're dealing with, as an Aspergillus, complicated multi-gene pathways. Single disruption, we do not have toxin production. But in the case of Fusarium, while we do have non-toxic strains, they don't work as well as Aspergillus. People are looking to try and make Fusarium biocontrols, but Fusarium is a much more highly recombining population. Fusarium graminearum undergoes a sexual cycle every year. That's common within Fusarium, so there's a lot of outcrossing and a lot of mixing and matching. We're not seeing the fact that non-toxic strains really seem well able to outcompete toxigenic strains. And again, that may have to do with how they interact with plants. We also see when we start to try and do these studies that a lot of plants have endophytic Fusarium colonization. So what you think is a clean seed that you get from a breeder that's surface sterilized, that will grow you a perfectly healthy plant and give you healthy food. If you chop it up and plate it out on the correct fodder, you can get Fusarium growing out. And does this endophilic fusarium help prevent colonization in other fusarium? That might be. What would induce it to activate and start producing toxin? We don't know, but these are some of the unanswered questions with fusarium. Fusarium populations, unlike Aspergillus, we are seeing population changes. So it's common throughout the world that we're seeing fusarium headlight species moving and replacing each other. So Fusarium poae is replacing Fusarium graminearum in Italy. Graminearum is replacing Palmarum in much of Europe. Asiaticum is spreading outside of Asia. It's been documented in the US, it's popping in other places. We're also seeing changes in the toxin genotypes. So in deoxynivalenol producers, you can make either a 3-acetylated deoxynivalenol or a 15-acetylated deoxynivalenol. And for much of time, the 15-ADON was the dominant strain in the US and Canada. We're now seeing 3-ADON, which is more virulent and more toxic, replacing 15-ADON. So this is spreading from east to west in the northern US and Canada. Just within the past 5 years, we've seen a new triglycine, NX2, in Fusarium graminearum, so a new toxin. And all of this has implications in terms of detection. So you have a sexually recombining, highly mobile species moving, we believe, with the global plant trade. We have those endophytic fusaria. We have them associated with plants and soils all over the place. And we're concerned with this is that the commercial tests, the ELISAs and the lateral flow assays may not always identify new incoming species or especially toxins. So with deoxynivalenol, we know that some of the tests that are good at deoxynivalenol and 15-ADON, for instance, have less detection of 3-ADON and might really not be adequate to detect nivalenol. And there are other tests that can, but this means we kind of need to keep an eye on doing surveillance on our populations to know what's up there so that we know we're testing for the right organisms. In summary, mycotoxins, whether Aspergillus, whether Fusarium, whether Penicillium, whether some of the ones I haven't talked about, like Hatchlin, not really a huge concern in human safety. They're all secondary metabolites. They're not needed for the fungus to live. So production is induced by external factors, and that might be a source of control. Production always involves complicated clusters of many genes that are regulated, and the reproductive strategy matters. So outcrossing the fusarium is harder to control by some methods than Aspergillus, which is much more likely to be fallen. I'd like to acknowledge my funding sources, including the USDA Foreign Agriculture Service, which brought us here and funded our work with Wilton, USDA Hatch Multi-State, and the Nebraska Corn Board for funding some of my own research. Personnel, students I've worked with have worked on these projects, especially with fusarium and wheat and corn. And sincere thanks to Kenyatta for hosting and you for attending.
Thank you both for giving time. We can appreciate that. Just on the same question, we can move to the next presenter. Since now we've gone various types of mycotoxins. Next presenter is Professor Andrea Kanichin, He's an associate professor at the Department of Food Science and Technology at the University of Nebraska. Research area of interest includes processing for food quality, safety, and security. Recently, her research group has focused on improving the safety of grain and grain-based products throughout their production and processing chains. She has 42 peer-reviewed journal publications
and also contributed to 9 chapters and several textbooks. She's a member of the Institute of Food Technologies and also the Cereal and Grains Association. She's going to present on climate change and potential impact of toxins.
Thank you for the introduction. You just said it all the way. Good morning, everybody. We still haven't had lunch, so I'm going to call it morning. Thank you so much for being here and for those that are also attending online. I'm going to be sharing my slides on Zoom here. Hopefully everybody will be able to see it. Here it is. Okay, it is there. Wonderful. So as the talk has been introduced, we're going to be talking about climate change and the potential impact of mycotoxin occurrence. This morning we had wonderful talks that already introduced the issue of mycotoxins as a global public health concern. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking about it. You know, we already know that there's secondary metabolites produced by microorganisms like fungi that are toxic to plants, animals, and humans, and that's why we're concerned about them. And mycotoxin contamination in food products causes substantial food losses, and they are associated with every step of the food supply chain, right? Like we learned this morning, supply chain very complex, associated with corn. And mycotoxins can be formed in the field or during the storage, or even as that product is transit, like being shipped around in those different steps of the food supply chain. For this particular talk, we're going to focus on the farm environment and the environmental factors that might affect mycotoxin productions, because that's where climate change could put a pressure on the fungi and how it grows and the toxin that it could produce. So we're going to focus on that part of the chart. And we'll have an opportunity later today for me to be here with you again, and we'll talk about processing, distribution, and other steps of the supply chain. So it's been estimated that 25% of agricultural production is contaminated worldwide. I truly believe that the number is higher, but that's the only like official reference that we have. So we kind of keep going back to that. But every time that we go to the field and collect samples, a lot more than 25% comes back contaminated. So I truly believe that the numbers are higher than that. So looking at the environmental factors now and how they may affect mycotoxin production, there's several that can have an impact. Temperature, humidity, which then also correlates with the water activity of the crop. That will influence fungal growth, toxin production, and how the fungal is going to behave in that environment. When we are in the field, precipitation, and depending upon when that rainfall comes, if it's in the flowering stages, post-flowering stages during harvest, that's going to have a great impact on potential for toxin production. If the plant is stressed by drought or hail, then again, you may have issues with fungi that can be growing and producing mycotoxins. And we know for a fact that drought and extreme weather events can lead to issues with stress on the plant and increasing the toxin production by the fungi in the field. So there's plenty of evidence on that in the literature. And if we kind of go back a little bit, step back to the laboratory and look at why does that happen in the field, the reason why is because different microorganisms, and we have a table here with a list that I don't intend to read at every single one of them, but you can see that there's different mold species and they produce different mycotoxins because that's what they have, you know, their genetic
makeup will allow them to produce different mycotoxins, but then they would have a specific water activity for growth. That's the amount of water that needs to be free in the environment for them to be able to, go through those biosynthetic pathways and produce the for growth and toxin production. So the third column would be for growth, and the fifth column is water activity for toxin production. And then we also have very specific characteristics for each of those fungi in terms of temperature for growth and water activity. Why do we care about that? Because depending upon how, what is the temperature or the water activity that this fungi requires for growth, optimum, minimum, maximum, that's going to play a role in the field, right? If we achieve those temperatures, if we achieve those water activities in the field, that's when the toxin will be able to be produced. So it's very important for us to understand how that fungi grows in the conditions that it requires for toxin production to then be able to go to the field and see how that's working. And if you look at data in the literature, it shows that there's a very close relationship between temperature and water activity. So you can see on the charts, and again, I'm not going to read in detail, the point here is just to show that as the temperature increases from 15 to 40, the water activity for growth also, the optimum will follow a pattern. And with the most water activity available, 0.99 being ideal in all of those conditions. But then we also need to look at what is the minimum required in each of those conditions. And if we look on the chart for you on the right-hand side of the screen, we can see like the area that correlates water activity and time for production of toxins and expression of those genes that produce toxin. So again, the reason why we care about it in a laboratory environment is because we can then translate this information to the field. And here in this slide, you have a picture that shows the temperature of incubation of Aspergillus flavus in the lab and how the temperature was affected or was affecting the growth and also the toxin production. So the results of this research show that there was an interaction that was very significant between growth and aflatoxin production. And because of it, what it matters in a practical world is that then if we look at the regions of the world, different regions of the world is going to be more susceptible to the growth and production of toxins by all of those different fungi. Not all of them are going to grow everywhere. They're going to follow a pattern that depends upon the climate of that area, right? So having like aflatoxins being an issue that is more related to tropical areas of the world, fumonisms being subtropical to a certain extent tropical, and you can see the other ones in the map there, and you can kind of relate back to the information that I shared on the tables, right? So this is a practical reflection of that information that we collect in the laboratory. And we also back that up with levels of mycotoxin contamination in different parts of the world. In this chart, specifically, it's showing the oxypolyol in wheat and different parts of the world, like Africa, Asia, Australia, Europe, Middle Eastern, North America, South America. You can see that the amount of toxin produced is not the same. And perhaps part of that issue or part of that outcome is related to the fungi that is able to grow in those regions of the world and produce the toxins. In some parts also associated with agricultural practices and handling. But nonetheless, if the fungi cannot produce the toxin wouldn't be there to start with, right? So we also see differences not only by countries, but even regions within a country. So if you look at the United States, the Midwest versus the Northwest, we can see variations in the amount of deoxynivalenol in wheat. You can see that those bars are not quite the same size. They vary by year. They also vary with commodities, like the variety of the wheat, if it's soft wheat or hard wheat. In general, soft wheat has a higher should, like the bars are taller than the bars that we see for hard wheat. So some varieties are more susceptible to that contamination with the fungi. We also see, like zooming in that on that data in the United States for the oxynivalenol, we can see that there's a certain variation from year to year. Some years we have more contamination with the oxynivalenol, some years we have less contamination. So that's because of how potentially the weather during those harvesting and production seasons was playing a factor or playing a role in how the fungi was growing and the toxin being produced in the field. We can see that happening in Asia as well. Here we have aflatoxin, ochratoxin, zearalenone, and the oxalivallenone fumonisin. Each of those lines on the chart correspond to a different mycotoxin, and you can see that the level per year, 2005 through 2011, will vary and going up and down, showing that variability from year to year. And again, relating back to potentially the weather that was occurring during those production seasons. We can see that in corn and silage in the United States as well, with aflatoxin being on your left top hand side, tricotechins being on your right top hand side, fumonisins and other emerging mycotoxins being on the bottom of this chart here that you see on the screen. So the point being that there is a yearly variation with that mycotoxin contamination. And I brought this data from Argentina because I felt that it was very remarkable. They were developing a modeling for Fusarium cat blight, trying to quantify using, a mathematical model. And then they were using field data to confirm their model. So that's how this collection of this data came about. So if we look on the left-hand side, that's data from the growing season 2012-2013. And on the right-hand side, 2013-2014, it's kind of hard for you to see at home and for those here in the room, but I will tell you that on the right-hand side, the scale of the chart goes from 0 to 50 parts per million, while the scale on the right-hand side goes from 0 to 0.1. So that's remarkable, like 2 different growing seasons. The same cultivars were being evaluated. So if each of those bars is a different wheat cultivar, so they were being grown in the same region in Argentina, same cultivars, just 2 different seasons. And as a matter of fact, it was quite different weather in those 2 different seasons. And if we look at the maps on the bottom of the screen, it shows the incidence of Fusarium cat blight, which is, the pathology in the plant that then leads to the production of the oxalivallenone in the wheat. You can see that the red is where that high incidence of disease in the plant was occurring, much more related with one season than the other. So definitely the weather plays a factor, right? And we don't have a lot of control over it. So how can the climate now being changing, how can that then become an issue or potentially, another factor into the issues that we already see occurring in the field? So we know that the climate in our planet has been changing and been changing significantly since the mid-20th century. There are several indicators for that change, rising in global air temperature, ocean temperature, sea levels, shrinking of the ice caps. There's several different evidence or outcomes from this changes. Average surface temperature has been increasing since the 19th century by about 1.2 Celsius degree, and the concentrations of CO2 is always something that we also relate back to look into these factors, right? So what is the potential impact in agriculture? So if we are seeing this happening with our planet, there might be some alteration of the growing seasons, meaning that the right time of planting may have to be shifted because of when the rain is coming or not, or when the temperature is rising or not with our seasons. We can have extreme weather events, so we may see more of that hail and drought, which could negatively impact mycotoxins. More intense heat waves, reduced soil moisture, floods in some areas, which might be like more rainfall, which leads to, depending upon what time that production cycle, can be detrimental. It's great to have a lot of rainfall at the front end of a production cycle because then the plant gets the moisture that it needs to grow. But once it's flowering and you have the wheat or the corn already formed, you don't want to have excessive moisture then, because that's when the plant becomes susceptible to the fungi and toxin production. So how does that play into food safety and security? So as we can see here in this chart, depending upon assumptions that we make, because we don't have a crystal ball, we don't know what's going to be in the future, but depending upon certain assumptions we made related, for example, to carbon dioxide emissions, then the actual temperature of the earth may vary more or less over the next 100 years. So there are a lot of different climate models that have been developed, and we can use them to predict. And the information would be carbon emission and other variables. That then the outcome would be potentially the change in the temperature of the air, right? Amount of rainfall and such. So how does that climate change may affect agriculture? So there's a lot of different things that may play an effect. So there are climate drivers like the greenhouse gas emissions. There are some natural climate determinants like solar, planetary orbital that can play an effect. But the outcome, regardless of which driver is pushing, is those changes in temperature, precipitation, humidity, extreme weather events that we've been talking about. That definitely will play a factor into crop development, stress, susceptibility of those plants in the field, potentially even impacting the pest population and dynamics that could, be a port of entry for those fungi. And then definitely the fungal dynamics and behavior, like Heather was mentioning in her presentation, the populations shift. And fungi that was not adapted to a certain region becomes adapted because of all of this. And then that definitely will have a role in mycotoxin occurrence. If we kind of zoom in on that, what could be happening in that field, there's various things that could happen, and some of them could be quite complex. I just put a few ideas here for us to consider. So on the left-hand side of the screen, we can be talking about the distribution and community structure of those pathogens, like those fungi, the migration of those populations or change in shift of those populations. So that can lead to the amount of diseases. If you follow that arrow to the bottom, the amount of diseases and mycotoxins present in a region can then shift with that. Because of the change in temperature and rainfall in a particular area, we may adapt, farmers may adapt, right? So their agricultural practices may change. That also can change the pressure on that fungal population, positively or negatively. Also issues with the host susceptibility, and that's what you see on the right-hand side. So if you have extreme weather, maybe you're going to have issues with hole cracking for like pistachios, peanuts, and other nuts. You may have issues with the integrity of the leaves of the corn cob, so now you have exposed grain in the field. So all of that can then favor the emergency of diseases and mycotoxins because you're exposing that plant. You're kind of like diminishing their natural armor against this, environmental issues and environmental microorganisms. And also crops may be moved around because we're always looking for crops that can grow in the area, right? So right now, the idea is to find crops that are more susceptible to droughts or require less water to grow. And as we make those changes in our practices, how does that then impact mycotoxin as well? So there are several papers in the literature that describe models for quantitatively studying the impact of climate change. And I don't expect us to be able to see this, read this table in detail. I just want you to see that each line of that table, it's an independent study that has looked into modeling and trying to predict what would happen with mycotoxins in light of potential climate changes. So how do they go about putting this information together? So first we need to have those climate models that I talked about that already exist, but we need to apply them to a certain region of the world or a country to see what is the potential environmental changes that would happen in that country. So I can take those climate models and I can apply to Kenya, I can apply to the United States, I can apply to Europe, and the outcome is going to be different, right? The final temperature will be different. The amount of rainfall would be different. So that's the first step. Once you kind of know what that would look like 100 years from now or so, you also need to combine that with models that predict the mold growth and the toxin production. So that goes back to the laboratory data that I told you about and developing models that explain how much toxin will be produced under different conditions. And then you also need to look at the plant. How does the crop, the plant itself will respond to environmental variables? And so you need a model that kind of explains how the plant grows and how it responds to rainfall and temperature, and how long does it take for it to get mature, for how long it takes for the grain to be filled under different conditions. So only when you have all those pieces of the puzzle together, you can then truly predict or estimate, or it would be your best estimate of a potential mycotoxin contamination in the future in a particular region. And that has been done by all of those authors in the table that I showed you previously. So I'm going to highlight just 3 or 4 of those for you to see what the potential outcomes may be. So on this slide, I have aflatoxin contamination in corn and wheat in Europe, and that's the prediction for the next 100 years. So the first map on starting on your left-hand side is present today. That's the amount of contamination we see. In the next 100 years, if we have an increase in temperature by 2 Celsius degree in the area that we are looking in this map, then the prediction is that the aflatoxin risk index would increase. You can see by the colors, right? Like we have now more area filled by the colors, and the intensity of the colors became higher, going from blue to red. And if the temperature increases by 5 Celsius degree, then the situation becomes even more concerning. And that risk itself, compared to the baseline, would be an increase by 92% of the issues currently happening in Europe, with a 2 Celsius degree increase, and 149% compared to what we have today, if the temperature was to increase by 5 Celsius degree. In South Korea, some similar models have been used to evaluate how mycotoxins in rice might be affected by the climate change. So on the left-hand side, the black and white maps show their model development. So on those 2 maps, what it's showing us is that while they were developing their method to explain mycotoxin production by the fungi, they used all the information that they had from laboratory and from plant growth and such. And then they developed that mathematical model. Then they went to the field to validate the model, because that's a very important part of that process. So the gray map on the left-hand side is the observed zero level associated with rice, like contamination in rice, that they actually measured. So they went to the field and they collected that sample and they measured the amount of zero level that was present there. And then on the right-hand side is the map with their predicted values. This is just to show that their model is good. As you can see, the size of those circles represent the level of toxin that was predicted in those samples and the observed in the sample. So there's a very good correlation. When the bubbles are bigger in one map, it's bigger in the other, smaller in one map, smaller in the other. So that means that the model that they developed to explain toxin production in that region was really good. So then they applied that model, integrating with climate change to see, are we going to have an issue as the climate may change? So then they had several different situations that they were observing. The top 3 maps on the right-hand side, it's looking at a period between 2010 and 2020. And they have present, they have 2030, and they have 2050 on the map. So they're looking at the emissions being, so here what they did was their input on the climate model was emissions would peak right now, 2010 to 2020, but then they would decline. So then in the year 2050, which is your 3rd map on the right-hand side on the top, that's how it would look like in 2050 if we peak our greenhouse gas emissions now and decline eventually. If we peak in 2040 and then we decline, then you see the map in the middle, the 3 maps in the middle, present in 2030 and 2050. And then if the emissions continue to rise throughout the 21st century, then we end up with the 3 maps on the bottom. And then hopefully, even with the screen here making a little bit difficult
to see colors, hopefully you can tell that the map on the right-hand side of the bottom of the screen is the worst case scenario. So if we don't make anything to change how we are, with our emissions, and if we don't make any change in what we're doing, then that potentially would be the levels of contamination in 2050. Similar approach was done by other researchers looking at the oxyvalent and looking at spring and winter wheat in northwestern Europe. And again, if we focus on the table and we look at the percentage of samples that would be contaminated with concerning levels of the oxyvalent, if we look at baseline and future for the two climate models that they used, the MPI, KNMI, and the other climate model was the MAT-OHC and MAT-OHC. So if we look at those columns, we can see that in future, our percent of samples that would have concerning levels of the oxyvalent go up, especially for spring wheat, which is the bottom of the table. So we're going to have more and more of those samples contaminated with levels of the oxyvalent that are of concern. However, I did mention that we need to do this for a particular country, for a particular reason. We shouldn't just assume that the situation is always going to get worse. This table here is showing data for the oxyvalent in the Netherlands. And they apply climate models, and they also look at the plant physiology and how that plant would change with the potential climate, differences in temperature and rainfall that would come with climate change. And what they observed was that the plants were maturing much earlier. The flowering date was sooner, the full maturity was sooner, and they actually observed a reduced amount in the oxyvalent, perhaps because when all of those factors play together, their explanation was that there was a decrease in rainfall flowering. So that was the main factor leading to the reduction of the oxyvalent concentrations. Also, another explanation was that because the crop was maturing faster, now the grain was feeling faster, and then it was not exposed for as long in the field. So the fungi didn't have as much of a time to grow and produce the toxins. So again, it's very complex. We can't always predict unless we do the work and apply the models to every specific situation. But then how about Kenya? What do we know and what we don't know yet? So here I have a chart, and you are way more familiar with this than I in terms of the main crops that you grow and the tendency of growing more and more in terms of tons over the years, maize being the first one on the top there. So we also have learned with the previous talks, I don't need to spend a lot of time about the fact that food commodities in Kenya are contaminated with mycotoxins. So specifically the map here is showing incidences of report of aflatoxin in various foods and feed commodities from 1960 to 2018. And we can see that, it's spread all over the country, and all the different commodities that were evaluated include animal feeds, maize, milk, peanut, and some other foods. So we can see that it is an issue that is close to home. So going back to this slide and looking at the different pieces of the puzzle, what has been done in Kenya so far? So there has been some predictions of climate change in East Africa. Research has been done trying to predict the temperature and rainfall precipitation in Kenya and other countries of this East Africa, based on 3 different scenarios. One including sustainability and environmental health, focusing on prevalent non-fossil fuel use and relatively low increase in greenhouse gas emissions. So that would be B1, which is on the right-hand side of your screen. So then the one in the middle would be a balanced use of fossil fuels and non-fossil fuels energy source, moderate increase in greenhouse gas emissions. And then the last one would be the worst case scenario, which pretty much is doing nothing. So then if you don't do anything, you can see the colors of the map again get darker and darker, going from green to red, showing the potential impact on the region. And some work has also been done specifically for Kenya by different authors, and this table just kind of like summarizes what they found in changes of precipitation and temperature. Each different author was looking at a different period and had different inputs, but nonetheless, we can see that always the outcome is an increase in temperature. The question is by how much, depending upon the conditions that were used for that study. So definitely, like if you look at this chart here, some work has been done in looking at the climate and how it may change. Work has also been done in correlating data from the field, looking at precipitation, soil properties, and aflatoxin contamination in corn. So essentially, a model has been developed to explain mycotoxin production in corn based on those environmental factors. This work was done over 2 seasons, 2009 and 2010 in eastern and western Kenya. And what he found out was that higher rainfall during pre-flowering was not as led to a higher prevalence of aflatoxin, while higher rainfall and vegetation cover during flowering and post-flowering was not as bad. If we look at the maps that are showing there, that is the rainfall during flowering. And if we look at the red dots that can be seen on the map on the left-hand side, that's aflatoxin contamination in the corn that was harvested in that region. So essentially the outcome of this research was that a model was developed that could explain well mycotoxin production based on environmental factors. And they also learned that areas with lower rainfall during flowering would be more susceptible to aflatoxin, which then correlates to what you know, related to rainfall in eastern and western Kenya. So models have been developed to predict mold growth and toxin production in country validated by in-country trials. So you already have that information. Other studies have looked at aflatoxin risk prediction, also looking from the fungal standpoint and coupling that with the plant itself, the agricultural production system simulator. So that kind of tells how the plant is growing under different conditions and how the mold is growing. And the information that was used here in this model was temperature for Aspergillus flavus growth. And they had 3 temperatures being 11.5 Celsius degree to base, 32 being optimum, and 42 being maximum. And then low crop water supply, so a low rainfall throughout, that growing season. The output of the model was aflatoxin risk index. So they were looking at, depending upon the temperature, the water that was given to that crop as it was growing, how did the samples become less or more contaminated? So again, validating with samples that were actually coming from the field. And they did that for several varieties of wheat in different regions of the country. So then they were able to make that model, mathematical model, correlate, and there was a strong relationship between the aflatoxin risk index and the conditions that were used. So this model could potentially now be coupled with others to monitor in-season risk or potentially even future risk for aflatoxin in Kenya. So if we go back to that chart, we also have some research that has been done in the area of coupling crop phenology models and response to the environmental variables. So all of those have been done. However, I wasn't able to find that information, and perhaps what has not been done yet, it's putting all together and looking at, okay, with this mathematical models that have been developed for correlating aflatoxin risk in the field and the climate changes that might be affecting Kenya 100 years from now, what is the response to mycotoxins? That I unfortunately don't have to share. So maybe that's a piece, of the puzzle that's still missing, and maybe, someone that is listening to this presentation and interested in this may take as a chart, and look for those answers. So you would have maps like the ones that I showed you for Europe and Asia and information relating all of this together. So putting it all together, it's still missing. So we don't know what the outcome would be specifically for Kenya. Beyond what we discussed here, I just want to show one other use of this predictive models. We could be looking not only in the field, so we could develop the models, evaluate how climate change may affect production in the field. Well, we can take one step further, and that's what this research did, because they look at the corn that was being grown in Ukraine and how that corn could be susceptible more or less to toxin production years down the road. And if they were to take that corn and feed to cows in Netherlands, how the levels of mycotoxin and aflatoxin A1 would change in the milk because of that climate change. So here, what we are integrating is those carryover effects that Dr. Sheila talked to us this morning of animals being fed mycotoxin contaminated crop, and then their products, meat, milk, eggs, and others being contaminated. So we can integrate even that in these models and kind of see how that can, how climate change can affect that in the future. We can also use similar risk assessment models that I didn't discuss today, but in terms of looking at effect of interventions. So if you were to apply a new technology to reduce contamination in any step of the supply chain, how does that affect the final product? So this predictive modeling and risk assessment can be very important tools for us, not only to better understand what is ahead of us, or try to estimate what is ahead of us, so we can take charge now and make changes now and be in a better place. So changes in temperature, precipitation, and other meteorological parameters will affect plant growth, fungal growth, mycotoxin production. Effects of climate change will be regional, leading to increase or decrease of mycotoxin contamination depending upon which crops in which areas of the world. There is some opportunity for expanding the knowledge of the situation in Kenya. Like I said, there are several models that have been developed, but they have never been integrated in light of climate change. And the models can be integrated not only for climate change, but also to represent impact of interventions in the supply chain that can hopefully reduce the risk of carryover of mycotoxin into final foods. And with that, I'll thank you all for paying attention and being here today.
Thank you, Prof, for a good presentation. I think we can appreciate that honestly. I think this is a session now for questions. Sorry to say that the other item to be presented not be able to be done. The person is not around. That is a mycotoxins impact on trade there, but now based on that, now we can have question answer session. I hope you have been writing the questions down. Then now we can raise them.
Is there a microphone or something? Is there a microphone or something? The microphone?
There is no mic this side.
My interest is when you're doing your presentation, you show us that there are conflicting temperatures between 10, optimum 28 and maximum 38. When I thought when the companies know our needs, which is affecting like Canada's us. Because now this temperature that higher having so my these are the temperature that should help in control the growth of these projects. So these are the basic conditions that you can store in the.
So I'm just going to repeat for those that maybe are at home. The question is about the temperature and temperature storage, since the fungi can produce this toxin from 10 Celsius degree all the way to 40 with optimum around 30. And living in a country that is very tropical, that's exactly the temperature oscillation that you might see between day and night and seasons of the year. So it's really difficult to control toxin production and mold growth in corn or any other crop simply by the use of temperature. So what we usually do is we do a multiple hurdle approach. We try to keep the grain as full as possible. So if you were to be using a big silo or a structure for storing that grain, you would always try to be aerating that grain to avoid the temperature to be excessively high. But the main control for that storage would be the moisture of the corn or the crop for whatever we might be talking about, wheat, soybeans, or peanuts. So drying to a appropriate level of moisture, it's going to be the key factor preventing the fungi from growing. I didn't talk a lot about that in my presentation because I wasn't focusing on the storage. So thank you for the question because it gives me an opportunity to talk about it. I was focusing more on the field where moisture cannot be controlled, right? You have rainfall, you have morning dew on the plant. So moisture is not something that is there. And the climate change also has a lot of impact on the temperature. So that's why I was focusing on that. But nonetheless, when you're storing it, drying the crop to appropriate moisture levels is going to be key. If we're talking about corn, maybe down to 10 to 12% moisture, depending upon relative humidity in your region, that might be sufficient for preventing. More important than temperature, but aeration is always good and it also helps as well. Question back there.
Mine is more of a comment. I think towards the end of your presentation, you mentioned that there is gaps around all the data, and it would be good if somebody can put something together that collaborates all of that information. At GSN, we've tried to do something similar to that, what we call a microtoxin prediction. So what we have done is we've taken the different modules that are in the market or that are in research, and then we have tried to collaborate that into like an AI model. So essentially how that would work is if somebody, say for example, this year Kenya receives 400 milliliters of rain, and the average temperature for that rainy season is 30 degrees, and no other factors that you can put into the model. You could actually predict what sort of mycotoxins are going to be dominant in that particular season. The limitation we have with the model is there's built on data that we've received. So part of what we do is what is called the global mycotoxin survey, where different players from the industry either fit in results from the testing or they send samples to us and then we test and then we collaborate that data for region. And I'll probably show this in the afternoon. When we look at the data for Kenya, it's essentially blank. was in a lot of scenarios. I think one of the presenters mentioned in the morning, testing is happening in places, but information is not being shared. So that model is available for Kenyans to use as well. But we also need either samples to come in or data from reference laboratories that we can use to put into the model. So that some of the things that Prof was talking about can be available for you as a team. So you can sign into that tool, you can put in the relevant information, and you can give you a prediction of what sort of this profile are you likely to invest with its current offers or even with future offers. So you can bear out of the model for you to get ideas.
Yes, thanks, Charles, because that is really important. All these models, and I didn't spend a lot of time explaining or talking about it because we have just a limited amount of time together, but they're all based on data, right? Data that was collected. We do the mathematical model, and then we go and we validate with field data. And that's the part that Charles is talking about, validating that. So the model is just going to be as good as the data that we use to build it. And it's only going to be applicable to those areas that is reflective on the samples that were used to build. And it all circles back to the quality of that data, which we'll really spend the afternoon talking about it. So I'll save it for later.
And a great presentation, and also for Heather. And when I think about it, I think about what are ways to solve it. I mean, certainly storage of grain after harvest is important and things like that. But what else is controllable? So Atlas say that works and develop things that help prevent the growth of fungus. And then in addition, you could have genetic changes in the crops that would help resist fungal infestations. And some of that could be GM. Some of it could be gene editing. Some of it is just plant breeding. Selecting things like we heard earlier this morning about the heads of maize being pointed down. So it is impressive. We can do some things, and part of it is integrating that all.
Yes, it's a very complex system, and we all play a part all the way from the field to the table.
Thank you both for the presentation. It was quite long and creative, and I think we as Kenyans, we are much challenged. I want to leave this data somewhere, but it's a question, as Dr. Chopin is saying in Kenya, it's a creating this data from different labs for country. I think that's where the issue is. But my question was from the maps that you were using, I would want to, I like science is good when you argue, not really argue to disagree or rather disagree to agree. Scientists in here, maybe you can ask yourself. I think generally when you look at the globe, the world, Africa looks like to have at least one of the best climates compared to others. Don't know if I am biased. You can, I'm subject to be corrected. But generally, according to geography and all that, we find that most of African climates, some are favorable, of course, with small disparities. But I've seen on the map, Africa is one that has the highest level of toxic effects according to the others. I saw a graph whereby it was so high. Then number two, which I think you can start with to answer is what level is the aflatoxin optimal? You've said it can be produced between at 10, 30, and 40 maximum, but we think that that's optimal. Now, on the grain itself, I used to see what my mother used to do in the village. When we do harvesting, we used to ensure every day that the maize is once we have removed the grain from the cob, we used to drying out some papers or on polythene papers. They ensure that when it is dry, it's okay. Now, what level, if I am able to dry my maize grain very well, and they are dry to the point whereby the moisture level has gone down. And at that point, the toxin affected or it cannot affect it. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Yes, if the grain is dried properly, the fungi doesn't have enough moisture in that environment to be able to carry out any biosynthetic pathways. It won't grow, it won't reproduce itself. You might sit there dormant until that grain absorb moisture from the environment. The issue is that the grain, it's something very, what is the word that I would use to describe it? It's like, it's a live organism, the grain itself, right? In the sense that we harvest, we dry it down, but depending upon the conditions that we leave it in, it might absorb moisture from the environment again, if the relative humidity in the environment is high. If we confine it in a space, depending upon the level of moisture, if we don't dry it down enough to shut down its own respiration pathways, that grain will respire and will create moisture and will create an issue inside of that storage structure. So that's where the aeration comes into place, and it helps remove any moisture that might be inside of that enclosed structure. So again, going back to the point that proper selection coming from the field and eliminating any focus or source of contamination. In other words, all those cobs or parts of the cobs that are infested should not be put in storage because they're going to be a source of contamination to the rest of the grain. Drying it down to levels where you can actually shut down grain metabolism and grow fungal metabolism, then you can be sure, and then the temperature can oscillate somewhat, and it will not be an issue. Just remember that, again, with environmental moisture, if you have a very hot enclosed structure during the day and it gets colder in the evening, what happens with that moisture? Condensates inside, right? So that becomes a source of moisture again. So being very careful with the storage will then ensure the safety of that crop. Thank you.
What did you say? Evidence. It's 30%. That's what we see on the so mic closer, please. We can't be very low. I'm saying the maize actually kept 13% in wind. So that's why we dry the maize. That particular humidity, the factor. And there is a component of plants. Because there is not in another.
And we can talk about
Yeah.
and then, yeah.
That's why you can contact us during lunchtime.
Yes, you can ask me questions.
Yeah. No one.
Somebody's asking.
You have been paying
Is that a plan? So we can come back, because we have more presentations in the afternoon, and I'll like to answer more questions. I just wanted to.
I think there's none. That one is
Yeah.
So we can break for lunch.
Oh, well, what's there?
Oh. Thank you. Thank you. Nimechoka mpaka nikasikia kitu imeanza kuuma. I think after the end of that it comes back.
Tuko moja hapo basi. Tuko moja hapo.
Okay, good afternoon. Good afternoon. So, welcome to this afternoon's session. We're a little bit behind because of circumstances beyond our. And for this afternoon session, I've already been introduced, so that they don't need to introduce them.
Yes, please.
Okay, let's welcome Professor Adrian, who is the first presenter of our presentation.
Thank you, everyone. Glad to be back here again, so we can talk about other aspects of issues related with mycotoxins. And we apologize for a little bit of the delay, but we're back online and we're back here in the group, so we're ready for the afternoon session. And the first talk that I'm going to be covering, it's regarding mycotoxin analysis and consideration. So this morning, and we had a chance to talk about a lot of different aspects associated with mycotoxins, their importance for public health. There's regulatory limits around this contaminant. So it's very important that you're able to quantify the mycotoxins in food. And we also mentioned that even if you're doing mathematical models and looking at climate change and all of that, your models are going to be just as good as the data that you use to build them. So quantifying mycotoxin becomes a very important step in that chain of evaluation and risk assessment. So that's why we're going to be specifically talking about it. There are several different steps that are associated with mycotoxin analysis in foods. There's sampling and sample preparation, choice of method, detection, quantification, and then reporting the results and all the record keeping that goes with doing that analysis for traceability purposes and being able to take that result from the lab and be able to relate back to maybe the cargo, shipment, warehouse, grocery store, wherever that sample came from, right? So my intent today is break down these main steps in 3 chunks, and then very briefly talk about the methods and technologies that can be used in each of those, and more importantly, considerations that we should take to ensure that the data that we're collecting is the most representative value of the amount of toxin that might be present in a particular sample or lot that we're trying to represent. So we're going to start with sampling and sample preparation. We're going to be looking at sample plan and sample size, sampling devices, representativity of subsample and variety. So let's focus on that part of the diagram. So a very brief. This is the part of analysis that contributes to the largest source of error in determining mycotoxin levels. Because if we don't sample right, we might end up with issues like of having a response in the lab that it's not representative of the lot. The issues around it are because of low concentration of mycotoxins in a given commodity. This morning, we were talking about parts per million, parts per billion, parts per trillion. That's at a grain of sand in a truckload of sand. That's what a part per trillion would be. So it's very, very small amounts. There's an uneven distribution of mycotoxins in a particular lot. And you can see that represented in one of the pictures in the center of the screen, where you don't have an even distribution. You have perhaps parts of that lot that have more of those strains that are contaminated versus other parts of the lot that have less. And there's an issue with sample heterogeneity, especially when we're working with nuts and peanuts and cashew nuts. You may have one bad nut in a truckload, and we're trying to make sure that the number that we are given for that truckload is representative of the whole contamination. There's also some issues with the stratification of grain when it's either stored or in motion. So you may have more of, the heavy parts of the grain kind of falling to the bottom, the lighter, grain and grain dust coming to the top as that truck goes down the road. Well, when you're sampling, you still need to make sure that you're sampling something that's representative of that whole cargo. So those are the issues. So for a sample to be representative, it must be obtained with the right equipment, be of an appropriate size, adequately identified and labeled, and handled in such a way that between the farm or the shipment or the warehouse and the laboratory, not excessively amount of time is lapsed, so that sample can change during transportation. But then it becomes an issue of, okay, we know now that sampling is important, so how do you put a line to decide where you should be in terms of too many samples versus too few samples and the right amount of samples? Because too many samples would be an economic cost. It would cost too much to do it. Too few samples may not be representative. So we need to make sure that we are with the right amount of samples. And there's several different organizations. The US, GIPSA, our grain inspection systems. But beyond that, you have Codex that can help you and guide you with sampling. And I'm not going to go into super detail here, but I just want to point out that the idea is that to make a sample representative, you need to use the right instruments, either something that will be able to use vacuum to suck the grain from different parts of that cargo, or use a manual sample probe that will also be able to go deep into that cargo and collect samples from all the strata. And you're going to be doing that in several different spots if you're working, for example, in a truck or a rail car or a barge. Even if you are in a warehouse and you're sampling from bags, you still need to make sure that you're sampling a representative number of bags. And the numbers that I have on the slide, for a lot of 10,000 sacks, make sure that you're going to sub-lot randomly at least 36. Those again are guidelines by different organizations. But the intent here is to show that effort and time should be spent in that process, because if you just take a sample from one of those 10,000 bags and take it to the lab, it's not going to be representative of the whole lot. And sometimes we can also collect samples in movement when we are loading or unloading barges and rail cars and trucks. So there's equipment that has been developed for the purpose of sub-sampling as that cargo is being loaded or unloaded. And then what we do is we combine those sub-samples to make a composite sample. And again, we can look at Codex and other organizations to tell us what is the amount of compound sample that we need to be collecting. Just one example, and the slides will have several of this. So one example would be the peanuts. If you're sampling it for aflatoxin, you have to have a 20 kg sample to be representative. And depending upon the size of your lot, if it's 1 ton, 5 tons, or 15 tons, you may have to make up that 20 kg by collecting incremental samples, maybe 10 all the way to 80 incremental samples to make that representative. So again, that's just an example, and the Codex has this table, so if you're interested, you can always download that document. guidelines for sampling. In the US, we also have guidelines for sampling rates. And the idea here, and what I want to show with this table is that there is an amount of sample that you need to be submitted to the lab. Sometimes it's representative of like 5 kgs, which, you know, close to 10 pounds. That's the sample that you're submitting. But as you can imagine, for those that work in the laboratory that might be watching this presentation, if you receive a 5 kg, you're not going to use all of that 5 kg for your analysis. You're going to use 25 grams or maybe 10 grams, depending upon the task you're doing. So we need to go from that 10 kg or 5 kg down to that sample that you're going to actually use for your analysis. So you need to make sure that you have ways of splitting it down and maintaining that representativity. And there's different ways that you can do that. There's different instruments that you can use. And this is just an example of how that can be done. In the screen, you have a picture of a sampler divider that could be used for such purpose. So if you were to have like several truckloads, you're going to collect several subsamples from each truck, and then you're going to combine them into a larger amount. And then from there, you're going to subdivide again because you don't necessarily need to even send to the lab such larger amount. So you can reduce the truckload, and then you can also reduce that composite sample using the grain divider and always maintaining the representativity. So that's the idea of keeping the representativity. And here's an example that I have from data that was done in a study by Congress many years ago. I came across this data, and I like it because it kind of shows the impact of that size of the sample on the results that you may get. So this is corn, and they were looking for aflatoxin, and then they vary the sample size, starting with 1 pound, which is the 0.4 kg, and then they work up, you know, the sample size all the way to 4.5 kg. And as you can see on the last column of this table on the right-hand side, the range of analytical results that were obtained from that sample varied from 0 to almost 50 parts per billion. Would be some subsamples. So let me try and explain how it was done. You have a large container. If you take a 0.4 kilogram of it and bring to the lab, you may get 0. You take another 0.4 kilogram, bring to the lab, you may get 25. You get another 0.4, bring to the lab, you have now 50. So by taking only 0.4 from that lot and individually analyzing it, you have a very, like a wide range of results. When we get to the point of getting a 4.5 sample, meaning I go to my truck and I get several subsamples and I add them up to make that 4.5. Now, every time I go to the truck and get a 4.5 sample and I run it, you can see that the range of results is much smaller, between 11 to 28. So you're reducing your variability on your results. So that's to show the importance of the sample size. So we need to make sure that our sample is representative. And then we move on to the sample preparation. You need to grind that sample, and we need to make sure that that ground is to a certain size. There is some recommendation of particle sizes for different methods, so we need to make sure that we're following those. And as we are grinding, some grinders will also allow for a subsampling. So we can use the grinder as grinder and divider. Those come very handy. And here I have an example of a situation that was outside of our control, but it was a research that we were doing, and we had to, for again, circumstances outside of our control, we had to separate samples that we were collecting in the field in Afghanistan and run those samples over there. And we had a separate sample that was then submitted to the US for the same analysis. And what I'm trying to show is that there is less variation when you take the sample and you grind the whole thing and you divide and you use different labs like in Austria, US, by 2 different universities. All those results are very similar with each other, but very different than what was actually obtained on the other subsample that was back in Afghanistan. So here, what I'm trying to show is that this wasn't good. We weren't happy with what happened, and we tried to fix it later using different means. But the point here, I like this table, even though it was, not a good result. It's good for teaching purposes in terms of you shouldn't split before you have a chance to grind and homogenize the sample. Otherwise, you may end up with patients like this. So then we come to the mycotoxin detection and quantification. There are several different methods that you can use for such, and you're going to have to choose your method based on your purpose. Are you doing surveillance? Are you doing surveys, official testing, or are you doing research? If you're doing surveillance and official testing, for the most part, you will have to use, a method that is validated, and it's maybe validated by the AOSC or maybe by your in-country systems. In the US, if the sampling is being taken and analyzed for surveillance purposes, the method has to be approved by the USDA through their grain inspection program, GISA. If you're doing it for research purposes, then you have a little bit more freedom in terms of the methods that you're going to choose. Is using an official method, but sometimes there's no official method for the matrix that you're interested or the toxin that you're interested in. So then you start running into like variations of official methods, and there are things that you can do to verify and validate that method to make sure that what you're doing is still valid and the data is robust. So the choice of method, like I said, can be fit for purpose, and there's many different methods out in the market. In our laboratory at the University of Nebraska, we use HPLC, we use ELISA microwaves, we use lateral flow, we use fluorometer, we use all of them. We're not necessarily partial to any. Some research will require one method versus another research being able to be carried out with a different one. So again, it just depends upon the outcome and what we're trying to measure. And are we working in the field? Are we working in the laboratory? Also, that plays a role. So I divided up here the methods in two main groups, so we can then talk about the considerations based on both of those quantitative and semi-quantitative methods, which includes the ELISA lateral flows and strips. Those with a threshold, perhaps, or a polymer intensity, and then quantitative methods that would include ELISA microwaves, fluorometer, and HPLC. So if we look at the quantitative and semi-quantitative analysis, just briefly speaking, how those work, they work very similarly to a COVID test or a pregnancy test, where you put your sample on a pad. And the sample is carried out by capillarity through that pad, and then it will have two lines of reagents there. One would be your test line to make sure that the test is working and it's going to capture some of that analyte and produce some color. And then you have the actual control line that should always give you some development of color to show that the method is working. So the first line is the test line, the second line is your control line. If it's strictly a qualitative method, you may just have one line versus two line. That's COVID test, positive, negative. If you're working with a semi-quantitative analysis, you may have a threshold and say if it's positive, it's more than 10 parts per billion of aflatoxin. If it's negative, it's less than 10 parts per billion. Or you could also have a development of color intensity. So then you would need a small reader like the one that's shown in the screen, and I'm not selling necessarily anybody's product. There's other vendors in the market, and you see different brands throughout my presentation. So I'm not partial to any of them. I'm just using as an example. So in this case, what you have is a development of color. The more color you have developed, the less toxin is present. So it's kind of like an inverse reaction in color development. So the machine, the little reader then is able to capture the intensity of the color compared with the standard, and then tell you a value that is associated with that sample in terms of contamination. Then moving on to quantitative methods, we have ELISA. And the little ELISA wells, they are what we call a direct competitive ELISA. So what happens here, we have the antibodies that will react just like that test line on the cartridge. You would have those same antibodies on the bottom of a microwell. And then those antibodies would react with the mycotoxin when present. And then again, the more color you develop, the less toxin you have it. Just by the way that test is built is the toxin is bound to a conjugate, and then that conjugate is able to develop the color or not, depending upon if there's more or less toxin in the sample. So the more toxin we have, the less color is developed, the less toxin, the more color. And that follows the curves and the principles of UV-Vis detection. So you're going to end up with a curve that looks like the one on the center of the screen, which again is directly inversely proportional. So when you don't have any toxin, you're going to have the most color, and then the absorbance at a certain wavelength is going to start being reduced all the way to getting to a flat line and saturation of that reaction. So why should we be concerned about that? Because our quantitative limits for this method is only during that straight line of the curve. If we are outside of those straight lines, we can't tell, we can't quantitate the analyte. So we need to either go back to the beginning, make a solution, or if we are on the end of the curve, it's very little toxin, we just report as a non-detect. But that's the importance of it. And we need to be in that straight part of the line where the correlation is direct proportional between the color and the absorbance and the amount of toxin. So considering ELISA methods, what I have to show is that different manufacturers have different antigens that they use, and they're all proprietary on the bottom of the ELISA. And the method that they have to play those antibodies there, it's also proprietary and very unique to their product. So we have a little bit of a, difference in responses that we get. So I have here 2 columns on the table that show ELISA M1, manufacturer 1, and ELISA M2, manufacturer 2. And as you can see, this was the exact same extract. I extracted my sample, I had the liquid, and I just used the liquid in wells that were made by one manufacturer and the other. The majority of the results are very, very similar and comparable, which that's why we use them, because they're good, they're robust. But once in a while, we do get issues of the ones that I highlighted, where one manufacturer kit that had a low, the limit of detection result, while the other one had a 20 parts per billion. Being 20 parts per billion in the US, the regulatory limit, that's a concern because, your sample, is it good or not good? 0 and 20, it's very different results in that case. Again, just for us to be aware of the limitations in terms of using certain methodology. And here, again, is just to exemplify that variation that could occur between manufacturer 1 and manufacturer 2, and even within the same manufacturer, and that's what I'm showing here on this slide. What we did is we were looking at mycotoxins and sorghum, we were looking at overtoxin, we did our extract, and then we actually spiked the sample, so we knew exactly how much should be there. And then we chose 6 wells by the same manufacturer, wells that were sitting side by side, and then we placed the sample inside of those wells. As you can see, the results that we got vary from like 16.3, 16.4, 16.8, really good, very consistent. Then we had one well that responded as 8.8, lower response. And that could be potentially a error in pipetting. I'll give that. But it could also have been, we tried to take care of those by training our technicians really well. But then it could also be an issue with those antibody coatings on the bottom of the well. Maybe that one little well wasn't, as low antibodies as the other one, so it wasn't able to respond the same way. So because of it, I guess the take-home message is that the methods are adequate and the methods are good. Perhaps what we should do is make sure that we use maybe 2 or 3 wells per sample, as opposed to trusting one single well per sample. So just make your average, and then you kind of can take care of that potential situation. So that would be my take-home message in terms of those methods. Moving on and talking about quantitative analysis. If you're going to be doing it with HPLC or with calorimetry, those methods are going to require a cleanup step because they're very sensitive and they don't like junk in their sample. ELISA methods are very sensitive and very specific, so you don't need to clean up your sample to run that test. But when you're going to inject that into something that's very sensitive, and Ms. Bonita told us this morning how sensitive the HPLC can be, we don't want to put a whole bunch of junk inside of that machine. We want our samples to be extremely clean. So we could either do a solid phase extraction or use immunofitted columns to clean that extract. And in the slides, I just have a representation of how they work. With the solid phase extraction, your impurities are going to be bound to the column and your toxin should be a little bit fluid, leaving behind all the pigments and everything else that could interfere with analysis in the column. When you're using an immunofitted column, the principle is inverse. There's antibodies in the column that are going to hold on to that toxin. So as you pass your sample through, impurities go through, the toxin gets bound to the column, and then you will lose the toxin by itself as a third step. Immunofitted column, very specific, very good. We love working with them. Solid phase extraction, there can also be useful in some cases. And sometimes there are samples that are a little bit complex and they have a lot of color. Say, for example, roasted coffee or maybe some other samples that have a lot of pigments. What we end up doing is combination of both. You do a solid phase extraction, and then after that, you go through your immunofitted column to make sure that you have your sample very clean. Once you have that clean sample, then you can kind of branch out and use different technologies. Calorimetry, you can use HPLC, you can use GC. There's different methods that you can use. For the calorimetry, what you do is you have that sample that came out of the immunofitted column, and then you're just going to straight go through that machine, the fluorometer, which will measure the fluorescency intensity of that sample. And then you're going to get a quantitative results because you're going to have a standard curve along with it that is going to allow you to quantify the mycotoxin in your sample. You can also choose to use high performance liquid chromatography, and you can use solid phase extraction or immunofitted columns for the cleanup or a combination of both, like I mentioned. The HPLC is going to do the separation of all of the compounds that might be present in that sample, and then the detector is going to pick it up, the signal. And depending upon the intensity of that signal and using the area of under the curve of those signals, we can then quantify against a standard how much toxin we have in our sample. And that's very similar to the principles of gas chromatography. So similarly, you're going to pass your sample through the GC column. The compounds are going to be carried out by an either gas, and then they come out on the detector and they result in a signal, an electrical signal that then we can use for quantification purposes. And we can couple both the HPLC and the GC with mass spectrometers and be very specific, very sensitive to be able to detect toxins in the level of parts per trillion. So that's the idea. Looking at method performance now a little bit. Unfortunately, I don't have HPLC data to fit with this. But at least to give you an idea of two ELISA methods compared with calorimetry. So what we did here was we had samples that were purchased from Trilogy. They are called they're samples that are naturally contaminated with mycotoxins, and they're reference samples to us. Reference because they come with a number, like a level of toxin attached to them. So we already know how much toxin is there. So we kind of know ahead of time how much is there, but we were trying to verify our methods and our technicians and their performance. So we decided to do this side-by-side comparison, which again generated a good set of data for teaching purposes. So on the first chart that you have on the left-hand side, we have aflatoxins in parts per billion, and those were contamination levels around 5 parts per billion, so relatively low. Then we use ELISA method number 1, ELISA method number 2, and fluorometry, and then you can see, like we did this over a series of days by different technicians, and we can see the spread of the data, right? So what does this tell me is that most of the samples that we ran with the ELISA, and this again, use the exact same sample. Remember this, you came all out of the exact same reference material bag. So we're using the exact same round sample. On one day, he gave a certain result, the next day gave slightly different, the next day slightly different, and so on. So what we do here is we chart it in a way that we know what the average should be. And our reference material also comes with the standard deviation value done by HPLC-MS. So then we can calculate what would be a 1 standard deviation, 2 standard deviation, and 3 standard deviation from that average. So now we can look at the performance of our method, and we like to see all the results within those 3 standard deviations. If that's the case, the method is good, technicians are good, and everything is working fine. And by the way, the same technicians that run one method ran the other ones. So in this particular example, I would attribute the variation to the method itself. When we look at contamination at higher levels now, the toxin amount in the sample was around 33 parts per billion. Again, we see that is spread, and we want to see everything within those 3 standard deviations. So I guess the whole message here is, if you are choosing a method, I would recommend that you do something like this and compare different brands, different technologies, and see what works best for you, for your technicians, and for your purpose. Again, we at our lab use all of them. That's why we do have the machines to run all of them. We just, depending upon the situation, we choose one over the other. Sometimes it's economically driven because of the cost of the test. Sometimes it's time constraint driven because some tests are faster than others. So we always have a reasoning behind it. So just kind of putting out there. Now let's say that you're trying to test either a commodity that is out of the ordinary, or maybe a toxin that is out of the ordinary, and you need to validate and look at the suitability of your method for that particular commodity. So I want to use this again as an example. We're going to see this table later on today when I talk about the facts of processing on mycotoxins, but I want us to focus here just on the 2 columns that I highlighted in green, which was the quantification of fumonisin B1 in corn that was being used for this particular experiment. And we had clean corns that had no toxin in it, spiked corns that we added toxin to it, and fermented corns where we let the fungi grow in the corn, so the fungi produce the toxin in situ. So then we run the tests on this corn to quantify fumonisin, and we did use ELISA and HPLC, and the numbers are very, very similar, as you can see. So very good for using with this particular sample. But then our experiment was looking at the facts of processing. That's what my next talk will focus on. But I want to share this table with you that's part of that work, because we then had to put the toxin in the extruded form. We're looking at extrusion. So this is a process sample that went through thermal treatment. So now if you look at the column for ELISA and HPLC, they were quite related, right? So it was fine. All the methods were equivalent. But once you process the corn and you extrude the corn, now the samples don't give you the same values with different methods. So in this situation, the message is that depending upon what you're doing with your sample, depending upon what kind of sample you have, some methods may be suitable and some others maybe not. So you need to evaluate the suitability of your method, and we can do that through recovery. We determine the recovery of the method. So the recovery is going to be a final result that depends upon the ability of your method to extract the toxin from the sample. If there's anything in the sample that impacts the quantification of this analyte, which is the matrix effect. It also needs to be evaluated, and the detection itself needs to be determined. So if you have a method that you're not sure if it's suitable or not, I would recommend that you look at those 3 prongs of that recovery, and then make sure that you go through that and can ensure that your data is valid and suitable. So how do we go about method recovery? Simply put, it's you're testing your method to see if it's able to quantify an amount of toxin that you spiked in the sample. Or if you have a reference sample, which is better, and you already know how much toxin has in that sample, how does your method perform compared to that value that is known? So in this case, I'm using an example of spiked samples. So you would essentially spike a sample with mycotoxin standards like pure toxin at a level that is known, and you do the calculation, and you know that you either spike with 20 parts per million or 30 or 50. And then you go ahead and you run your test. And then your test is going to tell you how much toxin is in there. Now you compare the 2. If my test tells me that it's 15 parts per billion, and I know that I put 20 there, it's not recovering 100%, right? So you can do the calculation of the math and see how much you're recovering. But then the question might be, what is acceptable and what is not? So then we can look at codex, and codex will tell us for performance criteria for methods of analysis, what should be the level that is recommended. And it varies with concentration. And the reason why is because lower concentrations are harder to find and detect with precision. So because of that, we have a large room for, potential error. So for recovery of very low levels, for example, of aflatoxins, 70 to 110% result back would be acceptable. Higher levels of aflatoxin, you would want to be between 80 and 110. So those are the values that we will buy. The values will change with the toxin. So there's other, references that we can use for performance criteria for other mycotoxins. This is just an example for aflatoxin. So then let's say that you did your recovery, you tested, and you're not happy with it because you want it to be between either 70 and 110 or 80 and 110, and you were not quite there. You're maybe at 60, 50. What can you do? One thing that you can be looking at is your extraction solvent, and you can be playing with those and the strength of the solvents. We usually use a combination of organic solvents and water to do the extraction step. So you could be, changing slightly those concentrations to maybe see if you can recover more of your toxin from your matrix. You could change the way that you're blending your sample, either using a blender or shaker, manually shaking. You can then be changing that to improve your recovery. That's one thing that can be done. I just want to show the complexity when you are trying to do that in a scale that you're involving multi-toxins. So this is a chart that has been published, and the authors here were trying to extract all of those toxins listed there. Be aflatoxin, B1, B2, G1, G2, HG2, T2, ochratoxin, P1, zero. They were trying to extract all of them with one single step. Well, those are all different chemical compounds. They have different chemistry. So sometimes they were using one type of solvent and they were getting more of one group. And then sometimes they would change that solvent and they would get more of the other one because of the polarity of those compounds. So then it becomes a fine-tuning and adjustment and compromise as well. Which one's more important to me? Which one I'm going to make sure that I'm getting between 80 and 100, and so on and so forth. So it becomes a little bit of, trial and error and fine art in chemistry, of course, all driven by science. So then let's say that you got to a point that you worked out with your extraction and you're, happy with that. So how about your matrix? Can the matrix be influencing your result? What is the potential effect of the matrix? So by definition, we call matrix effect the combined effect of all components of a sample other than the analyte on the measurement. In other words, if I'm trying to quantify aflatoxin, is there any pigment there that is making the signal for aflatoxin to be enhanced or reduced. And then by that, changing the final value, either slightly positive or negative. So this matrix effect can enhance or suppress the detection signal, then affecting the final result. How do we evaluate? So essentially, you're going to be extracting your sample. Ideally, you would use a sample that is not contaminated, has no toxin in it, and you extract that sample, and that's on the right-hand side here, and you have your sample extract that it has essentially no toxin. Towards the very end, close to taking into the equipment of quantification, you spike that extract with pure toxin that you know the known amount. And then you also have the diluent that you use for extracting the sample and through all your analysis. So essentially, it would be a mixture of either water and ethanol or acetonitrile, just the diluent that your method is using, and it will vary within the method. So then you take that diluent and you also add the same amount of toxin. So essentially, now you have a sample extract that had no toxin, but you add it to it, and the diluent that had nothing in it, and you add the toxin, and then you compare the two signals. If your sample is not suppressing or enhancing the signal, you should get the same signal as your diluent, right? And that's how we calculate the matrix effect. And then what we want to do is be between acceptable values. So if you get up to 20% enhancement or suppression, according to the literature, you should be fine. If you see a suppression or enhancement beyond 20%, then it becomes an issue. So here I have just, to show some data that we collected with corn, and we were working with fluorometry, and we did an analysis, and we knew that the method was really good. So we weren't concerned about matrix effect here, but I kind of wanted to go through the process just to have a number to show you. So we had different extracts that we worked with, and then we spiked them, and we spiked our blank extracts, and when we calculated the matrix effect, we got an 8%, and that's really good. So that's just to show you when things are working, how they should look like. Then you need to start investigating, troubleshooting, right? What could have gone wrong? So maybe your lots are faulty, maybe your reagents are expired. It happens sometimes. If you have, protocols in place to check for that, maybe you won't find yourself in that situation. But maybe a defective lot, that's rare but possible. So I would investigate that. Do you have any contamination with your reagents? Are you proper mixing all of the steps for homogeneity? Is your, technicians well trained? And then have you considered modifying your extraction? Have you considered adding steps that helps with homogenization or cleanup? You could be adding a solid phase extraction to your method. You could be adding a centrifugation step. So those are things that you can be using to improve the recovery and the cleanliness of your extract. So this is an example of a situation that we had in our laboratory. We were trying to determine aflatoxin in chili powder, and there is a method for chili powder for aflatoxin, but within our laboratory and with the instruments that we're using and within our situation, that method was giving a low recovery, 40 to 60%. So then we decided to improve or try to improve the recovery of the method. I laid it out the main steps of the method, and in red I'm showing the steps that we played with. So we look for different extracts, solvent ratios, extraction methods, centrifugation, sonication, and then we also played a little bit with the column wash, like the dilution of the toxin from the immunoaffinity columns at the end of that cleaning step. So that to try to improve recovery. So this table here shows part of the data that we went through and all the iterations. So like I said, it's a little bit of trial and error, but we use science as, our basis for making decisions on what to move forward with and what to leave behind. So we tried all those different methods and combinations and things until we got to a point that we got a recovery that was about 76%. So we felt that it was giving us a decent result under the circumstances. So then we moved on to actually do a full validation of that method. So we then ran 5 different samples at different spiking levels. We looked at the matrix effect, and then we finally end up with higher levels of contamination in the 76% range, lower levels in the 71% range, in the matrix effect at 11%. So after all that work, we felt that we were confident in our method, that we had improved it. So then we went on to analyze like 800 samples of chili. But I wouldn't compromise 800 pieces of data if my method was not good. So we spent a lot of time on that front end, making sure that the method was adequate. Analyst proficiency, it's also very important. And so your technicians need to be well trained. They need to know what they're doing. What we do in our lab and technicians that we work with, even in different countries where we're doing collaboration work, is we give them blind samples. After the training, of course, they go through the training, and then we give them blind samples where we know what the contamination level is, but they don't. And then we want to see them fall within those 3 standard deviations of the average value. So you can see, like in the top box, my average value for the toxic contamination was 33, and all the technicians that were tested that day fell within the 3 standard deviations. And then I have an example for aflatoxin with medium contamination and fumonisin with low contamination. If the standard deviation is out, and you can see purposely I chose the triple G fumonisin with low, you can see 2 technicians were out of that 3 standard deviation. What we do then is we retrain. They go back and have to be retrained, and then only when they pass the proficiency test, they are able to run analysis. And the chart on the upper right-hand side, it just shows that with every sample that those technicians do, like for proficiency test, their standard deviation and the margin of error of their results get decreased. By the time that they've done that 5-6 times, the error because of their actions is much reduced. So I highly encourage training, proficiency testing, and some sort of a program for the technicians. Very briefly looking at the overall error of the mycotoxin analysis. So this is information that came out of research done by T. Herman. He is with the Texas State chemist, and he graciously let me show this. And I think it's very interesting because what they did was all the steps that I talked about, sampling, method, technician, they did some research and they calculated the uncertainty of the result of the mycotoxin test if they had paid no attention to any of that. If they had not paid attention to their sampling, not paid attention to their test, not paid attention to their analyst, the result would be 99% uncertain. What do you do with those? I throw it in the trash, because if it's 99% uncertain, it's meaningless, right? Now, if you do everything right and you do the best you can with your sampling, the best you can with the choice of your test method and with your analyst, that error is reduced to 32%. For those that maybe work in chemistry and work with like protein analysis or carbohydrate analysis, 30% variation is garbage. But for mycotoxins, we're dealing with so much heterogeneity. We're dealing with so like little levels of contamination that 32 is acceptable. So have grace on your own, and move on with the data if that's where you fall. But make sure you don't fall on the worst case scenario box. That's no good. So just do your best and work with the best case scenario, and then have a good degrees. So this was data that I found online on a publication by our Biofarm, and I thought it was very interesting because they were looking at shell corn, wheat, and peanut, and looking at each step of that method and how much of the error was attributed to each of those steps. We can see that for shell corn and peanuts, the sample collection gives a lot more, like it's responsible for a lot more of the error than wheat. And the reason why it's wheat is a small grain, by default you have a higher homogeneity there just by the nature of that, the sample, smaller size to start with. The peanut, look, it's worse than the shell corn. Why? Because it just takes one peanut to make a whole batch there. Sample preparation, can have a role in sample analysis, in other words, the analyst itself can have a role in errors. So that's kind of how the errors are divided. So if you want to reduce the error, take home message, design an appropriate sampling plan, increase the sample size as much as you can, choose an adequate method, increase the number of outputs, like use more than one well or do more than one test and then take, the average of it. Follow manufacturer guidelines to the T. Sometimes we tend to, I should say we should, but if we skip steps or if we don't pay attention to pH, it's something very critical in this method, especially with ELISA. So if you are not checking your pH or not adjusting the pH, it can throw your results off. Validating the tests and understanding recovery data is very important. Reinforcing proper laboratory techniques and good record keeping. So that would be what we can do to improve and be sure of good results. So with that, I thank you for your attention.
Okay, our next presenter is Dr. Davis.
Good afternoon. I think our people are aware was done by broad friends on later in the morning. So I think I'm just going to skip through a few things, just as a reminder. But I think the critical thing about testing is having a sample, having the right test, and knowing how to run the test. Now, if those three components are taken care of, the limitations of the test itself become very minimal. But if you've got your own sample, you're not quite comfortable running the test, and you probably have not chosen the best test for what you want to test for, then your results are not going to make a lot of sense. By luck, you might get 1 or 2 times when things seem to fall in place. But without those principles, you're more likely to have a highly inaccurate results, which ends up not defining the intention that you want to achieve. So based on what they discussed on the different testing methods, I think for me that's in a nutshell the critical thing about testing. My responsibility is to look at sourcing of testing and allied products. So I prepared a background which was going to build into the testing components. So I'm going to pick out on 1 or 2 things where I feel are a different way of expressing it, and then we move to those things. So I think for me the highlights here, which primarily from Prof's presentation, is climate plays a very big role, and the variation between different continents in terms of which mycotoxins are dominant, or even the variation between regions within the same continent are primarily driven by the climatic situation and the climatic change position. I've got I've got an image of data from Q1, from what we call the global mycotoxin survey. So this is something that is done within the GSM group. Roma Labs being the primary testing partner, but also the Biomed Research Center, or the GSM Research Center being the other testing platform. So what you see from the distribution perspective is, when you look at most continents, there is a lot of testing and a lot of data which is being submitted, which helps to make what we put out more credible. When you look at the African continent, you will see this a scant number of countries which are actually submitting samples or submitting data for us to be able to collect information. But again, when you also look at the prevalence in regions, you know, you might be on the same equatorial space, but if you look, for example, at Sub-Saharan Africa, which is the South Africa, Zimbabwe, Zambia, Southern African countries that contributed, the two dominant mycotoxins were monism. But if you cross to the Americas, you've got Sierra Leone, and so it was Sierra Leone and John, which were on the African countries that dominated, and you go to Americas, you've got Zen and monism. You've got the same day, you've got the same space, more or less, but then each region has got its own influences. So this shows you that sometimes you cannot extrapolate data based on what comes from one area to another. You really need to test within your own regions. You need to look at your climatic conditions, environmental conditions, over and above that, you need to look at grain management systems, your harvest practices, even your cultivation practices that would impact on the distribution of the mycotoxins that you may find. So when you look at mycotoxins, there is, on the previous slide you mentioned there's more than 400 recorded mycotoxins. But there are mycotoxins which are very well researched. So when you look at what commercial companies like ourselves develop, we develop tests that enable you to test the most dominant mycotoxins, the most studied mycotoxins. Part of that being, we actually have enough intellectual information that comes from the different universities that enable us to commercialize test kits. As Roma Labs, commercially we can supply for the 6 main mycotoxins, but from an analytical lab service, we actually run what is called a top 50, which is the 50 most studied mycotoxins. And then we also run another one called the Spectrum 360. This covers about 360 analytes, which we can now run conclusively on LC-MS, MS, and be able to give you an accurate result. So within a micro setting, your ELISA lateral flow devices will detect those what are listed as the major mycotoxins. If you go beyond that and you require to use LC-MS, MS, we can then broaden the testing because we've got the capability of testing with LC-MS, MS, and being quite accurate is quite high. One thing which probably both presenters did not mention around LC-MS, MS is the ability to identify masked mycotoxins. So in a lot of scenarios, for example, with John, sometimes it's attaches to glucose molecules and the like, like John 6-glucoside. When you run that on lateral flow, the result, it does not pick that up as John, or if you run it on ELISA. But when you run it on LC-MS, MS, that differentiation actually exists. So if you remember when Prof was presenting, you know, she gave us the different forms of John, but also the masked mycotoxins may not picked up on lateral flow. And sometimes when you then submit a test to a reference lab, it will tell you but this amount of John, and your lateral flow was giving you a different result. And sometimes the difference is either it's the type of John that is there, or it's the masked one which cannot be picked up by lateral flow. It's a limitation that exists, we acknowledge it, but as a screening test, you know, certain limitations will always be there. I like to use this slide normally when I'm doing the presentation on testing, because I think it gives people a perspective of why sometimes you need to have different tests. So the perception that that's normally out there is, I want to test for mycotoxin. But you know, the mycotoxins, they've got different shapes, they've got different sizes, they've got different polarity. So as a result, you will need to generate a specific antibody for you to be able to detect homolysis. If you compare, for example, with John, they're not the same shape, they don't have the same antigenicity. So because of that variation, we cannot create a single test which covers different mycotoxins. It also applies when you're looking at mycotoxin mitigation mechanisms, that because they are different molecules and they have got different polarity and activities, they will also require different mechanisms for you to mitigate the risk that you're finding within different raw materials. In terms of toxicity, I think Prof also mentioned that there's a lot of similarities that happen with certain mycotoxins. Like, for example, aflatoxin presents the same across the different species, but there's also an aspect of combination, you know, what is called mycotoxin synergism. If you've got multiple mycotoxin contaminations, you also get a manifestation of either a single event or multiple events at the same time. So you may have a drug contamination alone, but a drug contamination with aflatoxin might actually have a more amplified response because the liver is being affected by the presence of aflatoxin. And the toxin cycles a lot more in the body before it becomes excreted. So there are different synergy mechanisms that have been studied, but I think I put this out for you to see that it's not only aflatoxin that has got a huge impact. You actually have the different mycotoxins having different effects on humans, and the same sometimes manifests also in animals, and we need to be quite delicate when looking at the effect of mycotoxin, especially when they become synergistic. So the biggest reason why people test in the whole world is regulation. You know, the moment we remove regulation, then there's no need to test. That's number one. Number two, if we do not enforce the regulations, there's no test. So in a lot of places, you find countries that have got limited enforcement of regulations around mycotoxins. They also have very limited testing. And the result, you also find there is a lot of manifestation of mycotoxin-related effects within the population and the livestock production systems. The slide I put up here just shows you the different regulations that are in different countries. The most or the biggest spread comes when you see where there's food and dairy and feed testing. The second one is food and dairy or food and feed. And then the least one being where you only have food testing and feed testing. So when we look at Kenya, this is where we stand. The ideal position is if we could be in the red, then we'd have much wider testing. If you look at where I reside in South Africa, there's only food and dairy. The feed industry is actually self-regulating. So the animal feed industry in South Africa tests a lot more than the food and dairy. And that's actually because the industry decided to self-regulate because of the impact on performance and profitability within the industry. The other reason why we test, which is what Prof also talked about extensively, is the amount of mycotoxin that you have in a very huge sample. So when you talk about 1 ppb, you're looking at, to put it into perspective, it's 1 second in 32 years. So anyone who is less than 32 years here probably has not, in terms of quantification, that they have not reached the ppb level. You look at it as a grain of sand in 22 grams, or 1 kernel in three 30-ton trucks, rail cars. The other way to look at it is it's like 1 gram of sugar in a swing. So the thing that we are looking for is really, really small. And we need to be able to do the proper procedures for us to be able to detect it. If we don't do the right things, then how are you going to pick up the 1 gram of sugar in a swimming pool? Sometimes we detect as low as 0.7, 0.4 ppb on a sample. So we actually need to have a good sample for us to be able to pick up 0.4, 0.7, and later on 1 ppb. The other reason why we also test is because of trade regulations and early warning systems. So from the trade perspective, it's ensuring that our population is not being impacted by highly contaminated raw materials that are coming in. The other way of looking at it is to say, are we compliant with international regulations, or are the importers compliant with international regulations? But the more important part for me is working as an early warning system. So it helps to pick up and detect anything that might be within trade grain that you might potentially import or potentially export, and as a result, minimize their health risk on the end destination. And I just put out that as an example of incidents that have happened in Europe, where different raw materials have been detected and found to be above a certain level of aflatoxin, and as a result, they are not allowed to into the European system. And then on the sampling side, Prof talked about the error, and I thought I needed to show this, that I think sometimes visuals like this allow people to remember more. If you take an error into position, it is 100% in mycotoxin analysis. 80% of that is going to come from sampling. So if you sample right, you pick the right number of samples, you collected the right places, you got a homogeneous sample, you have covered 80% of the potential error. So that means you're left with 20%. In that 20%, 10% becomes a sub-sampling error. So 88%, 10% becomes a sub-sampling error, which is you've got 2 kgs or whatever, then you bring it into a lab. Now you need to sample that before you test. And then the remaining 2% is an analysis error. And more often than not, it's usually a mistake in the procedure more than it is the competence of the person who is running. In most laboratory facilities, you've got people who are actually quite competent to run. But once in a while, human error is the bigger component of the analysis error that I've seen in the market. It's important for us to also realize that mycotoxins are not uniformly distributed. So if you take, for example, something like a protein, proteins are very uniform in distribution, but mycotoxins tend not to be uniformly distributed. I love using the example of a silo. If you see a silo and it's 50 meters high, 12 meters wide, normally what you find is mycotoxins create what are called hotspots. So hotspots are areas where there is moisture and sufficient heat for the fungi to grow, and then as a result, the mycotoxin develops there. So if you sample your silo just by picking one spot, if you go there, your grade is going to be 0 ppb, for example. But if you pick there, you're going to have 45 ppb. You go in the middle, it's going to be 12 ppb, which is below the 20 ppb requirement. So as per Prof's presentation, as you increase the number of samples that you take, your variation also decreases. So if you only take small samples, you're going to have a variation of the 0 to 43 ppb. But as you increase the size that you're taking on a truck, on a side note, you're also going to reduce that variation and make your result more accurate. So when it comes to services and products, I think this is an area where I think Prof covered very well for me, and I'm very grateful. I think there's two important components which are not part of the routine testing. So the first one is having standards in the system. So you need to have calibrated standards that you use in your system to ensure that whenever you're testing, you can actually audit the system and see if it works. The second one is having the cleanup column. I think Prof mentioned that area, which come in two forms. So one is a gravitational system only, or a filtration system, and the other one is an immunoaffinity type of system, which actually purifies your sample so that you've got a pure sample of toxin, fumonism, or drawn, and it makes your result a lot more accurate. In terms of testing, we are looking at ideally reference testing and rapid testing. The reference testing is mostly based on chromatographic methods. In our labs, we use HPLC, so we use LC-MS as the standard, but we also supply the antibody test, the ELISA, and the lateral flow. So this is an example of the calibrated standards that you can use. So this is our internal brand, BioPure. We do single contaminations, multiple contaminations. So say, for example, you did a pure aflatoxin B1, we can do a pure aflatoxin B1, but we can also do a total aflatoxin, which is calibrated so that you know how much B1, B2, G1, G2 are within the sample. So it also comes with a certificate of analysis. And then all of these are produced under ISO standards so that you're actually compliant in terms of regulation. We also produce standards for ISO 17025. So for those labs which are accredited and they need to use ISO certified standards, we also provide those ISO certified standards. On LC-MS, I won't say anything more because the two prior presenters covered that very well. I'll only speak a little bit to the benefits. So I think one of the biggest benefits of running LC-MS is you're actually able to do simultaneous detection of multiple analytes. So if you're to compare that with the lateral or the ELISA, you're only able to run, say, aflatoxin B1 or fumonism B ELISA test. But with LC-MS, you can actually do the one sample multiple analytes and be able to get a comprehensive result of the multiple contaminations. It also has a simplified sampling process, sample preparation, and there's no need for derivation, which was an additional step in previous testing methods. And then it's highly selective and highly sensitive, which is what makes it the gold standard test. The limitation is it's quite expensive, so not everyone can afford to buy it. The matrix influence, which Prof talked about, but she also showed us how to factor for that. So there's always an element of you being able to factor in the correction and actually have as accurate a result as possible. You also have ion suppression or ion enhancement, and then lastly, you can have potential source of systematic errors as a result of usually the method development. So we also offer an analytical service, which we combine together sometimes with also PT schemes. So you can use any one of our labs. For most of the guys within this region, it would be either Australia or the UK. The UK reference labs covers allergens only. In Austria, we cover the entire range of products. We also do with that a PT scheme. So currently we are running one of the monies in drone. The next one will be running in September, September, which will be the aflatoxin one. So we do 3 to 4 PT schemes in a year for different mycotoxins. So that will be useful for laboratory facilities just for you to benchmark and see if everything is running well. So on the rapid testing platform, we've got the ELISA, that's the first one. I decided I'm going to put this slide for interest's sake. I was having a discussion earlier with Dr. Ruchon. And one of the things that we find in the market is when we supply an ELISA test, it comes with standards. So these standards use them to build a curve. And out of that curve, you can now do an extrapolation of the quantification of the different mycotoxins. What we find in the market often is people who run these standards only once. They do their curve, and then for the rest of the kit, they are running only the test samples without running the mycotoxin, the standard that have come with it. I understand from a commercial perspective that some entities would want to do that to save money, because imagine you've got 3 samples and you've got 4 standards, and you're thinking, okay, so I'm going to use 4 wells standard, and I'm going to use 3 wells for my test. I'm actually wasting 4 wells. But what people don't realize in the process is these standards actually help you to see if you've made a mistake in the process. So say, for example, you do not pipette the right amount, you do not incubate properly, your well was pre-contaminated, then when you have the standard, there's going to be a deviation from the stated amount. And that deviation, you also see it on the test itself, then you'll be able to say this test is invalid because we have, I can see it. So the recommendation is whenever you're running ELISA, run it with the standards so that you can actually see is there. It's a way of controlling. It's like a control measure to see if there are errors of analysis and errors of operation within your testing procedure. So in terms of the product offering that we have, we can do total aflatoxin, we can do aflatoxin B1, we can do aflatoxin M1, the highly sensitive one, which is 5 to 100, and then we do aflatoxin M1 plus, which is from 100 to 2000. We also do ochratoxin, DON, total formonizine, T2, and zearalenone. And what we do with this particular ELISA test is we can provide an Excel spreadsheet in which you can put in the readings, and then it automatically calculates back the level of contamination. We also now have a software which you can link to an ELISA reader. You can download to your laptop, you connect the reader, and it moves the data from the reader onto the software and automatically calculates. So depending on the capabilities, we can offer both the manual one and the automated methods to recalculate backwards. And then we also have a list of validated commodities on our ELISA, quite extensive. I think you'd appreciate from Pro's presentation that not every cereal is contaminated with all mycotoxins. So when we do the validation, we also focus on which mycotoxins are dominant on which cereals. And the one that always comes to mind repeatedly is like your wheat. You almost know it's pointless to try and look for aflatoxin in wheat, but DON is going to be your #1. So based on those variations, you will find the validations are quite different. And then if you take something like corn, our highlight there, you will see corn is almost validated almost for everything. That means there will almost always be multiple mycotoxin contamination. depending on the prevailing condition. So this just continues to show the list of validated raw materials. It's quite extensive. This list also can increase on the basis of needs from the market. So if somebody comes and says, no, we want to do a validation for cassava, we want to do a validation for this, and we give us sufficient raw material, we can actually do the validation and add new raw materials onto the list. And then on the lateral flow strips, we currently provide lateral flow semi-quantitative on aflatoxin only. So this comes with the 3 cutoff levels: 4 ppb, 10 ppb, and 20 ppb. So these strips are ideally used where you know I want to test this particular raw material, and the requirement is I must be below 10. So whether you're a 6 or you're a 12, it really doesn't matter. You just want to know if you're compliant. Then this becomes your go-to test. It requires no capital expenditure. So the only thing you're going to put in is your method of extraction, ethanol and method of extraction, and then obviously your class weight. So it's a very simple, rather easy to use test, and very little capital expenditure. And then in terms of the results, it's as Prof described, it's a competitive type of test. So the less the color, the higher the contamination. The more the color of the control on the test line, the less the contamination. And the same applies also even to the ELISA. The ELISA is stated as a competitive ELISA. So the less color there is, the higher the level of contamination. The more color there is, the lower the level of contamination. And your control line remains a critical part of the analysis. As you see, the where I get invalid results. If the control line does not appear, then your result is invalid. It means you've done something wrong within the process, and your test line is better finding. But if the test line appears and the control line appears and the test line appears, then if the test line control line appears and the test line does not appear, then it means you've got a very high level of contamination. If the color of the test line is lighter, then it would be judged sometimes as a positive. And then on the quantitative strip, we put an instrument called the AgriVision Pro, and this test strips are called AgriStrip Pro. So this device is new on the market. It was launched in 2021, just when COVID was starting to tone down. On this device, we have the ability of reading all the 6 mycotoxins using the quantification strips. The device is able to run 4 analytes at the same time. So when I say 4 analytes at the same time, you will see on the reader itself there is the 4 pods at the top. You can put in aflatoxin in one, formaldehyde in the other, John, Sierra Leone, and the reader will be capable of doing the reading of the 4 mycotoxins simultaneously. One thing that we've added also to this reader is capability to do GMO analysis on the different strips so that you have a quantification. So you can also do GM quantification using this particular reader of the GM strips. So this just shows the different tests that we can run on it. So one of the things that I like particularly about this test, apologies, it's going on. Yes, go on, go to move on. I hope you can still read that or see that. So one of the things we've done with this data is we've added blockchain technology. So every stream comes with a data matrix that is preloaded there. And what's preloaded on that is the type of test. So let's say it's aflatoxin technology, the lot number, and the stream itself as well a unique number. And we have done this from a quality control perspective. So if you run one particular stream in the machine reads and gives a result, that stream cannot be reread. So if you try and picture a scenario where we're in a laboratory and I'll use Kenya Revenue Services as an example. So I work at KRA, one of the officers, and I have a grade that's coming in, but this grade belongs to my good friend Collins. So I test this grade and it's above the cutoff limit, but I know Dr. Mucho ran another test area and it was below the limit. I would use this stream just to read it and then pass this grade. But with this control mechanisms, a test cannot be reread. It can only be read once. If you put it in the machine, you can't reread it again. So it actually controls in terms of ensuring that a result is not double recorded in the same system. We have also enabled identification of users on this machine. So if you've got 6 or 7 people analyzing through admin rights, you can actually load every one of them. They can put in their own password, and when they are running the machine, the results that are under their profile cannot be manipulated by anyone else except the person who's got the administration rights. So it enables you to have control of running of tests, maintenance of results, but also if there's an issue that arises in the future, you can also go back and check who did this particular test, and then you can have a discussion with the person around were there any issues that came up, and how do you solve either a client issue or a regulatory issue that might come up. So in terms of the test process, there's actually quite you need 10 grams of sample in 15 minutes of test water. You get extraction buffer, and then you shake quite vigorously for 2 minutes. After the 2 minutes, you let your sample settle down, and then you collect supernatant from there into the centrifuge tube. You add your dilution buffer, you centrifuge. After centrifuging, you then put your stream into the reader, you add your sample, and then allow it to move by capillary action. As soon as the reader detects the movement, it starts incubating, and then your result is displayed on the machine. So once the result is displayed, it's also automatically stored. So say, for example, for some reason you're distracted whilst you're running the test, and then you realize 10 minutes later that, oh, I forgot I had a test. When you go back there, you're going to find the script telling the results displayed on the screen, and also the results saved in the machine. So it actually helps in terms of reducing human error within the system. Then the last thing is all the results, the machine can save up to 5,000 tests. So all of this can be exported either onto your laboratory management system, onto a memory stick, or you can print them out and then have the result available on a portable system. Then the last thing is we developed what we call an AgroVision data manager platform. So this is a platform where you can connect the data to your laptop and then export all the data onto your laptop. So you'll be able to store it by dates, by commodities. So you can be able to select by date, by commodities, by type of mycotoxin. So if you want to do an analysis of the data that you have, this data management system actually allows you to evaluate all the data that you have run on that particular data and make an analysis of what are the trends as far as corn, wheat, aflatoxin, Sierra Leone, or based on timelines with January to March, April to June, so you can see trends based on either time zones, raw material, or the type of mycotoxin. So yeah, I think in a nutshell, this are the opportunities in terms of testing that we have. As I mentioned earlier yesterday, our local partner in Kenya is Sorella Scientific. So if you need to have access to information, technologies, pricing, they are there seated at the back, and you can have a discussion with them. Also, I think when it's time for tea break, I'll be able to set up the agrivision data here and then do a quick demonstration of aflatoxin testing. But I'm taking one sample from the maize flour that made the garlic that we ate in the afternoon. And then I'm getting another one sample from NBA. And if the flour turns out to be highly contaminated, don't panic. Prof mentioned aflatoxin it's usually a chronic issue. If it's acute, I'm sure we'll all be dead by tomorrow morning. But if you survive the morning, then you know just how you can be contaminating yourself in the future. So thank you so much. I hope we can enjoy the demonstration later.
Okay, our presenter is which we are going to have a discussion session.
Hello, everybody. I'm back again. Are you all tired already? Should we stand up and stretch out? Yes, let's do that while I get everything ready here in the screen. Those that are home, I'll take an opportunity to stand up, stretch before you sit back down. It's our last presentation of the day, so hopefully then we'll have a chance for some questions and discussions and tea. But this is the last presentation. Ready in the room? Ready? Okay, let's get started. Today we've been talking about mycotoxins, and we started the day by discussing the issues in Kenya and what the population may be exposed to. And then we moved on to discuss a little bit about climate and what climate change could do for mycotoxins from the world and perhaps here in Kenya as well. And then we talk about testing, which is probably important. And I felt that perhaps to close our technical talks today, we could be looking at that supply chain from, a perspective of all the way from the farm to the table. What are the facts of the processing or any other intervention that we might be able to apply to reduce mycotoxin contamination and maybe reduce exposure through reduction of maybe bioaccessibility or toxicity. So that's the talk that we're going to cover. So first we're going to start by talking about the facts of processing on mycotoxin contamination. So essentially my goal here is walk through data that was collected either in my laboratory at the University of Nebraska, Lincoln, or by others in the literature that kind of show all the different processes that we use in the food industry with grains and other commodities and how they may impact the level of toxin that can be detected. That's very key here. The amount of toxin that can be detected at the end of that process.
So if you look at the food industry, essentially you take your grain, your commodity. First step is usually cleaning, right? Separating, removing broken kernels and dust and rotten pieces of the fruits or vegetables. So cleaning and separation is essential in any process that you're going to do later on. And no different is the effect that it has on mycotoxin, because as we're removing those kernels that are maybe lighter in density because they are affected by the fungi, or kernels that are broken and maybe because of it more contaminated, as we reduce those, we also remove toxin from our brains essentially. So in the slide, I'm not going to read every single point, but you can see that wheat and barley can be cleaned to reduce deoxyribonucleic, corn can be cleaned to reduce fumonism, and aflatoxin, peanuts can be cleaned to reduce aflatoxin, depending upon the level of cleaning and how much we're willing to remove, because then it becomes another fine line. I could remove most of what seems to be contaminated, but then all that becomes a waste, right? So it's a fine line on the separation and removal. So then there are methods and techniques and equipment that try to fine tune where that line is, that fine line. So for example, on this research that was done with a sorter, a high-speed dual wavelength sorter. So basically, by color, this machine is going to determine if the kernel should be kept or rejected. And if it is rejected, then it's removed from that stream. So when corn had been previously cleaned and then passed through this machine, if we were working with a low threshold, meaning we're going to reject 5% of the grain, then we were able to remove a certain level of aflatoxin and a certain level of mycotoxin. Increasing the high threshold to 10% didn't seem to maybe help much with aflatoxin contamination. You were still removing about the same. Maybe improve the amount of fumonism that could be removed when the kernels had been previously cleaned. When the kernels were not cleaned before passing through this machine, then the machine was less efficient in general, just because now we had more dust, more foreign material to deal with. So the removal of 5 and 10% didn't achieve as good as a result. So I guess the take-home message is that sometimes you don't need to remove as much to achieve a considerable cleaning of that grain. Low threshold, high threshold didn't show that much of a difference. And if we stack cleaning steps, like for example, use a gravity table sorter and maybe use some air vacuuming or dust removal, and then we go on to a sorter, the process is a lot better and more efficient. And that's exactly what this other table also corroborates and kind of supports that idea. On the first column, you have the technology that was used for sorting peanuts by electronic color, followed by hand picking. So the first column is all the different technologies for what it was done. Then you have the aflatoxin level, and then you have the reduction level given by that single step, and then you have the cumulative reduction. So as you can see, we can remove most, if not all, of the toxin that was associated with that lot of peanuts by applying all of these different steps. But then one may ask, how much of that had to be removed to get to that point? And also, how much does it cost to buy all of these different pieces of equipment? So again, it goes back to choosing the best combination of these steps to get to a feasible, economical answer to the problem. So then we move on to dry milling. So here, essentially, you're taking your corn or your wheat, adding a little bit of water just to make that grain a little more pliable. And then you go through breaking it down into different fractions and separating the whole, the germ, and the endosperm, and then using that endosperm to make flours and breads and meals. So this is essentially like an overview of that process. Just by cleaning the corn before we do anything with it could lead to a considerable amount of reduction in fumonigens. But then as we dry mill that corn and those fractions get separated, we can see here in this chart what happens to the mycotoxin. So the first group of bars is the contamination in the corn originally. Each of those bars is a different lot of corn. And then you take that lot of corn and then you mill. And then you get the bran, the germ, the flaky grits, and the flour out of that lot. So each bar that has the same texture is representing the same lot. So then as we can see, the toxin that was originally in the corn ends up being essentially mostly associated with the bran, some of the germ, and then very little with the flaky grits and the flour. So essentially the message here is that the endosperm, the internal part of the grain, is the cleanest part of the grain. So by making the flour and removing the bran and the germ, we are reducing considerably the amount of toxin. It becomes a little bit of an issue and concern when we are dealing with other grains, because we do see this very same pattern with wheat, barley, rice. We can remove a lot of mycotoxins by removing the bran and the germ. But essentially, we also know that the nutritional value of a whole flour is a lot higher than flour that has been refined. So as we make that whole flour, we're adding back that bran and the germ into the endosperm to make that whole flour. So we just need to be, again, aware of what we're doing and careful, but understanding where the contamination is and where the contamination may end up as we blend those fractions back to make different products. If we're looking at brewing, you have your malted grain, you have a lot of adjuvants like corn, rice, wheat that can be used as part of that process. And all of those can be contaminated with a multitude of mycotoxins. And research has shown that when the toxins are there, they're going to end up in the beer. But then the question is how much and what is the distribution? So you have the grains. In this case, the research was done with grain that has been contaminated with aflatoxins and fumonigens, and then you move on to the mash cooking, which the toxins are quite stable because they are term resistant. Temperature has to be excessively high for the toxin to be degraded. Research has shown that as well, so that's why it's very stable during mash and cooking. During the malting, we see some of the reduction. During the wort boiling, we see some reduction. During fermentation, we see some reduction. And maybe perhaps the question is how that gets reduced. And every time that we wash and we exchange water in a process, some of the mycotoxins may be washed away with that water. Every time that we have a fermentation step, microorganisms can either absorb mycotoxins cell, or they can, some of them can metabolize mycotoxins and change them. So essentially, we just can't detect them anymore because they've been chemically modified. So all of those could have played an effect and could be the reason for the reductions that were observed. Thermal processes, when we bake or cook things, what happens to it? Depending upon the temperature that is used for that baking, and you can see on the slide 175 versus 200, you may have more or less reduction. Of course, the higher the temperature, the more reduction, so higher losses at the surface. And then it was interesting that, research done by one group showed results with some reduction at 200, with a different group showing no reduction at 204 for the same baking. But what was different in the case was perhaps the recipe. So what I'm kind of alluding to this is that the ingredients of a product will have a critical role if fumonigens or mycotoxins or aflatoxins can be changed in a process or not. And we'll see that as this presentation goes. So flour, as we heat it, we can have some reduction of certain mycotoxins. As we bake breads, some reductions that are significant have been, recorded in the literature. Some types of bread, more or less reduction than others, like regular versus Egyptian bread. Again, going back to the idea that you may be preparing in a different way, the recipe may be different, the way that you cook is different. So all of that would have a role in this potential reduction in toxin that is detected at the end of the process. Beans, when they're cooked under pressure, they get a reduction of toxins is larger than when you do just regular cooking at atmospheric pressure. Coffee beans is quite controversial. There's data in the literature all the way, like no reduction at all to 90% reduction. And that again goes back to the type of roasting, the level of roasting, temperature of roasting, depending upon how the process goes, some toxin can be reduced. And the same goes for pistachio, same idea, the roasting, the higher the temperature, the more reduction you usually see. You see that for pistachio there, the temperature for the roasting vary from 90 to 150 Celsius, and the length of time from 30 to 120. And then you have reductions vary from 17 to 63. And I assure you that the longer time with the higher temperature led to the higher reduction. So that's usually how it works. It's a correlation of those. Cornflakes processing. So essentially you have the corn grits and you're going to be cooking them, pressure cooking, and then hot air drying, flaking and roasting to make, breakfast cereal. Not sure if very popular here, but in the US, very popular product. Reductions of 85% if you want to be achieved in such amounts of product. If we look at each individual of those steps, cooking and flaking with or without sugar may give you more or less reduction. And again, we are going back to that idea that the recipe or the formulation have a role to play. After you toast with and without sugar, you may achieve 78 to 85% reduction in aflatoxin. So again, different products, different formulations, different processing conditions will lead to different levels of reduction. Here again, it's some data getting more into the details of that formulation. Research was done looking at corn that was contaminated with fumonazine B1, and then that corn was made into cornflakes where they used no additives, which is the first bar, kind of like the beige color, and then used sucrose, a combination of sucrose, maltose, and high fructose corn syrup. And then the yellow bar is glucose, and then a combination of glucose, maltose, and high fructose corn syrup. So before cooking, all of those corn grits had the same amount of fumonazine because it was essentially the same lot. And then after they were prepared and processed with a slightly different formulation, we can see that the bars now have different heights, with the ones where glucose was present being the smallest of them, meaning that those are the ones that had the least amount of fumonazine left, at least that we could detect with the methods that we were using, in the presence of glucose or glucose, maltose, and high fructose corn syrup. So through those observations, we started asking questions, perhaps why that was going on, and I'll try and answer them in a little bit. So stick with me. Another process that we were interested in working with is extrusion. So extrusion is, for those that are not familiar with it, is the process that is used for making the expanded cereal-based products like cheese puffs, like Cheetos or cheese balls. Do you have any of those here in the country? Expanded cheese or wheat-based products? Maybe? No chips? No puffed Cheetos? No? Maybe some corn-based ones. They're like very airy inside. If you don't have any of that, you have that? Yes. Oh, okay. Thank you. Yes, just like the ones in the screen. Thank you. Other processes that, or other products that are done using this process, extrusion, is pasta. You use wheat, you mix and you make a dough, and then you extrude it into different shapes, right? And then you have your spaghetti, and you have your little spiral shapes. All of those using the same equipment, same machine. cat foods, all the little pellets that we use for feeding, dogs and cats and other animals. Aquaculture use a lot of extruded products because by extruding the product has a lot of air inside, so it floats and it's good for feeding fish because then the food doesn't sink. It just floats in the water and fish can eat. So this process is used a lot in the food and feed industry. So because of it, we were interested in the fact of it in processing and in mycotoxins. So during this process, there's a lot of, there's an influence of the ingredients that are present. There's a lot of mechanical energy inside of that extruder machine. There's a lot of pressure that goes inside. All the material that we're pushing through has to escape the piece of equipment through a very, very small opening at the end. So there's a lot of back pressure that gets built inside of the equipment. There's a lot of thermal energy. We add energy, use the steam, we add energy, use electric resistance. So we put a lot of energy into that machine. Because of it, we are dealing with temperatures that are, 107 to 163 Celsius degree inside of that machine. Pressures of 50 psi. There's a lot of physical chemical changes that happen in product extension because the water gets above the boiling point inside of that machine, as you can tell, by 163 Celsius. And as soon as that product comes out of the machine, it encounters atmospheric pressure. And then that water tends to boil off really fast and expand the product, and that's why it gets airy. Pasta doesn't get airy because we don't use as high of a temperature. But for all of those that are expanded products, we use very high temperatures, and that's how we can, make different textures and different products. But in any case, going back to our mycotoxins, what does it do to them? Even though they're thermally stable, they don't quite. They're not as stable, inside of the extruder because now we're using temperatures that are extremely high. We're using pressure. We're pushing a lot on that chemical structure, and in essence, it gets modified. How much reduction do we get? It depends upon the conditions, any additives, moisture, temperature. This machine has a auger that moves inside and pushes that food through that opening on the air. So depending upon the speed of that auger, that screw, the food may stay longer or a short amount of time inside of that barrel. So because of it, that screw speed also will have limits. If we add ammonia, for example, we can get a high level of reduction of aflatoxin. If you don't add ammonia, then you have less reduction. So again, a lot of different factors will play a role in extrusion. For ultratoxins, the level of reduction may depend upon the temperature, the moisture content, and the residence time, how long that material stays inside of the extruder. For silicone, again, moisture content plays a role, and the temperature of the extruder also. Experiments were done at 120, 140, and 160, and you can see that we get quite a bit of reduction from the control, which was the initial material. So definitely we're seeing, reduction on the amount of toxin that we're quantifying. For some reason I'm changing here, but it's not changing there. I'm just going to give it a second and see if it catches up. There. For a few months, research was done using different screw speeds, meaning like the amount of time that the material stayed inside of the barrel, also different temperatures. And we can see that the higher the temperature, the more reduction we observed. The slower the speed, 40 RPMs, then again, the more reduction, meaning the less amount of fumonisin remain in the sample. When we add sugar to our equation, then we were able to further reduce the toxin, especially and specifically fumonisin. So adding sugar was very beneficial to this process, and we observed that no matter which screw speed we use or temperature we use, the sugar definitely had an impact. So again, kind of summarizing the facts of the extrusion, depending upon the conditions we use, we will see reduction in aflatoxin, zearalenol, deoxyribonulinol, guanosine, and things that will impact that reduction percentage will be the temperature, the screw type, the screw speed, and also the formulation, like the amount of sugar in that recipe. So that kind of brought us to think about, why this was happening. And definitely we were seeing reduction in levels of detectable mycotoxic foods, but the question that begged to be answered was why? Was it truly the toxin being destroyed inside of those processes, or was it becoming bound to the matrix, like by chemical reactions, in such a way that we couldn't extract it anymore, and we therefore couldn't detect? Or what was happening with this toxin that, yes, it was reduced, but where was it going? So then one question that we had was, okay, is this toxin really not there anymore? Or maybe we're just not being able to extract. And one way to look at that, it's looking at the bioaccessibility of the toxin. So in other words, what we did was, we looked at the amount of toxin that we could detect in the food after it had been processed, and then we simulated the digestion with enzymes and pH and all of that, and then we look at the amount of toxin that would have been released in our gut, in our intestines, to see if, okay, maybe it's there, but it's just not bioaccessible, or is it not there anymore? So those were the questions that we had in mind. We were looking for an answer regarding, I don't detect it anymore, but once I eat that food, can I absorb that toxin or not? So then we were looking at the facts of the processing on the bioaccessibility of the mycotoxins. So extrusion is something that we've been very interested for many years. It started with my PhD advisor, and then I continued some of the work even after he retired. So we've been very interested in it. And what we did, particularly with this research, we were trying to look at the role of extrusion on aflatoxin, but beyond just like before extrusion and after extrusion, we wanted to look after digestion, if the toxin perhaps was there anymore or not. And we did that research using forming. We also did add to our recipe, because remember that I've been mentioning that recipes and formulations have a role to play. So we were doing that in the presence of amylose. Amylose is a specific type of starch, and after it goes through extrusion, usually what it does, because of the temperature and the pressure, it becomes non-digestible. So our hypothesis was that if by any chance our toxin in the process of extrusion was binding to that resistant starch, then maybe it could be excreted and it wouldn't be bioaccessible. So it wouldn't be, our gut wouldn't be able to absorb it because it would just pass through. That was the hypothesis. So we did the work looking at aflatoxin. So the first part of the work was looking at the fact of the extrusion, because we still want to quantify how much of that toxin was there before and after extrusion, and we did it for aflatoxin G1, G2, B1, and B2. And I circled the values for the extrusion itself. So definitely the amount of toxin comparing before and after extrusion, it went down. So a lot of the toxin seemed to have disappeared after extrusion. And in some cases, in the presence of amylose, that reduction was even more. So look at the toxin B1, for example. The corn by itself provided 84% of its reduction. When we had the amylose with it, it was a 90% reduction. So we were pretty excited because we were making that process even more efficient. But then it begs the question, how about after you eat and digest? Is that still the case? And then, so the first part here tells us that there was an apparent aflatoxin reduction in the extrusion, and that could be the result of interaction between the aflatoxin in the macromolecules in a way that we're not seeing the toxin anymore. Then after we did the digestion of that, then we looked at how much of the toxin was available, or I should say, had been reduced compared to initially, but after being digested. And what we found out was that after digestion, part of those toxins that were bound, they became available again. So the amount of toxin available after digestion was higher than in the extruded product. It was not as bad as the initial, right? There was still some reduction, but some of that benefit that we observed with extrusion was unfortunately lost. Not all of it, but some of it was lost, allowing the toxin to be absorbed and then is lost. Not all of it was lost. As you can tell on the chart, you know, we still had in some cases 70% of the toxin reduced, 40% of the toxin reduced. So, you know, depending upon the type of aflatoxin that we're talking about, it varied a little bit. But nonetheless, some of the benefit was lost. Then let's look at the fumonism. We did the same thing, the same principle. We wanted to determine the effect of the ankylose on the bioaccessibility of fumonism B1 after extrusion. So we follow the same pattern, the same experiments, and we did the experiments with fumonism B1. And then the first chart there on the left-hand side, you had the reduction. So in the absence of envelopes, we got 66% reduction. In the presence of envelopes, we got 75% of that toxin being reduced. And then, so the extrusion contributed as a mitigating strategy against fumonism. After we did the bioaccessibility, the amount of fumonism that was bioaccessible was less as of envelopes. So the envelopes in this case further minimize the exposure during digestion, reducing the bioaccessibility of the fumonism further. So with the fumonism, we didn't lose the effect. It was actually it was even better. So the extrusion reduced some, and then it became less bioaccessible because of the presence of envelopes. So that was a very good result in terms of understanding those interactions and what processing can do for us. So we've seen that you can reduce the levels of the technical mycotoxins in foods. We can also reduce with some processing the bioaccessibility. But what happens with the toxicity itself? So then we went back to the lab and we asked that question, and we started evaluating the effect of the processing on the mycotoxin toxicity. So to do that, what we did was we used corn, and we had corn that was not contaminated, and we had corn that was contaminated with pure toxin or fermented with fungi to make that corn contaminated. And then we extrude it because, again, we really like extrusion, and we use it for so many things in the food industry. So we wanted to see the effect of the extrusion at a certain temperature, 160 Celsius degree, and a screw speed of 60 RPM. So we extruded that corn, and we made essentially puffed Cheetos to feed rats that were susceptible to fumonism. So this line of rats that we used was susceptible to fumonism. So that was a part of the experiment. We were looking at the processing itself and how the toxins may have changed during processing, and we also wanted to look with the rats, what was the effect on the toxicity. So it all came together. So the first part here was looking at that puffed Cheeto, like the puffed corn, to see what happened with the fumonism. So we used a mass balance approach, and we were looking at the fumonism B1 in the non-extruded and extruded contaminated corn. So if you follow me on the chart here, I'm going to circle, or on the table, I'm going to circle the non-extruded corn. So this corn was just corn grits, and we had 43 ppm of fumonism B1 in it. And when we evaluated that same corn grid for hydroxypymonosin B1 and deoxyfructosine pymonosin B1, which are known derivatives of pymonosin B1, we didn't find them there in the corn initially. Then we extruded the corn and we still found the phymonosin there. And most of that phymonosin, it was less than non-extruded, right? It went from 43 to 34. So we found less, but all that was found was still in the form of phymonosin B1. When we extruded that corn with glucose, because we knew that it would further reduce, it really did. It went from 43 to 9.8. It further reduced. And then most of the toxin now was in the form of deoxyfructosine. So it's not like the phymonosin completely disappeared. What happened was the phymonosin bound with that sugar molecule and got transformed into something else. When I was using the method, the HPLC method to detect phymonosin B1, I couldn't see it because I wasn't looking for the right thing. When I looked for deoxyfructosine pymonosin B1, I was able to find most of that toxin in that form. So it's not like our processes are completely getting rid of the toxin. What they're doing is they're transforming potentially into a different chemical compound that we need to look for. The question then that mattered here to be answered was, is that deoxyfructosine pymonosin B1 any less toxic than the original pymonosin? Because if it is, then there is a benefit here. If it's not, then all the work, it's, for nothing, it's not necessarily good. So that's what we did in looking at the toxicity, because we noticed that our phymonosin, which is the molecule on the top there, had some of their R groups changed, and deoxyfructosine was added to the molecule. So essentially, the sugar molecule was opened up, and then it was bound to our molecule. And if you pay attention to how it's described here, it was bound right on the amino group. If you look at the, and this, I'm pointing it out because it becomes important in the next slide. So the molecule of phymonosin is on the top, and you have an R3 right next to the amino group, the NH. Right at that R3 is where our deoxyfructosine was attached. So then the question was, is that more or less toxic? Previous research had indicated that amino group being very essential to toxicity. So our hopes was that by putting a sugar molecule there, we would block that and it would make it less toxic. That was our hypothesis. So that's why it was important for me to explain the molecule. So then we went to look at those rats. And they are prone to developing issues with their kidney. So they are a line of rats that are very susceptible to kidney damage by phymonosin. But we wanted to make sure that the rats were still healthy enough to show us variations. We didn't want to necessarily kill them with the phymonosin. And thankfully, the experiment was designed in such a way that all the animals were healthy otherwise, but their kidneys were affected as we expected. And then when we looked at the histopathology of the kidney, what we saw on the left-hand side is the control, where they just received extruded corn without any phymonosin, and you can see that it's very red on the screen. As we move to the right, there was a slide of a picture of microscopic histopathology of the rats, the kidney of the rats that had received contaminated corn. So the more yellow we see, the more damage that tissue has. That's what I was explained to. I'm not a toxicologist. This was collaboration with a very well-known toxicologist in the US. That works with the USDA. And then on the last slide is the sample from the rats that were receiving contaminated corn that had been extruded with glucose. So even though the slide here is not great on the screen, but I can assure you that the amount of yellow, it's much less than the picture in the middle, and much more like the control itself, showing that by blocking that immediately with the sugar molecule, we were able to also reduce the toxicity, which then adds to the benefit of, in this case, the processing. We're not only reducing the amount of toxin that is there, we're transforming it into something that is less toxic. And there's a series of papers, if anyone's interested, that kind of tells the whole story. So, you know, telling all of the chemical changes and the toxicity changes and all of that in a series of 4 papers. So to kind of summarize this little part, as we apply processing to foods, there's going to be degradation and chemical changes that are going to happen. And that's why we process foods, right? We want to change the texture, we want to change the flavor, we want to change the color. We're changing that product chemically, and so will the mycotoxins. So there's going to be physical, chemical, biological changes, and those may lead to reduction in mycotoxin, reduction in bioaccessibility, reduction in toxicity. But we only know if we go through, you know, and test all of those. So in summary, and kind of to conclude from the beginning of this talk, there's mycotoxins in every, you know, and there's several steps in our food supply chain. How can we apply a lot of different interventions to maximize what we're doing? So there is reduction that's going to come by processing, like cleaning, sorting, milling, baking, roasting, all of those. And I showed you plenty of numbers that kind of support that idea. We're going to reduce the bioaccessibility. One example is the extrusion that was done with the animals. It led to binding of that toxin and preventing it from being potentially available for absorption. And there might be some reduction of toxicity that is brought out by food processing because of those physical chemical processes. However, we should never forget that prevention is our best course of action. If the toxin is not there to start with, we don't need to worry about, and we don't need to do all of this. So if we can prevent with good agricultural practices, good manufacturing practices, then you know, better off. With that, I thank you all for your attention, and I'll be happy to answer questions.
That brings us to the next presentation by our 2 presenters today. The floor is open for any questions to our presenters. Anybody with a question?
Thank you for that presentation. Thank you for the presentation. My question will be related more, to the policy a little bit. So where you come from, who is responsible for food safety? Is it the food-based cooperatives or let's say the government?
So in the United States, we have different bodies that regulate different areas of food safety. So the Food and Drug Administration will be responsible for setting limits for contaminants and also for surveillance and regulations for essentially implementing those regulations for all foods except the ones that are meat, fish, and based. So the meat and fish based will be overseen by the USDA. They have a food inspection service, FSIS, that will be responsible for inspecting facilities that slaughter, or if you want to say harvest meat and fish. So the USDA will be responsible for that. If you were talking about food production in the field, any pesticide, herbicide, that will be used in food production is then regulated by the EPA, but the enforcement is done by the FDA. FDA takes the sample and determines the level of residue, but the EPA establishes the levels that are allowed. So it's a very complex system because we have different bodies regulating and implementing the food safety in the United States, but it works well. I don't know if that answers your question. Yeah, thumbs up. Good.
What else with
Next group, I think now I feel better. The morning I was feeling full, like, the authority was over by food. Yeah, food. And you got us and you can see that processing the corn and then use the amount of authority to crack. And that's beautiful because now France and me you saw it during lunchtime. Now, one thing, okay, what's really I would like to manage is that so you cannot use the exclusion as a method of preparing our food. And we eat our prowess in this because we use these things when cooking. So the temperatures are natural
Yes, so the question would be like, what other processes, right? Since extrusion maybe is not very popular here, what other methods? And I would say with a little bit of caution that every processing method of cooking will have some effect. The amount of that effect needs to be evaluated, and you would have to do some research to determine what is the percentage of that reduction. But in general, what we observe is every transformation in the food from the raw agricultural commodity to the final product always shows some sort of reduction. So remember that you have your corn just by cleaning and removing broken kernels. That's part of processing. So that step will reduce some. And then the next step is milling. Depending on how you're milling and separating the bran and the germ out of the endosperm, you already got some reduction here. Then you're going to take that home and you're going to make a porridge. You're going to use water, you're going to cook it. So there's temperature that's going to be applied to that. So there's going to be a level of reduction as well. Some of this are true reduction, and I want to emphasize that. Some may not. So let me back up. When you separate out the kernels that are moldy and defective and broken, you're truly removing because you're not going to physically eat them anymore. When you're milling it, if you are separating the fractions and you have the bran going to make animal feed, the germ being used to extract oil from corn, and then you grind only the endosperm, then you're grinding the cleanest part of that grain. That's again another true reduction. When you're bringing that corn home now and you're cooking, you're boiling, and you're making a porridge, you are making chemical changes. Some of those may be apparent. And that's where I pointed out that you might look like it's being reduced, but once you digest, you might be freeing up a little bit some of those toxins again. But remember, from the beginning, we clean, we move. Some of those are true reductions that essentially help us. But with that being said, by no means I want us to trust the food industry to do that job or take the responsibility for cleaning up the supply chain. There's a lot that can be done in the farm, a lot that can be done in storage and distribution that prevents the toxin from being there in the first place. And that's key.
It is someone raised the hands. If you can ask your question.
Yeah, you ask the question?
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Thank you, Professor, for your good presentation. And I just some few comments about your findings. Now, there's a common belief, but also scientific evidence showing that indeed, among the mycotoxins, aflatoxins are quite stable to physical, chemical, and even biological treatments, some showing levels of around 20 to 30% with the fermentation. And it is interesting. It's just a comment then just to give concerning your findings, to show that indeed with extrusion, heat treatment, you can achieve quite substantial amounts of reduction in terms of the aflatoxin content. Although even when you show the results, then on accessibility, then there is also that trend you have said that there is a likelihood that the aflatoxins are being transformed into other derivatives or other compounds. That also, could that also imply that then the same effects of heat treatment, extrusion, and other food processing technologies then may obscure their food testing in the lab? Because then if they are not being detected after these treatments, then it means also at the lab scale, at the lab level, then you may also not be able to detect them. That was one question. Then two, in terms of sorting, especially color-based sorting, yes, indeed, research has also shown that we can reduce the levels of aflatoxin by sorting, but there is also evidence to show that even grains which are invested and are not visibly really showing color changes can also be contaminated with aflatoxins. So would this be a reliable way of doing it? And then finally, on the lab analysis and aflatoxin testing, especially on the recovery, most of the time, I know then we are just doing the recovery and then we are just for the final findings or results for that recovery which has been established. Now, when we are talking of the matrix effect, and especially for the different foods, will it mean then that the different foods may need different adjustments because of maybe even the processing or the different type of composition food, the material you are dealing with? All those then will have an effect at the end of the day on the matrix of that food, and that may also affect the recovery. So just a clarification on those, especially on the food testing. Thank you.
So with the question of semi-quantitative methods for farmers and if they should be using or not. So when you look at the methods, say the strips, and I will put that under the semi-quantitative analysis, either a visual 2-line, 1-line result, or using the machine to determine the level. I'll call that semi-quantitative for the purpose of this discussion. I think if the farmers are to use any technology, that would be the one to recommend, in my opinion. Those methods tend to be robust in the sense that there's not a lot of steps between extraction and the end of the test result. So there's not a lot of room for mistakes from the analyst. There's not a lot of pipetting. There's not a lot of intermediate steps. When we get to ELISA, it becomes, a lot more detailed and a lot more training required to prevent, issues with the test itself. So I would recommend the semi-quantitative. My opinion and experience, those can be run in 15 to 30 minutes between extraction and the very final result. Maybe you have a different.
Yeah, well, usually for someone who's not very well experienced, then it takes a bit longer. But if you're used to the test, you can actually do it in probably 10 to 15. Experience and user of the test can actually do it in under 10 minutes because your assay time is plus or minus 5 minutes. Your assay time is plus or minus 5 minutes, depending on the test that you have. And then your sample preparation can also be another 5 minutes. So if someone who is used to running the test, not necessarily someone who is educated, but someone who is used to running the test often can do it faster. And someone who is not so used to running the test might need to repair a bit more and it takes a bit longer. So in terms of time, I think it really is, they really are rapid tests relative to ELISA and other methods.
Yeah, before you submit to the test, you still need to do some preparation.
Yes.
It still requires some preparation. Yes,
yes.
right. Yes. Now, how practical is that? And I'm asking this for the sake of asking. Yes. Yes. Okay. So then, how easy is it for the farmer? The safety and the process of preparing some. So I can subject it to that process of planting and considering the amount of the error before you subject it to the test. And my question has been always between that as the rapid test, usually for us, but I then be competent enough to be whatever needs to be done. Yeah, so essentially you're talking about the sampling itself and the sub-portioning of that sample and the grinding of that sample. That's usually not accounted every time that in my experience, when we look at test times, the sample collection, subdivision, and grinding is not accounted on that time. Because it doesn't matter which method you choose, that amount of time should be the same, right? Like, it doesn't matter if I'm going to do by HPLC, fluorometry, or ELISA, the sample collection should be the same to be representative. So I agree with you that a lot of training needs to go into explaining to that farmer the best way to collect the samples. Ideally, they should have instruments to help them, maybe manual probes that they can use to get samples out of their sacks if they are storing in bags, or silos, like those, household silos. I don't know if they're popular in Kenya, but they're very popular in Central America and farms that I visited in Guatemala and Honduras. We went through that training with them, showing them how to collect samples from several places on their silos, their house, or several bags that they had stored, how to mix in a larger container, how to properly subdivide that into maybe 2 other containers before that's ground and then analyzed. It does take work. It does take, training. But I believe it's feasible, to train them. If you're taking the economic, honest of buying that kit and providing to them, they ought to be well trained in collecting the sample. Otherwise, the answer you get is less. So in my opinion, it's well worth the time and the effort to train that farmer to collect the sample. But he does require training, yes. Hopefully that now goes more in the direction of answering the question. Now your second question was about the levels. That here in Kenya, you have a aflatoxin B1 level, and then you have a total aflatoxin level. More in line with what you have. EU has maybe different numbers, but same idea. In the US, we only have levels for total aflatoxin. We don't have like separation, say aflatoxin B1 at a certain level and then total a higher level. No, we only do total. The reasoning behind that's a good question, because as you stated in your question, and maybe those that were not online because of the power outage didn't hear, was that when the toxin is there, B1 is the if anything, in my opinion, would have to be like 10 and an 8. From what I've seen, like papers that have quantified separately the toxins show that usually 80% of it would be pure. Would you agree with that, Heather? Yes, and I asked her because she's on the toxin production side of things. So usually when the genes are there, it's mostly pure, right?
Yeah. It's, yeah, P1 is redundant.
So I don't know if it's any like 50% of the value. I don't know what are there. I didn't see. Oh, sorry, I can't answer that one, but I would side with you that it should be being dropped altogether or allocated as.
So Andrea, could I ask a question about the sampling? I mean, those are, and how to handle it. Those are very important things. So here in Kenya, who does the outreach to farmers to help with questions like that? How do they sample? How do they grind? How do they do things? Is there an organization of farm instruction that could be used?
Yeah, I think currently the competent authorities are working together to come up with some sort of paradigm shift from the responsibility being on the government to go sample and test to the responsibility being on the food-based operative to ensure that they know what is required of them to maintain safety of that. So currently there are talks, there's even an agreement, some sort of agreement, and then they're planning to have some sort of training to the farmers and tell them, you need to ensure, for example, if you are doing maize, it's aflatoxin free. And to do this, you'll do ABCD. These are the rules, this is where you go, such like things. There are those arrangements. They are not fully operational because currently it's just the competent authorities that go down there, collect samples for whichever test that wants to be conducted, and then give the result. If there is something of alarm, let's say there's an outbreak of aflatoxin, then everything is confiscated and distributed.
Thank you.
Yeah, so because to add to what she says, most of the time we have vested that mandate of sensitizing to the history of agriculture. And as well as a history. But there's only so much you can do. I mean, there's stretches. And so many times civil society development has come in to supplement that initiative. So it's not very consistent. And you expect that the government is fully informed, but you have a huge gap. And I don't think it will ever change that kind of arrangement.
Yeah.
But like you say, the market of food safety relation is operated. I sympathize with the case because we expect so much And they have a mandatory inspection. They cannot every day check every person.
I mean, just a point of information, in the US, we have services and it's usually through a government sort of supported universities and things, or from counties. There are advisors that go out and, you know, whether it's meetings of farmers at the co-ops or something, can help educate. In India, it took a lot of work for Monsanto to help deal with cotton because the farmers were not understanding totally. Just because you have insect resistant cotton doesn't mean you can ignore the beetles that are also attacking your cotton plant. It was only good for the bollworm moth. So there has to be some, I mean, if you want real improvement, I think it helps if you have a system where you have educational activities that are really targeted at the farmer. That's just a suggestion to, you know.
On that, like I was saying, this particular implementation that is coming up is going to go down like the arrangement we have in Kenya. It boils down from the national government to the devolved units. Now, the devolved units will be given the mandate to register food-based operatives and update a database consistently. These devolved units have ministries within them. We have health, we have agriculture, they have agricultural officers, for instance. They'll be responsible for these minor trainings at the grassroots. But now the government will not come in to teach. The government will just come in to enforce.
Well, and part of it is just education. I don't think farmers necessarily want to have products that will kill people. And they certainly do want to make money. So if stuff is getting turned and refused, then that's an important thing for them. But I don't think that generally they would like to kill people usually. Yeah. So, sorry.
I wanted to address the earlier question on farmers being capable of running the test. I think generally when you look at most scientific procedures, they've got steps that you can't jump. And out of that might require also a certain level of literacy and skill ability. So it may not be the same level as an analytical chemist, but you also need someone who, for example, can read through the manual, can understand the process and go through it. And when she raised that, I was thinking, I don't think this type of initiatives are the sort of initiatives that every farmer must be empowered to do. So if you look, for example, at the dairy farmers, small-scale dairy farmers, they will have a point where either it's a milk supply point and their milk is tested for antibiotic residues there. So it's an internal initiative among the farmers. So when you come with your milk, they'll randomly test, and then there's someone who is trained who can test at that particular point. So I also see there's a method of dealing with it, which is like creating a nucleus in the area and know in this nucleus, these particular people can test, and then you place those centers for testing. Then all of these other farmers would have to be trained on, you know, if you want to bring your maize, don't just take one scoop. Take from your different bags, mix it together, make it 2 kgs, bring it to this guy who's going to do the test. So they can be enlightened on the sampling part, but this particular tester can then run the test and then get him competent and used to it so that he does it correctly and efficiently and takes care of that particular nucleus. Behind you.
From his conference, especially from the foundation, is the information that you have to read the farmer. Because is a graph of the distribution. The moment these are already produce. We are now 100,000. Now the damage is already done. So I agree that the partners should be able to pass a level of knowledge. I agree with you that the farmers should have some level of knowledge. Agriculture is currently devolved as a function of the county governments. Still, there is a gap because the farmers still don't have people who can be able to train them on proper post-harvest handling, and the fact that there is climate change, and you highlighted it in your first presentation, that the farmers might not know what is coming their way. When they are about to harvest, maybe the weather is erratic, the rains might come down and interfere with the produce. So mine is actually a clarion call to all sectors to be able to empower the farmer in the grassroots, so that at least the farmer produces and is able to deliver a product that can be able to be fit for consumption.
Thank you for that. Another next one. Any questions? No, the people are back. Juliana.
Can everybody hear me online? Juliana, you had a question and we lost power right when you finished asking, and I believe it was related to extrusion, processing, and reduction of mycotoxins. So I'm just gonna repeat, like we had a discussion here in the room as the power was coming back, but I will repeat for those that are online. So what we discussed was that extrusion is a process that works at temperatures that are much higher than your usual cooking, baking, and roasting. It includes also a level of pressure inside of the equipment. So we do truly see chemical reactions happening in chemical transformation happening, including with reduction of toxin that can be detected at the end of the process. And I'm being very careful in choosing my words and saying that it's a reduction on the amount of toxin that can be detected by our current methods. Does that mean that the mycotoxin completely disappeared? No, it was chemically changed, it was chemically transformed most likely. And that's what I try to show with the research with the fumanes and in the sugar. We found most of the toxin that was there initially just as a different compound. Then the question becomes, is that changed compound more or less toxic? In the case of the fumanes, luckily it turned to be less toxic, but that's not necessarily the rule with every chemical transformation. So unless you do the research and you go through those steps, we can't tell for sure if the transformation is beneficial or not. But definitely there are chemical changes that happen. So I guess the way that I concluded that thought for the group here in the room was that we shouldn't necessarily transfer the responsibility of improving the safety of our foods exclusively to processing. It's an additive effect. We should be, using good agricultural practices. We should be using good post-harvest practices, good manufacturing practices, and that additive effect of every step should then help ensure the safety of the final product. But there's never going to be a silver bullet. There's never going to be a one single solution to this problem. It's way too complex for us to resolve it with one simple solution. So hopefully that answers your question.
I think are there more questions? So if there are no questions, thank you. Okay, now I turn over.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mike, for guiding that session. There is a demonstration that is supposed to happen by Douglas. And I have seen you bringing a flower that is going to be taken vaccine and all that. I was just enjoying that as whether we can do a bit around wrapping this up, and then we remain here for those who want to see the streets happening, and people can give what they are like. And of course, there's a community down there. Which one wants first? We wrap up, and then we are left now to catch up to and including going down there for with demonstrations. And therefore, in that case, if that's agreeable, allow me to summarize the whole thing, how it all started. So this workshop was a 2-day workshop, which was on building resilience and several supply chain in Kenya, which started very well. We now understand the landscape of the GMO and how it happens in this country. And then later on, we had an opportunity to understand the regulatory things that was heavily guided by the CEO of the NDA. And a good presentation from Professor Goodman, which actually looked at other challenges through the lenses that are beyond Africa and how we can benefit from this. This was well also captured later through his experience around the codex and looking at it from the experiences of EU, India, the US, and all that. The detection rate was heavily gathered by our very able Douglas, who went through the processes, and of course we were treated to very good outcome of nutrition on how the lateral streaks were behaving. And finally, the day was wrapped by Prof. Rick, actually giving us a bit more of the validations and the controls around the whole, the regime of GMO. And then the following day, which is today, we were privileged to have Sheila here, who began unpacked for us about more around the mycotoxin, the exposure, and the extent, instances, and everything else. We enjoyed later on Rosemary. She stepped out later on that, on the laboratory systems and how labs should adopt best practices and what they can do. We appreciate again, we enjoyed the discussion from Bonita, largely on the techniques. I was sweetly reminded of how the mass spec stock and order and all these things happen thanks to Bonita, and of course, Andrea and Douglas for unpacking that. And again, of course, just taking us through the projects. Further discussions and Prof. Adams really unpacked again the mycotoxin production and fungi, and of course different diversity profiles, and went deeper into this area, and we appreciate as well the climate bit of it and how it impacts the mycotoxin was heavily again given to us by Andrew. And of course, we appreciate further discussions, the analytics that followed the sources of the detector kits and all that happened. And largely, what I would say here is that we have had a very well-rounded discussion that is culminating into final demos that we're going to appreciate from Douglas. But one thing that I probably want to say as I conclude is that this workshop attracted 181 participants. And drawn from 4 countries. There is Kenya, Tanzania, Tunisia, and South Africa. And this South Africa must be Douglas. Douglas, I am suspecting on a large note. Then the diversity of different organizations were 20, ranging from universities, regulatory agencies, research institutions, civil society, media, technology transfer, consumer food manufacturers, religious organizations, food dealers, tertiary organizations, professional societies, biotechnology organizations, publishing and events information, food safety and private organization, CBOs, NGOs, associations, and of course county government and departments of health within the county governments. But this is information that we are pulling from the Google form that we had, and there are graphics to that. Of course, in that regard, and allow me to appreciate, first of all, the 20 institutions that allowed their members to register and participate in this very interesting workshop, and also to thank very specifically the University of Nebraska for allowing its staff to be here and to share with us their thoughts and of course expertise. Of course, again, I want to thank Kenya University Biotechnology Consortium, but before that, allow me also to say that through the University of Nebraska Lincoln, they funded actually the meals that we've been enjoying or funded directly by them. And of course, Carol was here yesterday, who also highlighted about more that it should go beyond the university and even appreciate the UCA, which I am grateful to him. Then Kenya University Biotechnology Consortium, you will notice that the proceedings here were actually being live streamed through the website and also through the TV, Kenyatta University TV station. And this was done because of the support from Kenya University Biotechnology. And of course, Kenyatta University itself allowing us first to be here. The conference facility was never hosted, and of course, the hosting, the ICT. If you notice, we had like ICT people, the website and the television planning and managing all this happening. And I thank Kenyatta University for giving us this facility to use at no cost, and of course for the allowing the staff of their normal teaching hours to just avail themselves here freely. I thank the university for that. And now to the presenters, I specifically would want to thank the persons who have availed their time, starting by Prof. Goodman, of course, Professor Alan Adams, Professor Benjani, Professor Bob Sheila, and I also want to take advantage and thank myself for the presentation that was done last year. And I know all the lives. And then thank you, and we clap for that. I think the presentation and contribution from doctors, Roy Mugira, who is the CEO of National Accepted Quality Consultants, for presenting first of all and allowing 4 of his staff to actually be here, and also for providing the samples, the GM samples that you're using here. GM products in this country is still banned and we're in court. And for that to happen, there must be regulation. And if you notice, I signed the receipt of those samples when they got here. And there is likely that I'll also again sign telling them that I did leave them here. They can take them back to their default setting. And that was kind gesture from National Safety Authority. And we really want to appreciate it. Then 2 other very important people to thank around the presentation is Dr. Sylvester Wike, who is not here from AAT here, and of course Dr. Douglas Johnson, the man who has been very busy here with a very interesting strips and detection, and we really, really appreciate you, Douglas, for giving us that opportunity. Again, another collaboration. But then we had very interesting, ladies here who really unpacked loads of stuff here. I start by thanking Marianne Kindiki in absentia, who was to handle one presentation, but was ably represented here by Ms. Bonisa, who gave us 2 presentations. And then, of course, Madam Rosemary Nana also gave us a presentation on laboratory systems. And allow me again to people that we love. It will not end very well without appreciating the moderators of the sessions, and this started by specifically, I want to start by appreciating Dr. Wilson Bina, and we're glad for him, first of all, for 2 reasons, but because he was the person who initiated this talk. We are here because he started it and we picked it up, and for that reason, we specifically thank you, Wilson, for that. Let's and of course, Dr. Anthony Kenyatta, who is my colleague in the department. Thank you for accepting to come and help out. And of course, Dr. Omwenga is also my colleague in the department. You never resisted this, you acted very promptly, and for that, God will bless you, and may we clap for you as well. Again, very important, we want to have Joel Ochim, who is the Secretary General for Kenya University Consortium, who is not here because he felt he became poor and was in a presentation in Mombasa. But I think he encountered food poisoning and was admitted actually for the last 2 days. He was supposed to be here. That is why the presentations around the mycotoxin and all these things became personal, because I have a colleague still lying somewhere in Italy, waiting to get better, but wishing quick recovery in his absence. We thank him. But now allow me to thank the team, ICT, the website, KUTV. I'm grateful for you guys. There are also very critical people who have been running up and down here, led by the Secretariat, led by Madam Florence Udoni, who is in my office in the Directorate. Thank you so much. There was also Marie and Damaris, and supported by Sylvia, who has been running up and down, bringing the tips and the bed and water, and if they're not there, she's been running here. Sylvia, thank you so much for that. We really appreciate it. And of course, the caterer. There is a division in this university called Catering Services, the Directorate. Actually accepted to still have everything happening. We will talk later because of a good relationship that they gave to this, and we really appreciate that. Having said that, allow me then just to say one, or just to wrap up by just one single clap as we go now into the lower bit of it. So let's clap one bit. Then finally, my thinking around this, and it can be enriched by members who are here, is that we have successfully built capacity, both within and without. I also believe that we have networked, and for those who haven't done that, please go ahead, give it time to network. And of course, we also, if you're not aware, are now aware where to get some of these strips and battalion kits that are very critical for detection of mycotoxin, and of course for the GMO. And if you don't know the man to talk to, Douglas is there, and Douglas, thank you for that. So those 3 outcomes are very critical for me, and I feel we have successfully attained that. And in terms of the way forward, then I'm thinking that the discussions that we've had over the 2 days have actually triggered a feeling that indeed we need to do more sensitizations to farmers and governments, because this is very critical. I also feel that it is important as a way forward that we need to figure out how to implement this multi-agency approach that these organizations are currently talking about, where those talks on how to ensure that we get these extension offices, so that farmers can be taught, they can be informed about, including things as simple as please spray your chemicals, but allow the residue to decay before you harvest and take into the market. Those are very basic things that previously we used to have extension officers who used to come from the Ministry of Agriculture and case. And I think Calvo, which was one of the which is one of the national research institutions, actually had quite a number. But that no longer happens, and I think out of this discussion, we need to figure out how to strengthen those discussions, and it is kind of to provide more events. And also consider this, because I got a bit more communication to different places, consider initiating a series of now workshops on food safety and food security. And that would mean that this marks the beginning of a series of more workshops. The group can be expanded, and we will be talking with our friends from Nebraska to get to know how do we probably expand this and have series, even if it might not be physical, it can still be virtual, and we figure out how that's happening. And explore opportunities for exchange programs. We are pleased that you have started it, and if you can strengthen and get more of that, we really appreciate as a way forward. And more importantly, I guess we need to consider ways of fundraising, joint proposals, so that some of the interests and the things that we have seen and discussed in this particular workshop can be advanced, and we can even look at more interesting areas as was actually identified by members. So from my end, unless there is any other comment from anyone, allow me just to say thank you so much. And there was a question around the possibility of a certificate. We are in talks in terms of figuring it out, and I think together we will design a certificate of participation, which will be available digitally. I hope that still works now that we are in the digital platform. But if the desire is the physical, I guess it can also be printed and available. I've already consulted with the IT to get to know whether the entire 180 were in, but I think as soon as we log off, we will be able to pull that from our back end and be able to do that. You allow us a bit of latitude to design it and come up with it. In case we conveniently forget, please find it necessary just to trigger us. We will be faster enough. Apart from that, thank you so much. Once again, welcome and to Kenyatta University again. And on behalf of the management now changing to the management of the university, is to say it has been a pleasure. We would want to do this again. And once again, may God bless you and thank you so much. And a round of applause. Online participants, you are the best. You stay with us all through, and in the future, we will figure out how to dispense a bit of some cup of tea and lunch for you through online systems. We hope that still works as soon as we get the innovation. May God bless all of you and thank you. So for those who are remaining, for purposes of batch detection, very important to know whether your ugali had a bit of aflatoxin, which is okay. We are told, please don't panic. You cannot get zero, no contamination. So just so long as it's within the recommended ratio, we are okay with it. Thank you so much, good people. And
I don't know, man. We are brother.